Good afternoon, everybody. Therun Sarnai Arena Hanse. Therun Sarnai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The Two Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 4, second paragraph. You know that we are under a false impression that what we experience as outside really exists outside. It is only us who name the na tree, the nougat tree, the mango tree, and the breadfruit tree, etc. We name all what we see in different languages, in Sinhala, Tamil, English, Chinese, etc. All the languages are only signals. They are known as sanya. It is only a sound. For each image, we assign a sound. The tying of the sound to an image forms a thought. A thought means it is a knowing. A thought means that you know. It is also known as the vijnana or the mind consciousness. Sound plus image equals to a thought. The tying of the sound to the image is the thing that creates a story for us. If the sound is regarded as only a sound, and if the image that you see is regarded as only a color, then a story cannot be formed. Then a thing or an object will not be formed, and there won't be any more problems for you. Ditta means seeing or chakku vinyana, sight consciousness. Sutta means hearing or sota vinyana, sound consciousness. Apply the same thing to other senses too. Mutta means all the other three types of senses, feelings, smell or gaha vinyana, smell consciousness, taste or jivha vinyana, taste consciousness, body sensations or kaya vinyana, touch consciousness. Let the smell be only a smell. Let the taste be only a taste. Let the body sensations of heat, cold, and the touch feeling be only a body sensation. Then a story cannot be created for us. Therun Sarnai, everybody.
Therun Sarnai Shani. We pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Vanse. Therun Sarnai Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpada English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we explain the pure Buddhism and help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence, and also guide you to understand your defilements and to diminish them. Our goal is to assist you to experience the freedom of mind. Thiruvan Sarnai. First, we invite Sudharma Gamagire to start this discussion. Thiruvan Sarnai Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. Teruvan Saranai to all Dhamma friends. Let's once again worship Aryan Mahanse's feet for sharing this unique, beautiful truth, pure truth with the entire world. So today Shani read 2 pages from the True Dhamma Has Awakened Volume 2, and as we started reading the book yesterday, it was there clearly mentioned, and now also Mr. Bernard clearly emphasized that this is the journey to find out the truth. What is the truth of life? What is the truth? What is the meaning of this life? So at the earlier, we actually were in kind of illusion in terms of Buddhism also, because the true Buddhist philosophy was distorted over the time, and we were like a stray. We were going here and there without uh, looking for this true Dhamma, this beautiful thing. Fortunately, after 2500 years, through penetrative meditation or insight meditation, Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse has reawakened the true Dhamma of Gautama Buddha Sasana, which almost disappeared from the world due to numerous reasons. So very recently, Aryan Vahanse also questioned, what is this truth from the disciples? What is this truth? When earlier we used to say it is actually non-existence of the world. This external world is an illusion. It is not, but it is an incomplete answer. It is not the answer. What he wants us to understand is it is not the fake or the illusionary nature of the external world. It is, the truth is that there is no self, there is no person, there is no person as such, there is no self as such. Isn't it surprising? Can we believe it? From the very moment that somebody showed our image in the mirror and introduced us, giving us, assigning the name, and then were giving us warmth, the and always energizing the self image, self perception, self vibration with warmth, with touch, with smells, with all those taste and sounds, and then images to the eye and thoughts to the mind. So the unknowingly, ignorantly, this self image was energized, and gradually we grew up with the false belief that everything external is real, and everything happens to me, and I am just savoring all my sensory inputs, and they are on this side, the person is there, the out there, the all the entities, living, non-living, all stuff, well, was real. So this fake view, this wrong view was challenged with this true Dhamma. The moment we heard this beautiful message, this true message, it was at once very difficult to believe. And in the morning sermon also, Aryan Hanse said, the groundbreaking revelation made in Buddhothpada sermons is to reveal that everything, the world, the birth happens the very moment the two vibrations come together and automatically generate some power. And also he refers to the that the other very fresh, actually, first ever kind of revelation of these taints, the vibration that occurred in the zygote. So, and he emphasizes this is not all, because gradually when the disciples come to a certain age, when they automatically develop this wisdom to understand the next deeper level, he would make more revelations, and he is so determined that his disciples will end up this sansaric flood of samsara or life and birth somehow. So we are so privileged. I can't. We actually we can't explain that gratitude in words, because who other than Lord Buddha 2500 years ago, who else has given us this assurance that you are going to end up, you are going to liberate from your mind and this sansaric cycle. And then this section actually emphasizes that we have to understand the uh, theory in the sense the wisdom of truth, this philosophy very clearly, because it is emphasized that this part, this practical experience or the practical approach is only for the people who have some understanding of the philosophy. So today also, in the reading, Shani mentioned that what is given in the book in relation to each sensory faculty, what the feeling, the experience, the sensory experiences become personal experiences ignorantly. But with this true Dhamma, what we came to know is the length of our life, the lifespan is the just the uh, s- just an instantaneous experience. Life, our living is just an instantaneous experience, because it is only the length of the thought. So thought occurs in such a very, I mean, incalculable uh, time because it is given in split seconds. It's kind of such a small fraction of a second, even millisecond, I think. So, and what happened is, uh, as it is mentioned in this section today also, in we have a feeling of continuity when when the shape of a tree, or when the shape of let's say the image of this particular system, the self system we call, appears, we ignorantly get the feeling, this image was there uh, 40 years ago or 50 years ago, and it has grown. Now we have a mature image. It's the self. From the day when we went to the school and the teacher asked us to write an essay on myself, so we wrote, I am so and so, I have this, my parents are all, I, me, my things. We have like fertilized in a way, that like energized, we have strengthened that. So uh, but the beauty is now we have the weapon. We know how this self vibration occurred and how this power is generated. So mistakenly the thought power is taken as the self self actually self sense of self. So, and on top of that, there is this story of the taints also. But however, now we know the magic, the strategy is used by the magician to create this illusion of the self. I would rather say, not the external entities, illusionary world, but the illusion of self. That is the focus. And then so when we understand this, later we'll come to realizations, we'll experience certain things then and there. We'll as our Dhamma friend, especially Dr. Kokila, every day explains this about this instantaneous actually not the instantaneous, instant of liberation. A disciple should at once experience that. And yesterday it was questioned by Dr. Sakuntala, and it was beautiful to know that the system is unaware of this instant of liberation, because it is not a familiar experience. But fortunately, it might telepathize in the journey at some point. When we get stronger and stronger, not as a person, this realization gets stronger, and we understand in and out, I mean, all these concepts properly. We all will be able to experience this non-self instant. Today, then again, now all Dhamma friends have joined. It is again, we are going to discuss practical approach in the next section. So this section also dealt with the wisdom of truth, this message, the mechanism behind the sensory faculties, especially the mind consciousness, how it acts as the main magician to give us the feeling that we live in an existing world and the self also exists. There's continuity. Teruvan Saranai. Uh, so,
I just have to add something there. Yesterday, Dr. Sakuntala's question about whether someone may not be aware, it is may not. It's the word may is very important. It's may. It may or may not be. It's not everyone. Lord Buddha's time. It's only like rarely there is a discussion where some people coming back and asking, Lord Buddha, are you sure? Like that, and Lord Buddha reassuring, yes. So that was not a straightforward answer given yesterday. It was that rarely one may not exactly know what happened. That was only not all the time. Usually it's a very unusual experience, or it will be felt. And also the definition of what the experience may not be there unless there is a noble friend to understand what happened. So I just wanted to add that it's not all the time. Don't take things uh, as a like 100% things. Yeah, and we can continue discussion today. So I actually missed the book part. Sorry about that, but I can see that it is the same parts we were discussing, isn't it? Same dumb points.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, yes, in this section, Aryan Mahanses mentions that uh, this is actually we are going to talk about the practical experiences in this book, but it is basically for the people who have a thorough knowledge of Satyajnana or the philosophy, and this bit actually reiterates the mechanism of the six sensory organs, with special focus on mind consciousness.
Was there any specific?
Specific terms, Dr. Kokila, the truth, definition of the truth, actually it is, earlier we thought the truth is the nothingness of the surrounding or the external world. Actually now that definition also, through understanding now, actually the truth is the non-self, that there is no self, that is the truth. And then the definition of the truth, and then mithya drushti, the false view and the right view. Those are the key terms. And the mechanism of the sensory faculties, as usual, this sound
I
and
think
color.
we have discussed this for some time now,
Yeah.
over and over again and again. Yes, can Dr. Sakuntala like ask a question from that part or do something like that, or Surangika? Because we have discussed this like in
Yes,
different angles.
yes, there was Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Yes, I think the what is described, what was read from the book was the basic level where the what is meant by the action of the five senses and what is meant by the consciousness, and the fact that uh, together when it happens to get, well, not together, I mean when it is, when it merges together, how the thoughts are formed. So I think the basic facts have been uh, described in those 2 pages that we listened just now. We can go a little bit further, I think, from that basic level. Uh, Actually, this thought formation, which is very well established when the child is a little bit older, and in the very small baby, the it's only the sensor functions where the experiencing of the sound, shapes, and the tactile feeling and the smell, taste, etc. Uh, in between these sort of clear cut uh, areas, that means a very young baby and the older child, maybe about 6-7 years, there is gradual transformation of uh, things happening. When things means gradual transformation from the pure sensor level to the well established thought level, and that transition actually is something which is not very clear sometimes. So, can we discuss that area, giving more sort of clearer explanations? Terwan Sarnai?
Yeah, actually, I would like to think pay more attention to one part today, and
Yes.
we can go on elaborating on that, because even though we try to tell this, I don't know the exact thing we are trying to explain is going to everyone. Sometimes it's our inability to tell that properly as well. So even though child can't say the word mother, before that level, before the the before the child can think about mother, I have to call mother, I have to do this to I should run to my mother, all those things. It is very important to understand that even well before that, the perception level is there. The perception level is the very important part that that a lot of us are not getting properly, because even before the value comes, the value keep adding on. Value will be like adding, it will add to the level that the vibration will be so big it's not even matching a human vibration. But before that, even as a like 1 year old, there's perception. So that's what Aranahanse once told. I don't know whether you can remember. The ducks will be very close to a cat, because when the ducks came out, they had the scent of a cat and closeness of a cat, and they feel close to that cat, even though that's not the mother of the ducklings. So I don't know. It just, you have to get this and feel this as well, that the formless level, how it goes to the form level and then go to the sensual level. If you don't get this, you can't reverse as well, because the reversal is happening at the same levels. So the mind consciousness, as soon as the mind consciousness is made, even though the value has not happened yet, there is always the self-perception and the perception of the mother. So the perception of the mother, when it happens so fast, I'm talking about one particular thought, not talking about it happening again and again and again and again. You have a whole story about the mother. I'm not talking about that. That's the sensual part. I'm talking about one particular thought, like to the ducklings, like the small.
Yes, there was Sarnai Dr. Kokila. They are actually, rather than the word mother, it is something to
No,
uh,
yeah,
it
yeah.
can depend on, or to have
No, it's a
some
familiarity. It's a familiarity,
familiarity.
or
Yes.
kind of some perception.
Mm.
It's some perception, even though it is not having the full thing. Because a lot of us, our mothers talk about this, I don't feel any value anymore, and we say yes, you don't. But the problem is, if you don't know the perception level, the perception level is the mind consciousness level. Mind consciousness level is where you still have that duality, you still have that the same thing with the light, but it is slightly more complex now, because that vibration of the mother has the, like the pineapple, it has all the features, like the 8 features. What are the 8 features? If someone can quickly say in English, that will be very good. It's the
Thank you, Sarnai. That you mean Noble Eightfold Father, Dr. Kokila. I missed that bit.
no, you actually missed that bit. That
Mm,
means I'm talking about. So you're not following, Sudharma. You have to be careful. So
mm.
I'm talking about the mind perception. So the perception of mother. Still, it has not have got the value yet, but still the perception level. The perception level, it has the difference between that and the light. The light perception only had light perception, but this mother perception has 8 features in that. 8 features is the
Shuddhastika, Shuddhastika,
yes, but I just
um,
want to say it in
ah,
simple, so that
right, yeah. That
temperature,
is
uh,
Tim.
It's a light,
touch. Yes, can
light,
someone tell
sound.
that properly?
Yeah, light, sound, uh, and smell, taste, and then through the skin, the warmth, cold, and the hard feeling, hard or soft feeling.
Hard or liquidity, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So, um, yeah. So do you get this point where this is a bit different to the light perception? Someone has to understand that before you feel it, because it's very important for you to know all these things, because 5 senses are different. Mind perception is completely different. Mind perceptions gives you this the beautiful manifestation of the world, you know. But before mind is formed, before mind consciousness has happened, it wasn't like that. It was just like different kinds of vibration, but the same vibration, but different kinds of vibration felt as different kind of vibrations. It's a feel only. But when it comes to the mind, this becomes a different manifestation. One has to understand that. And if you don't understand that, you will never even know that there is a liberation from mind. But that's where the problem is. Everyone is feeling everything inside the mind and thinking, oh, I feel so light, I'm good. But that's not the point. That's not the point. So this is a very crucial point. We have to understand how the 6 week, just don't take these numbers as hard and fast numbers. Don't take these things, the examples, straightforward into your head. These are just, none of these things are true. Whatever I say is not true. So it becomes really tricky to say these things. But what I'm trying to let you understand is, from the little baby where the mind has not formed, for an example, say few weeks old baby, even that can be wrong, because as soon as you combine two different modalities of senses, you might have a new perception. That's how the worm is. Worm has only few perceptions, but still his world is that. But it's only few vibrations. So it's not a mind. It's not the mind, the beautiful world the humans see. But different animals have different worlds. So the world, the sensual part is when the value comes to that. Before that, there is a layer that people has to understand that there is something like that. But they are not. They're just examples for you to feel what happened to the baby, what happened to actually this vibration, the self vibration. The self vibration, you definitely understand that there won't be any Dr. Sakuntala or anyone talking here if there was no vibration which telepathized into some kind of zygote somewhere. And then what happened to that? How did that come to the mind level? As soon as the mind level comes, the manifestation is different. But the sensual part, where the value comes, happens later. Do you get the point, Dr. Sakuntala? I'm trying to reiterate this because everyone seems stuck after understanding that, okay, I don't feel any burning anymore. What now? That
Yes, I think
question.
yes, I
Yeah.
think that value comes gradually, little by little. If I say like that, is it true?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, very gradually. Yes.
But there is a level after the value also. When people say, I don't feel anything anymore, I'm really good, then it's either an arahant or someone who hasn't understood Dhamma. So there's more to understand.
Yes.
Those are the only two things that can happen, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Anyone can add on to this discussion. So it's very important to understand these layers of how this baby happened to be a feel level, mind level, and sensual level. Formless,
Formless.
form level, and then sensual level. Same thing. Feel level is the formless level. And how can you come to that unless you actually, understand there is a form level too, and there's a form level with that vibrating again and again. This sensual level happens, and we are born in a sensual realm, but we are understanding all these 31 realms because that's the beauty of human vibration. That's the beauty of the human mind. Human mind, that the ability of this vibration to be able to feel, not see, or not talk about that, but actually feel these vibrations to the highest level and to the lowest level, and the non-vibration only can be done in human realm. Yeah, someone can add on. Is Surangika here? It's very important because I feel sometimes it's difficult to tell, and we also stutter in telling that, and it's not the message is not going properly. Aryan Mahasi has been telling this for a long time. It's just we struggle with that, even understand how deep this truth can be, because we keep telling,
Everyone, Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Now, when we talk about this, isn't it all these layers are anyway different levels of attribution of value to self? Uh, if I explain it now, earlier in the sensual world, the value attributed to stuff is obvious. People get angry.
You can't explain it in that way. You have to explain it in one particular stimuli, because otherwise you will misunderstand this. All the layers all the layers are in one stimuli, so don't even talk about in a different ways, because it's even the non-vibration is felt in one stimuli, one particular moment. So if you deviate from that, you actually might not catch this. So if you're trying to give an example, give it in one stimuli. Yes.
So if we take the commonest example of the chair, so the one in the sensual level has the kind of real craving to keep it. I mean, both the person is there and the chair, the
Lot of our mothers say now they don't have that. Actually speaking, that can be true. So what is the level beneath that?
And Dr. Kokila, then the chair is there, the person doesn't notice, volitional formations happen in relation to that chair, but still if the chair is missing, the person is aware of that and may notice it. There is subtle need to keep it, is it?
No. Still you are talking about the sensual world.
Oh, it's still sensual. That level. Okay.
So what is underneath?
What is underneath is the perception. That chair, the perception, the image, not the physical one.
Yeah, but
The
what is
the
that level?
underneath is the form level, no sensual level, then the
Yeah,
form.
but I'm not asking about the theory. I'm trying
Mhm.
to take you there. So the chair. So can you go
That
in through
that
that?
sound and that image, they get connected, and the image, the perception.
No, that is theory again.
Mhm.
What is in front of you now?
Yeah, you see it as a chair.
No. What is in front of you now?
And now I have a dressing table
So
in
dressing
front of.
table, don't you feel that it's there?
Yeah, I feel it's there. Yes.
So that's the form level.
Um,
You
exist.
you 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 felt it when you opened the door, and you didn't know that. You were talking in a different angle that day. You opened
Mhm.
the door, the
Mhm.
shoe eaten by the dog was there, but
Yes.
you didn't even realize you are inside the mind.
Mhm. Mm.
So this is
True.
the thing, that the message is not taken.
Mm.
Each time I have told you now about 5 times the same thing.
Yes, it's so difficult, Dr. Kokila,
No, it's not
to get
difficult. I
this.
think the relaxation should happen to that level, so you would definitely feel that, because that's why I'm trying to tell what happened to the baby should be understood properly. Unless you do that, you don't have the whatever that jhana thing, the understanding.
Pubbenivasanussati,
Yeah,
to
you don't
see.
have that. You don't have that.
Mhm.
So that's the importance of knowing these things, like even as a theory, but actually speaking, the if you feel only, you will understand it fully. But Dr. Sakuntala, do you get the point? What I'm trying to say, or not really?
And no, I can understand to some extent what you were trying to say was that I think the sensual world, Sudharma explained, I mean, the sort of feeling to maintain it in a finer way, sensual world. Please, I might go wrong, please correct me. And the form world, as you said, the mind construct of something that
Yeah,
needs a
in that,
thought.
actually,
Mm.
the in the mind, it will be to maintain the mind consciousness. The
Mm.
effort is to maintain the mind consciousness. So it's very subtle, very subtle.
Yes.
Yeah, very difficult, Dr. Kokila. That my understanding was, thank you very much for, like, every day you are making so much effort, and sometimes you are kind of disappointed also, I feel, from your voice also. Now I've been telling this one so many times and still you are not getting. But actually what I have understood was, Dr. Kokila, everything is, I mean, they are as usual. The burning, the value gets becomes zero with the realization. So it's a
Yeah,
misunderstanding, isn't it?
the problem is what is burning.
Burning is also value, no? the the
Yeah.
sensual world, the value is so obvious, it's so high. But when we realize this gradually, that value goes down, and still you see the dressing table, but
So what
with
is the
zero
value in the
value.
form? What is the value in the formless level then?
Formless level, even the this perception is, but the perception never goes away, no. I don't know, Arahant even sees it as a dressing table. I can't actually explain why, because
Sarah,
I don't know the
Teruvan
Sarah, Sarah.
Sannyaranam.
everyone's.
Yeah,
Son
what's the
and
what is that? What is that question?
No, actually, I don't answer. We were trying to understand the burning, how like it's very obvious in the sensual world how the burning is, but when it comes to the levels beneath that, like the form level and the formless level, the
everything is in one thought.
yeah,
One
we were
statement.
trying to talk about the chair
That's Shara
maintenance of that.
Sampati. It's okay. That's Shara Sampati is since we are talking about three world, no? What is
Yes.
this three world is sensory world, formless world, and form world, formless world. What is this calm bhumi, roop bhumi, arup bhumi? No, it says calm bhumi is a sensory world, no? Rupa bhumi is a form world. It's a formless world. Is something there? Something there? Is something? What is the picture or something? Is a sound or picture, smell or taste or something? It's of the sense of creations. Is something is a perception is there? Sound is perception, no sound perception. It's a light perception, no? And the smell perception and the taste perception. The hot and cool, smooth and rough is a body. It's a feel. It's a perception, no? It's a rupa means that one, no? That's a form word. It's okay? That's form word. Form word. The formless word, something there. The sound or picture, or what, it's no matter. Something there. It's not real enough. Sense creations, no, everything. It's not real. It's okay. The final is coming. It's not real. It's okay. Normally everything is happening, but it's no anything. It's okay. No any rupa dasana. What's the meaning? Buddha's word is uh, mm, uh, that's beyond the rupa dasana. No? There's the obhasa. It's the one. It's the one indicating. Only one.
Yes.
Sound, not sound or picture and five sense creations. Only one is something. Something there. What is that? Is a child, table, or mother, father? No matter. It's okay. Everything is thought. It's okay. But thought is not real. It's okay. It's anagami bhumi, we are talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, that's one is a final one. It's a one, what is that? One spark. What is that? It's something. No matter what is that, is something. Something there. What is that? Is a sound or something there? No? Sound or anything. It's okay, something. It's a one. That's a formless. It's a chair. Is the example is a chair. A chair have value. It's a combo. Is a value is combo. It's okay. Chair have value. No, that's a combo. No value is there. No real chair. No, it's our mind. It's a thoughts, sound and form. It's okay. No value is coming. That's a beyond the sensory world. Value is gone. After value is gone, but dream is there.
Yeah, the dream is there. That was
Dream is
I
there.
was trying
That's a
to
rule. Yeah, form.
tell that, but couldn't tell it properly. I don't know. So, yeah.
Value
Still,
is not there, but dream
but
is
the
there.
dream is there. Yeah, that's a beautiful way of putting
Yeah,
it.
that's the form word. The final one is the formless word. No value, no dream.
No dream, but there is
But there's something.
something.
They feel something.
Yeah.
No matter what is that. But feel is there.
Feel is there. Yeah.
Feel is there. It's something. What is that? Don't know. But feel is there. Something there is a feel. Something is there. Yeah, it's okay. No sound and form is not real. It's okay. Thought is it's okay. Thought is not real. Yeah. But something there, no. Someone is thinking. Something there. We don't know what is that real. It's okay. Sense creation is not real. It's okay. But something there. Someone thinking, no? Something there. That's a doubt. Doubt somewhere. That's you. That's fine. So it's a vibration is there. No, it's okay. That's an example again. That's a chair. Uh, chair have value. Chair have picture. Chair have exist a field. No, that's three dimension. No, three world. It's okay.
Yes, sir.
It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. There's one thought is here. It's it's okay. That's the everything. Every second, every moment, have a thought. So every moment, our world is created. How is that? That's not still world. It's every moment is happening. No, world is again and again and again and again and it's happening. Because you see other side and you see other side. It's okay. You see in plants. After wow, you see what happened in this present moment. Where are you? No matter what you looking, it's okay. You see other side, it's another thought. Is you hear something and sound, it's another thought. No.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the world is again and again happening. No, it's
Yes.
happening. Unbelievable. Every second you birth is coming. That is why every time birthday, happy birthday.
Yeah. And the RNAs, even the craving levels that changes, because the craving is initially it was for the chair. I mean, we wanted the chair.
Yeah.
But now the craving is changing and it's getting subtle, and it comes when it comes to the form level, it just to
Nice. Yeah.
kind of maintain the mind consciousness kind of like thing. It's like next level. Like we try to
Yeah.
maintain this dream even though there's no value.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No value. No value. Yeah.
No value, but still try to maintain that dream because
Yeah.
you don't
That's a
actually
form word. That's a form
form
word.
world. Yeah, that was the one I was
You
struggling to.
that's you have word. You're coming again because you have word.
Yes.
That's why dream is there. Dream is
Dream
real.
is
You are
there.
real. Dream is real. You are coming again because you have dream. Dream.
Yes.
Otherwise, dream is the you.
Yes.
Dream is the you. It's okay. What is this?
It came out nicely, Arana. So now
Yeah.
when you just said that,
Yeah.
it's beautiful.
But you see, it's okay. Dream is not real. It's okay. Someone understood. Yeah, dream is not real. Now, after what happened, dream is gone. After no dream, no value. It's okay. But normally you can see, it's happening. Senses are active. Senses are sense of creation is happening. We can't stop that. You
No.
can't see.
Yeah.
This is a chair. It's okay, no problem. Not inside coming value. It's okay. First step is over. The second class, no chair. It's okay. After, no, no, you don't care. No. You're not caring. Not
Yeah.
anything happening. It's okay. But chair is there. It's okay. No problem. I mean, inside changing, your side. Inside changing,
Yes.
yeah, internal transformation. We are talking,
Yes.
It's happening. It's nice. So normally everything is happening after finally. Yeah, also it's okay, no problem. Now you are in cool mind, tranquility. It's a peaceful because you are not in anywhere. That's why you are not otherwise there. You are not here. I always tell you this.
Yeah.
That's the real emptiness.
And the importance is Arana cutting at least one mangosteen. That is the problem.
Oh.
Just cutting one stimuli through and through would do this. That's
Yeah.
just one, at least one mangosteen. Yeah.
Yeah. Mangosteen? What is that?
Because why Aranwansi, you have given us a
Mangoes.
yes, in English, isn't it called mangosteen? Oh, I don't know. Sorry.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. It's a mango. Are you getting the example? Changing mangoes. It's okay. Mango. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay.
At least cut through one stimuli.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, how is your sleep nighttime? last days, I don't know. I'm not there.
I haven't muted it again, Aranwansi. I managed.
It's okay. It's okay.
No, the day you came, I was talking, but the Zoom was muted. So
Yeah.
they didn't hear me, but it hasn't happened again.
It's
So
okay.
it's going good.
It's okay. You see, Kopila, I have feel. I'm talking, I'm explain this Dharma. I'm giving others the message. It's an experience. It's okay. Otherwise, it's my fee. I given others. It's a
Yes.
nothingness fee.
Yes.
So it's very nice. Yeah, I'm talking simple English. It's okay. I think it's very nice.
You
It's
did
very
much
nice.
better than us, Aranwansi.
Yeah, but it's a feel. So it's a feel. No? I'm given the others message. Not only the knowledge. I want transferring the signal. Nobody's here.
Yes.
No one is here. Normally, everything is happening. The system. I try to explain. So the system is working. How is system working? How is this sensors creating? How is this mind sensor, especially, how is working? So nobody is here. System is working. Very difficult to understand. How is this system working? How is these thoughts are coming? How is this value is coming? How we are worried? How is sadness coming? How suffering is here? It's very difficult to understand. So every moment we are thinking we are doing everything. Doer is here. But we want to explain, no doer is here. System is working. Very difficult to explain this.
Yeah.
Because because experience. Very important. So someone haven't experienced, he not believe this.
No.
He not getting this done because he haven't experienced. He's saying no. It can't be happen. How is happen that? How much? No, how people how tired? No, working. They are doing anything, and after they are thinking, I'm the big guy like that. I did this. I did this. You not did anything. Anger is coming. Don't tell me. No. It's simple. No? You are in radiant mind like this present moment. It's now just your birth.
Yeah.
What? It's not.
It's
It's unbelievable. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
it's very beautiful,
Yeah,
Aranwansi. And the
yeah,
suffering is finally, we had so many definitions of suffering,
yeah.
but now we know it is a self vibration, which is the suffering.
Hmm. It's very important. Its birth is here. Yeah, now. Past is this present moment, only the thought. Future is this present moment, only the thought. What's happened? No future, no past. We are living only this moment. What is this? This present moment thought also not real. What is this? That's why. Unbelievable. But normally system is working. Normally, we are thinking. No, normally we are focusing the planning. The everything is doing, but system. That's why it's a system. Systematically coming. What we are eat tomorrow. No, where we are going. It's okay. It's okay. You have plan. You want plan because plan is gone. Plan is normally going, but it's nobody's there. No one is doing. No one is planning. But plan is the system is coming. No, mind sensor is working systematically. Plan is coming because you feel you have experience. Is normally it's normally that that path is going. So, no, normally
Yes,
lifestyle is
yes,
going.
yeah, yeah,
Lifestyle is normally going. So your mind is coming. So like a sensor, your eye is not blind. It's okay. You are not blind. You can see. It's
yeah,
happening. We can't stop that. Like that, you can hear sound is coming. It's okay. You know that's a crowd. No problem. It's here. System is working. That same. Uh, so everybody have experience. So everybody mind system. They are individually their lifestyle plan is automatically coming because he know someone is doing the job. He know he have no he have tired. No, he won't rest. Plan is coming. I'm next Saturday. I'm going somewhere and visit. It's okay, but the system. No, that's a mind sensor. That's a system. The system is that one, but nobody is doing this.
yeah.
Unbelievable that one. You are not going anywhere. You are thinking. But it's okay. That day is coming, Saturday. Yeah, you are going. But you know you are not going. Why? It's your mind, not you. Who are you? Mind is not you. Who are you? That's unbelievable.
Yes,
Double
yes,
meaning
yeah.
is there. Yeah, double meaning is there. You are not the mind, you are not the body. Who are you? Actually, who are you, Kokila? Mind is not you. It's okay. Body is not you. It's okay, Kokila?
Yeah, it is the
Yeah.
feel that
Who are you?
the
You're not a Kokila.
vibration.
You're not a Kokila.
Yeah,
You're not a Kokila. Kokila is a thought.
yes,
It's a mind. Who are you? That's the interesting.
yeah,
Who are the Kokila? Oh, wow, what's this? No? What's this? You are not Kokila. Kokila is a mind. You are not a doctor. Huh? It's okay. Kokila is a doctor. It's okay. You are not a doctor. Who are you? So your child, your children is talking. So you have children. You are the mother. You are not a doctor. It's okay. Children talking. No, mom. I don't know doctor. I want my mom. It's okay. Mom, you are not a doctor. To me.
you are
That's
a mother.
yeah. The president husband, wife is talking. He's not my president, he's my husband.
Yeah,
So what is this life? What is
yeah.
this life?
Different
Yeah, feel.
films.
Yeah. Oh, actually, who are you? You are not a doctor. That is why I told you. You are not a doctor. You are not. Otherwise, the Kokila is the name only. We can change the name tomorrow. You are the Aruni.
Yeah,
Your name is changing. Now you are Aruni. It's okay. You something we go something okay. You can use and your face is changed. It's okay. You can plastic surgery or you can do anything. It's okay. Now you are not
yes,
that picture. You are the Aruni. It's
yes.
okay. Who is this? Is Kokila this picture? No. Kokila this sound? No.
No.
Who is Kokila?
Kokila is nowhere.
Kokila not anywhere. Where are you? Who are you? You are the power. Power is disappearing. You are disappearing. You are not anywhere. Something there, that's you. That's why 3 dimension. That's why 3 world we are talking. You know, your defilement is you. Your life feel is you. But is you understood? Is how is this is coming? The perception is alive field. Yeah, it's a alive field. It's a soul. How is coming? Field. How is coming? That's the power, no? Inside power. That's the sense of creation given this power. That's you. Power is you. Power is disappearing. It's okay. Radiant mind, the baby don't know anything. Girl or boy or anything. No, radiant mind, no.
No,
That's
yeah.
that's the your zero level.
Yeah.
That's the your death is coming. Real death is there.
Yes.
Nobody's here. No one is here. Kokila is gone. Now we have funeral. Surahika, do you ready? Funeral is here. Kokila's death is coming. That's the somatization Ibar. Unbelievable. Kokila is over. Now no Kokila here. Tomorrow coming another guy. She's not a Kokila. Kokila Navarat. Nobody is here. Yeah. That's the real feel. It's a relax. It's a tranquility feel. That's the Arahata stage. What is the meaning is Arahata? It's a Raha. Araha. What is this Raha? Is a Napatisangvedi. There's a Sabda Patisangvedi, Sabda Raga no Patisanga. That's the Buddha's word, no? Rasa Patisangvedi, Rasa Raga no Patisanga. The meaning is you have taste, but you don't want it. Meaning is there is not you. You see that?
Yes, sir.
No cravio, no defilements there. That is why you are gone. But defilement is there, there is you. The meaning is defilement is there, life free. Otherwise, that's your ego.
Yes.
It's disappearing. Nobody is here. That's the tranquility. That's the feel is you. Feel is disappearing. You are disappearing. But this feel is alive feel. It's a soul. We are soul. It's ego. Ego is disappearing. It's a power is gone. It's a zero. So no one is here. Nobody is here. No being, no living being, nothing existed. That's the meaning. That's our happy stage. That's a non-vibration stage. It's nice, no?
Yes.
Nice, no?
Yes.
Yeah. Why all of them are silent? Something wrong?
We have
Yeah,
everyone.
people don't like it because they want something. Yeah, they want something. They are silly mind. They want something. They have somebody. So they want to go after death somewhere. We don't know. It's okay. You want somewhere going, Kokila? It's okay. You prepare something. Yeah, little birds making the cage. Little bird making the cave, no? It's okay. After that, where are you want to go, Kokila? You are going. Where's the heaven? I ask you. Where's the devil?
Yeah.
Where's the heaven? Is up, sky. Now telescope have, no? You can see where's the heaven. It's okay, sky. Can you see the heaven? It's up somewhere. Sky. What is this silly mind? No?
It's
Where's the evil? Where's the evil? Is somewhere earth inside? Where? Nothing anywhere. No anywhere. No anywhere. Everything is this present moment. Everything is this present moment. Awaken to the moment is you're not anywhere. No?
Yeah.
Yeah. Awaken to the moment as our topic now, our headline, our book's name is Awaken to the Moment. No?
Yes.
The meaning is this present moment is not real. That's the wake up in dream. That's the awaken in a dream. That's a freedom mind. That's a free mind. That's a liberation of mind. That's the freedom of mind. That's the real awaken to the moment. You want to understand this, how is these thoughts are coming? What is this thought? How is this thought are creating? It's not real. Thought is not real. It's game over. Beyond the mind. That's okay. Nobody is here. That's your final day. It's okay. After normally everything is happening, no problem anywhere. It's okay. Peaceful mind is coming. That's the tranquility. What the happen is the best. Huh? It's peaceful mind. Nice feeling. No, like an angel. Like a trees. Like a birds flying sky. No, like a feather. That's a smooth. No, nothing anything. That's the real emptiness. Understand? Inside meditation, given this. Cause and effect Dharma is very important, everybody, because there's the truth in this world. So very important, this, no? Understand the truth. Okay, everybody, today time is gone. Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much, Aaron Wansi.
Yeah.
And it's so beautiful.
Yeah. It's very nice. Everybody is same now, finally.
Yeah.
That's why we are talking about loving kindness. That's guys. That's a super guys. We are talking. This is not a alignment Hindus one. This is Buddha's words. Nobody's systems. Okay. You are the everything. You are the everybody. You are not you. No ego is here. Everybody is here. Everything is like an anchor. It's okay. That's the last briefing. It's running and only no death of birth this year. These are the thoughts, everything. Thought is you understood everything. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Suranga. Thank you, Sudharma. Thank you, Kokila. Dharma friends, thank you so much. It's give this message, all of the whole world. People want this. People interested. People want truth. People want peaceful mind. Suffering. The answer is here. No death of birth. Everybody live happiness. Endless happiness. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Tomorrow, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sana Master. Sana, everybody. Today we'll start with the new book, The Truth Amma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 1. It is time to awaken to the pure truth. Let us talk a bit about the practical side of going on the path. By now, you would have listened to many sermons. I hope you analyze them all very well. You need to identify the correct path to Nirvana, and you need to recognize the correct direction towards Nirvana all by yourself. It is of extreme importance that you know the philosophy, Buddha Darshana, that the Buddha preached to the world. Without the knowledge of the basic principle, there is no path to Nirvana. Actually, we should all strive to understand the Buddha's philosophy, and we should all practice and follow the correct path to Nirvana. Everybody has to understand the Pura Bhaga Pratipada, which means that we need to understand the philosophy of the Buddha. In order to understand it, we have to listen to many sermons, and we have to associate and discuss it with a Kalyana Mitra, one who has already understood the philosophy of the Buddha and who has already realized the pure truth. We have to find out what is the truth in this world. Unless a Buddha teaches us and opens our eyes to the truth, we would never know the truth of the world. In order for us to move forward in this teaching, we believe that you have already learned and understood the philosophy of the Buddha. Sometimes many of you must not have heard about the philosophy of the Buddha, and maybe you would not have realized the pure truth either. This sermon will be of most importance to the few of you who have already listened to and understood the philosophy of the Buddha. What we are presenting to you now is more than a sermon. What we are presenting to you now is our practical experiences of following the path to Nirvana. We feel that you listen to our experiences. It will be of great importance to you. We are going to explain about how to practice and how to go on the path. We assume that you already know about how to be on the path. In future, we will be releasing many sermons about how to be on the path, and they will all be useful to clear your doubts and find the correct path to Nirvana. We will also try to reveal the path to you by describing the discourses of the Buddha. When you keep listening to these sermons, you will begin to understand the correct and the practical way to be on the path. Let us focus on the practical side on how to be on the path. We will be addressing the people who have already started to follow the path. It does not matter if you are a lay person, an ordained priest, a woman, an old person, or young person. What is of importance is that we all have a mind consciousness. If you have a mind, then you have happiness and suffering. If you have a mind, there is also a way to let go of your mind consciousness. If you have a way to let go of your mind, that means you have a possibility of attaining nirvana too. That means that there is a way to come out of suffering, and this is all that matters. It does not matter about the social status of a person who will be listening to the practical method of following the path. You can be either a king or a poor man. Both are human beings who have the fear of death. When you look at all people through Dhamma, they are all of the same nature. People are really helpless. They do not know the truth, which means they all have a false view of the world, a mithya dushtiya. As long as they are ignorant about the pure truth that the Buddha preached, they have a false view of the world, which means avidyava or ignorance. You have already understood and you already know that the outside which we see does not exist. You have heard and you already know that we live only with thoughts. You already know that the four elements that we see outside is an illusion. You also know that there is no outside. Terasana, everybody.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Shani, තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kopila, Dr. Sakundala and all Dhamma friends. First of all, let's pay homage at Aryan Wansi's feet. Shani today read 2.5 pages, actually almost 3 pages from the new book that is True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. So basically, in the introduction itself, it was mentioned this is going to be more about the practical part, how to understand the correct path to Nibbana. So in Aryan Wahanse's sermons, as we all know, it is clearly mentioned that Buddha has recommended the proper path to Nibbana as Purvabhaga Pratipada and Aparabhaga Pratipada. So if we translate it, it is the preliminary practical approach and the final stage of practical approach. So in the preliminary approach, it is actually having a thorough knowledge of this Buddhist philosophy. In other words, wisdom of truth. Or if we further simplify, one should have a clear awareness of the mechanism of 6 sensory organs and how these manifestations of the five sensory organs become real, and how we have uh, ignorantly believed that this non-existent world is real, and how the self view was created due to the mistakenly taking the power generated in the thought formation as a self vibration. And also there was reference to this taints the cell vibration that occurred in the zygote level. So all this knowledge and this is being described in different using various strategies. Once actually seeing through, as Dr. Kokila always says, sending the arrow through the mind, that is penetrate through the thought. How to penetrate through the thought? To penetrate through the thought, the message of this Kalyana Mitra or the noble teacher is vitally important. Uh, unless someone hears this theoretical aspects of Dhamma, the thought creation is always mistakenly taken as things that exist and things that are experienced by a self that exists as well. So it is important to look at the thought formation in relation to these five aggregates also, because they are uh, the biggest challenge or the biggest problem that we as humans have faced is our inability to capture the speed of the occurrence or the manifestations of these sensory faculties. That is with actually very recently uh, I studied one of the sermons of Aryan Mahalse, where Aryan Mahalse explains this fire circle, how the firing, the creation of firing. It is because this example helps all of us to understand how we take the thoughts that arise and cease instantaneously as things that exist, or that uh, that as if things. So for example, if we take the commonest example of the tree, as soon as the vibrations come together, because this is all knowledge, we because we are the eye, human eye cannot capture this speed because it doesn't have that capacity. So what happens is the 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 shape of this light connects with the sound, and we take it as a kind of something that existing in the existing outside, and on the other side the person is also there, the person who uh, sees it as, you say, that savors this sensory input, and they are ignorantly the value is also attributed. This has been repeatedly discussed here by all Dhamma friends. Surely Dr. Kokila reiterates this every day. And what happens is this can be compared to the creation of the fire ring by the spinning of the fire band. So when we take a fire band, it's just a single entity. The eye perceives something. Just to understand this, it's the single thing, single entity. But when we rotate it fast, we see a fire circle. Actually, it looks like hundreds of fire bands if we take, because we feel that from a distance, if we look at it as a fire band, there should be hundreds of fire bands. But since this is rotated so fast, we cannot capture that. We see it as a single firing. So similarly, if we look at if we see some entity and take it as real ignorantly, even without this knowledge, still it is not an existing entity. They are itself those millions, trillions of thoughts occur and cease, occur and cease. So we have to understand on this only through the by listening to sermons and through wisdom only. That is why this Yatha Bhuta Jnana, or the clear knowledge to see the reality, is important. And then basically, I was just elaborating on this preliminary stage of practical approach. When one gets a thorough understanding of thought creation and the self view and this attribution of value and so on, then the final stage of practical approach is being presented or introduced by Aryan Wahanse, paying special attention to this, actually to lead someone to liberate from the thought and this entire kind of misbelief, or actually to see the to understand the strategies behind this magic, how we have started to believe that something illusionary as if something existing and real. So practical approach is also for the to facilitate the beginners is introduced in 4 stages. I think Dr. Kokila and these Dhamma friends will further elaborate on this, and please correct if there are things to be corrected in the introduction. So let's discuss. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and all Dhamma friends.
Therun Sarnai, will pay homage to Aryan Wahanse. Yeah, so we have been discussing this now. Kind of, we discuss this every day, and the only thing is, if you are in a thought, you have to definitely know that the self-perception is there, not in the sasava level or tense level. It is there, and that's where the main problem is. That's where we are finding it difficult to feel as well. The liberation from mind doesn't necessarily mean a hard thing, because we know that even a child in year 2 or class or 7-year-old child also understood this Dhamma and actually had an internal change because of that change in the way they look at the life. So this change in the way of looking at yourself is the main thing that changes. I wanted to reiterate this just now. It came to that as well, because yesterday also we were talking. Sudharma was telling some experiences, and we were trying to discuss something on that. And I really thank everyone for putting up some experiences so that we have something to talk. So when we have an experience, we kind of put the Dhamma in a way that we understand no one or nothing is outside. It is a thought, and thought is not real. Well, I don't know. I just want to reiterate this again and again. I don't know how much I can reiterate this. Main thing here is to understand the self-perception, nothing else. Why we learn all this, or why we try to learn all this, is to understand the self-perception, understand the self-vibration, understand how this self-view happened, and at one point feel that the self-view was a wrong view. So don't forget that, because otherwise everything, you won't feel everything. You will be actually in a kind of meditative state, but samadhi doesn't change your wrong view. It's not that nothing of these sorts are changing your view. It's only darshana, that is the truth, or that is the satyajnana part, or that is the actual understanding of the self view that changes the whole way we look at the life. But if you get deviated by any chance for a second, if you get deviated into thinking that we are talking about things or people, you might get misled. It won't happen, because a lot of the time all our Dhamma friends are discussing in Zoom discussions. But even the person who will be doing the Zoom discussion momentarily might lose it and let the other person keep talking and also say, yeah, good, and all that. And momentarily lose the plot, lose the track, because we might lose the whole no self angle. Because if you don't get it properly, there will be such a strong self which is not getting shaken by anything. Am I clear? Can someone unmute unmute and speak? And, what I'm trying to say, because the person, probably like like in Lord Buddha's time, we talk about people with wrong view, but strong people who has no kind of problem with the outside. They are in a meditative state. They don't feel anything. They are okay. But the Lord Buddha's this incredible truth has a very specific message which should not be missed by anyone. If someone misses it, what is going to happen is there would be a strong self who is not going to be shaken by anything. And that's not the thing we are talking about. So yesterday also, my words didn't come properly. And I was like, why am I even, like it didn't come. And I don't know whether even it will come today. But what I'm trying to say is, momentarily, if you feel that someone is, or yourself is, going towards that path, um, the feeling that nothing is happening, and the no sadness, no problem, not angry anymore, feeling so good and calm and quiet and happy and all that, and such a big self with those all the uh, good stuff now getting stronger and stronger. This is a possibility, and we need to fight it. We need to be able to show it all the time. And if we don't, and if it doesn't come out from the whoever who does the Zoom discussion, other person will be in trouble. So trouble in the sense, it's not going to be a trouble that someone feels because that person is feeling so good. So they will be like, yeah, I feel so good. I have heard it so much in these Zoom discussions, and I can feel Aaron once is scratching his head. I'm just telling a metaphor. Like, how on earth are we going to tell this? This is not about you feeling good, not about anything like that. This is about you losing you. And if it is not happening, and if you are getting stronger with feeling so much tranquility, that is not the point here. So that's the most important aspect of this Dhamma. Aran says effort is not to highlight a self, is not anyone of his listeners to highlight a self. That is not the thing. This is to understand that there is no self. And in order to do that, we talk about all the other stimuli. Yes. Why do we talk about all the other stimuli? Is because the I, me, mine, the self-thought is similar to the chair, the sun, the moon, the brother, sister, son, daughter, all that. It's similar. It's nothing different because it's another thought. And we are talking how this thought arises in this system, how this self-thought arises. We are not talking about only the chair. But when we talk about the chair, I don't know, this happened some time back. Also, all the Zoom discussions were mostly talking about that there is nothing. But if we lose the plot, if we lose the track, we might actually go in that path and build up a very strong self and struggle so hard after that to turn back, because that person who went in the wrong track is feeling so happy, feeling so calm, feeling so good. No, who would like to turn back if you feel so good? Would you? What do you think, Surangika? Would you turn back? What do you think? Anyone can unmute and answer. Would you turn back if you feel so good? But still, if you don't feel that you are in the wrong path, that the self is getting slightly. It's a very subtle thing. This one is very subtle. But do you get the point?
Yeah, Dr. Kokila. I think that if somebody, I don't think an earnest follower who is purely on the path in search of the truth, and that should be everybody's ultimate goal, not nirvana, not anything else, but what is the truth? And if a person earnestly, in that sincere search of the truth, embarks on this path and listens to the Satyajnana true Dhamma philosophy, that person would only unknowingly, really unknowingly, slightly detour, I suppose, towards the fact of that also only to remain stagnant in a position, not, I think, to willingly pursue a point of
No, not
wanting
willingly,
to.
not
Yes.
willingly, not willingly. Definitely not willingly. No one does it willingly. But the problem is turning back.
But that is quite different to maybe people who have done concentration meditation, Dr. Kokila. There might be.
Even, have you seen in 5 a.m. Zoom discussions?
Yes, I heard that.
3 weeks, last 3 or 4 weeks, I don't know, like most of the good ones that we heard where Aramansi joins in the latter part, can you see that some of the moms are saying, actually, I feel so good, Aryan Mansa. There's no burning at all. They say that. And
Yeah, true.
it's not a lie. We say this all this time. It's not a lie. It is the truth. But then at the same time, don't you see that it is very difficult now to tell that person, could you please just stay there, don't do anything more, just calm down, just settle down and just slowly come back a little bit and think about this, no self dhamma again. But the people can get annoyed, people can get disheartened, people can get so you know upset about that, because they don't feel anything, they don't feel any problem. Definitely they don't feel any problem, they're not lying, they are actually in a good state. But that's what I was trying to say. Specifically, when we talk in a Zoom discussion, we need to touch this. If we don't touch this, it can actually go into the somebody else's kind of mind, and then those, usually mind works very fast and very, mind likes things which brings happiness, mind likes tranquility, mind likes everything. I mean, basically mind likes and dislikes, that's all mind can do. So what I'm trying to say is, if we concentrate on one aspect of Dhamma, that is Deyakne, we might actually put it to Kenekne, also to the outside, not to this side, unconsciously. Yeah, I know what you were trying to say, it's no one is actually doing this willingly. So we have to be very careful. This is from yesterday's talk, I'm bringing this now, just it happened because yesterday I think we couldn't talk about that much, but I'm trying to bring this up so that we all understand. Sometimes detours can happen because it is so peaceful, it's so good. But what is important is, if you feel that you kind of enjoying something, just understand that. But if you feel that the self view is still kind of peeking here and there, be aware about that and keep checking on this non-self angle, because it's only non-self angle that changes a person from wrong view to right view. There's no other way. No one can do anything other than that. Just because you are really doing well, you have some kind of, good, you're doing so many good things from morning to night, you worship, you do, chanting, whatever you do, a lot of stuff, and you think about Dhamma, yes, you're doing well, and you have some dhyana also, yes, that's good, some meditative states, that's also good. But this right view or samadhi is the cornerstone of Dhamma. So we need to get this properly. Why are we trying to understand that we can only perceive a shoe in our mind but not outside? What's the big deal about it? And why do we try to understand that the shoe is just a perception, and perception has no value? And why do we try to understand the eye? Because to see the shoe, you can't be blind. If you're blind, you can't see the shoe, you know that. So the actual that cycle started with the eye. So to happen to that, you have to have some vibration in the eye. And the eye vibration, you can think about it, still think about it. But what I'm trying to say is, why are we worried about a shoe? Why are we worried about shoe? Why are we worried about a chair? Why are we talking about these things? Why are we worried about a stimuli? We need to understand why we talk about these things. Why it's not just to feel free from stimuli. It's actually to understand the pathophysiology of how this happened, like how this self-view occurred. Self-view is a thought, just another thought like chair, just another thought like body, just another thought like moon. It's just another thought which has been so much, abhisankara, like, used multiple times. Like, I don't know how many stimuli have gone through from the first. If you take the first stimuli as mother, how many stimuli we have gone through in English medium, in Sinhala medium, if you know another language, whatever, how many stimuli we have. And then what did that put fuel into? It put fuel into this self-view. And it's just one thought though. And why we bother about all these things is to understand that self-view or thought about me, mine, has happened because of a perception. It's not outside. The me is not outside. That means this whole body and all that. It's not outside, but it's a perception. I is a perception. It's the strongest perception ever. Strongest perception ever. When I kept talking about, children maybe the biggest perception and all this stuff. No, the I is the greatest perception ever, which has been confirmed in each stimuli. Because as soon as the mind formed, when the mother is there, it has confirmed the me here. It has confirmed the me here. There's no doubt about that. If the tree is there, it has confirmed the me here. Even if you don't have any problem with that. Who has a problem with chair? I mean, very rarely you get a problem with chairs. Do you have a attraction toward one chair? Maybe. But usually we don't really care about the chair, do we? But why do we even think about these things? It is because the self-view or the thought about I has a root cause. What is the root cause of that? Root cause of that is, we know that the as soon as the mind formed, this problem has arisen now. This tent or sasava has a way of manifestation now, complete way of manifestation. So now the tent has the biggest power ever, because the self-perception has arisen. The tents didn't have the self-perception as such. It's a very, very faint one. But now we have the complete self-perception. Now the mother is there, I'm here. We can say bye to mother. So, oh, hi to mother in that sense. But what I'm trying to say is, if we understand the how this happens, or pathophysiology of self, you keep understanding we only go through only stimuli at one time. One time, there's only stimuli, just one stimuli, whether it's a tree, whether it's a chair. So then how this, unless we think about me, like I can think about, I am so good, I can think like that. But that's just another thought. No, I'm not talking about that. When stimuli happens, how is it reinforcing this self-thought? It is, the reinforcement has already happened. The self-perception has already reinforced because of the perception of the chair, because the self-perception is there when you feel that the chair is there. This is very subtle, very subtle. Not when you have a value. Value comes next. First you feel that the mother is there, then the value comes after some time. You keep understanding, this is my mother, my darling mother, my mother who did this much things to me, stuff like that. Or in the different way, mother didn't do anything, mother should have done this, but she didn't do that, she didn't know, she should have done that, whatever. So we need to understand this problem, how this happened. Straight away, just because of a thought arise, mother, the self view is going to take some time, because it has to happen again and again and again, and then you understand, keep understanding, and this self perception has now a better idea. I think I have tried to get this across. It is very important. Otherwise, if you are actually missing that part, put that again and again and again and again. I invite everyone. If you have forgotten this bit, put that in. It's okay. Put that in. Like even in the beginning, if you have to think about it, it's fine. Put that in if you have missed that part, because we are not trying to understand that everything is not outside. It's in the that's not the only thing. We are actually fighting here with one thought. Don't forget that. We are not fighting with the chair. We are not fighting with the sun. We are not fighting with the shoe. We are actually fighting with ourselves. And it's a big deal because of that. Because that is the most powerful thought ever in this system. And to another system, it is their thoughts about self. Well, I'll invite someone to add something about that. Devan Sanai.
I pay my homage to Aryan Mahanse, Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Pokila, and other Dhamma friends. Actually, you were trying to touch some very important, very deep facts in the path. As you already mentioned, actually, this self-perception can be identified at course levels superficially, but when it comes to the deeper levels, where, as you said, lots of mothers in the discussion say that I don't get angry anymore and I don't like this and that, I have changed like that. So those levels, actually, they have found that superficial coarse level of self-perception. So that part is actually easy to identify, and that part is easy to sort of shed. But when it comes to the final level, especially when you, as you mentioned, the sensor level, where the senses, that means the seeing and hearing and feeling, at those levels also this self vibration, that part, it is difficult. So it has to be uh, after a very thorough clearance in the true Dhamma side, that means the Darshana Samapattiya or the true Dhamma side should be cleared day by day until the arhat state. And it's like sharpening a knife. Uh, you cannot stop actually saying that I have read the books related to Darshana, or I have listened enough to Darshana, and that part is clear, because it is an ongoing process. And as you mentioned earlier, these mothers who say that I experience emptiness, I feel that there is nothing uh, is valued, and I feel that very much relaxed. Uh, Partly, I feel that now those mothers, most of them have been listening to Dhamma discussions for years and years. And the fact about this value of the uh, sensations, or value of uh, the yes, sensations, value of the those things are no more there. And when we realize that uh, value, or taking it as real, or taking it as a thing, so those things are uh, not the correct Dhamma teaching. When these people, they listen, go on listening to the same thing, phrases, sometimes they can sort of by heart what is mentioned by Aryan Mahanse. So then the mind sense itself will give kind of feeling that you experience it. Like an example now, this has been mentioned by Aryan Mahanse also. When a person is uh, bombarded with the idea that you are mad, this fellow is mad, you are mad, sort of like that, then the person himself will come to that conclusion within, okay, maybe I am mad. So in the same way, I feel that when they go on listening to these same type of explanations, same type of discussions, they feel it so. And what happens is they experience something, some kind of emptiness, but the self-perception or the self-feeling is there strongly as a tower on this side, but the other side has dissolved. So that is, I felt, one of the pitfalls that most of these listeners fall into. And as you very correctly said, it is such a nice experience, so that they don't like to uh, turn back. They don't like to uh, get down to the lower step, uh, because they feel that they are in the correct pathway, because it's so comforting. Same thing happens to the people who have been doing lots of concentration meditation, because they also, now what happens is that uh, myself, or the self perception, is very well preserved, but they experience so much of tranquility and relaxed feeling, and they reach various dhyana levels, where it becomes kind of addicted like. So this is what I wanted to add. Teruvan Saranai, somebody else can contribute or correct me.
Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kopila and Dr. Sakuntala. Thank you very much for those beautiful explanations, especially this constant reminder Dr. Kokila is making, asking us to double check uh, the the rising of the self perception and the self view ignorantly. And you were referring to yesterday's experience, Dr. Kokila. At the very moment you were explaining it, didn't quite come to me at that time, but after some time, it occurred to me like, why did I go and tell all these experiences there? As because when you said to the day before, you said so you went to the toilet in the morning, but we don't go out and tell that I did something like this, some incident like that. So I had my breakfast, or I brushed my teeth, or whatever. We don't go out and tell because it doesn't become a thing to share. What I said was no, I thought would be a good point to discuss and build up the discussion on or something I said. But why didn't I take the other thing as a good point to discuss and put it? I mean, have a, to build up Dhamma conversation. So that way, actually, that contemplation um, was very important, and so I realized it not during your explanation, but later it came. So that's very important, Dr. Kokila, all these reminders, because you never let us take it, I mean, in bits and pieces. You always remind this is the take it fully. So, and again, when I was listening, actually, yesterday I went back to the Zoom discussion and I listened to it. There, I was really surprised to hear the voice that I have used in the first portion of the Zoom discussion. I was like shouting. If Aryan Vase had been there, definitely he would have stopped me, telling it so uncomfortable. So I was just wondering, why did I speak like this? Because halfway through, the voice was so calm and normal. Then I realized, Dr. Kokila, it was raining heavily at that time and thundering. So without the involvement of the self, I don't know who has raised the voice even. It was at such a rate because if you on the other side, you might have felt so uncomfortable. So that I didn't do deliberately. This system, due to the background noise, it has gone on raising the voice, and it was like that at the end. So uh, and I have a question, Dr. Kokila. May I ask this for clarification? When it comes to self perception, Dr. Kokila, now in the thought creation, some power is generated. So we take it as they are also it it aggravates the self perception, and the taints, although there isn't anything existing, since we know that it occurred first in the zygote, uh, within there is a kind of like misconception, true, but okay, these chains are there and they are also energizing the self perception. So, is it being strengthened in two ways due to the power generated in thought creation, and on the other side, due to chains kind of misconception is there? Please explain if you can, Dr. Protila. Thiruvan Saranam.
Well, I can't say I fully understood the question, but I think I will give an answer and see whether it is the question you asked. The tense is the self vibration. When it comes to the mind level, it has a perception. It has a perception. So, in the sense, it has a nirupana. What do you call that? What do you call that? It has a
representation.
Yeah, kind of a representation, because the tense is just a vibration. There's nothing else. It's just a feeling. Feeling has no representation there. Nothing. But when it comes to the mind, with the mind, the first thought, if we take as mother, self-perception is there in a very subtle way. It is there. It's a perception now. But when it comes to the mother gets into volition and formation and develop into a like a clear thought, because mother is a perception too. Sorry, I think I made it. I'll retell again. So child gets a perception of mother first, and that level there is a, as soon as you get the self perception of mother, self perception is there. That is why I told you that day also, shoe on the doorstep means self perception is there. It just for the beginner level, not for the arahant. Beginner level, because someone can argue with me, no, there's no, that I'm not talking about an arahant. I'm talking about a beginner who has not, who is still learning this Dhamma. So perception level, because it has to be like that order, because that's how it happened, you know. The formless, where the feel, that vibration, form level is the perception level. The thought has not formed fully yet, like kind of mother perception can be there, but then when it into fully a thought, you have everything about the mother, you know, my darling mother, as I said, everything. As in the same way, as soon as the mind is formed, the perception of mother, if the perception of the mother is felt as real,
Yeah.
the self perception, if the perception of the mother is felt as real, definitely, then you will feel, you can understand that the self perception had been there. That's how it works. The self perception have no power or representation without a stimuli. That's why we talk about stimuli. That was the one, that was why I was talking a lot about that in previous few words. So that's the main thing. The mother perception, shoe perception, dog perception, whatever perception, if it is felt as real, the self perception is already there. Already there. When it comes to like a develop into a like a great thought, then I, me, mind, great thought is also there. You don't have to think about it. If you think about it, that's a different thing. Like I can think about mother, like sit down and I write a essay. Yeah, you have to think about it. That's fine. And I can write about an essay about myself. That's okay. You can think about it. I'm not telling about thinking process. I'm talking about actually like a 3-year-old child. I'm talking about the 6-week baby, and I'm talking about a 2-year-old child, or no, 1-year-old child who has the perception but not has fully formed the thought properly. And once it is kind of 7-year-old, thought has fully formed and the I thought has fully formed. Did I answer the question or did I go astray? I don't know. Did I go all over the place or did I answer the question, or is the question different?
Yes, it's raining heavily again, Dr. Kokila. I'll go back to the YouTube and listen to it. I couldn't concentrate. So I think that he said there is nothing existing as paint or anything.
It's
When the
okay. Yeah.
first thought is formed on the other side, we can't see on the other side even, the perception of I is also fully formed. Isn't it, Dr. Tosin?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. True.
Everyone said.
And
Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, can I
yeah.
just ask you
Yeah.
from the same thing? Now
Yeah.
you use the word self-perception for both levels, didn't you? I mean, for the baby's level as well as the later older child.
No. Baby's
No.
level, it's a self vibration. It's just a feeling.
Okay. Right.
Formless has no. I mean, yeah. You can't talk about. It's only. I mean, it's very difficult to say now. This is about the light also, but it's a vibration. So it's a feel you have,
Yes.
and it's formless. You can't actually have a. You don't have an idea, but yes, it is. It and no self perception is a is an unvibration. That's what I'm trying to say. It is something you have to feel. But before coming to that, you need to understand this form level properly, because as soon as if the show is there, the self perception is there. If the moon is there, the self perception is there. If it is there, in the sense, if you feel a value, but this value also, it is very subtle now. I'm not talking about even, liking the show. This is weird now, because we are not talking about liking the show or hating the show or nothing. It's about feeling that it's there. Self perception is there. Perapasunawe. There's nothing like it, just at the same time. So that's why we can't talk about we don't talk about the feel. So that's why Aranwan says it, reiterating the importance of feel, because if you're not in the feel, you don't know how much power you have, the tense or whatever, that power, the vibration power is felt properly in that formless level, not in the form level, because form level, it is in the perception level. So perception is there. If the show is there, the perception is there. But imagine, now we have to look at this too, otherwise everyone will get confused. So imagine someone actually understood this Dhamma and underwent an internal change where you go through directly, not feel the form level, directly feel the vibration and understand that it is just the consciousness of the eye, or consciousness of the ear, or the consciousness of the skin, consciousness of the tongue, consciousness of the nose, directly non-vibration arises, because it is that is actually the no self angle. That is the no self angle. If you don't come to that level, the no self angle is hidden. Actually, it's not good. It's not strong. To actually put the no self angle, you should actually get into that level. So when you put the no self angle there, then you realize, oh wow, that's just consciousness, or this feeling of a life feel, or it's a feel, just it's something you feel, life feel is a feel. The feel of existence is a feel. And that is only due to these 5 sensory organs. Definitely no self-perception or absence of self-vibration arises. If this happens, okay, imagine this happen. If this happens, immediately as soon as this happens, the continuity of this self-vibration is challenged. Continuity of this self-perception is challenged, because now there's non-self-perception, just for maybe very, very subtle, just one moment. the no self-perception is kind of felt so big, because it's very unusual. It's felt so big that it leaves like a big mark. And then after that, the no self-perception will keep, it will strengthen the whole system and change the view. Change the view. What is the view? It will automatically happen. It will change the view. What is the view? There was a continuous me coming. There was a continuous me. There was I. There was mine, the stuff, everything. This whole thing, it went to like what blasted. So now the no self-perception has done such a thing to this whole thing. The person, the self-perception or the view has changed. So now we call that person is in the path. Unless otherwise, it's very difficult to call a person actually in the path. Then now everything starts with samma, 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 right view, right thoughts, right talk, right living, right actions, right everything, because now the person, particular system, has gone through that change of understanding the no self-perception, so that system is aware that even though I feel now, after that again the continuity is felt, but even though I feel the continuity, yes, but that's not true, because there was one episode there where you felt no self-perception, and this will keep strengthening your no self-perception and the no self-anger. The whatever defilements you have has no place to plant. What can the anger do now? You will feel the anger. That's what going to happen, because even a stream winner can have anger and liking, but it happens with the habit. But that system is fully aware that it happens with the habit, but it's that correct view or right view is never going to change, because it's an experience. So then Kamraga particle slowly gets reduced. That is defilements, the cravings, and the what is it, anger, or so they get reduced, and then that happens throughout this reduction of your defilements. And in one particular time, you will keep understanding this Dhamma more and more and more and more, and you will understand that you might feel this again, and get a fully clear idea that these perceptions are actually no value at all, and it started from just one vibration. And then the interest basically interest in these sensory organs go down. That's what happens. Interest in sensory organs go down, and it keep happening and happening and happening, and at the end, the system will become that non-self perception. It's completely no self-perception then, because there is no self-vibration. Self-vibration has gone to zero. How do you feel it? You have to feel it again that whether it is zero, but because it's in the field level. So I don't know whether I did any put to that question, Dr. Sakuntala? Do you think?
Yes, I think, yes, you were trying in your best to explain because I know finding words is difficult. Just one more question, Dr. Kokila. Can it happen in a system and still uh, doesn't recognize or doesn't identify?
Yeah. But in Lord Buddha's time, there are examples of that. But the beauty? The beauty of that is that system is going to feel it again, because this no self-perception is never going to lay dormant forever. Lord Buddha says, if someone has felt this no self-perception at least once in their life, definitely they are going to become that.
So when it happens again and again, the system will be able to identify.
100%.
Is that what you're going to say?
100%.
Okay, right. That was a beautiful explanation, Dr. Kokila. Thank you.
Yeah, Surangika, do you have anything to add?
Dr. Kokila. Yes, I think as Dr. Sakuntala said, that was actually really beautiful, Dr. Kokila, that explanation. And I think to Dr. Sakuntala's point, if the system has encountered that experience, maybe that initial self-view would have been eradicated, but the rest of some of the taints might still be remaining. But then I think R.N. Valse has explained in an era where there is no, in a non-Buddha era, still that process or mechanism can emerge, and then through just a natural occurrence of some nature event can attain that final liberation, isn't it? The Pascheka Buddha example that R.M. Valse has explained.
And also a stream winner might vibrate in the human world again. Who knows?
Yes, true. Yeah.
So yeah, it's such a beautiful Dhamma. I think it is. I mean, it's. I don't know. I mean, we should be really having more ability to tell these things, but we struggle. But still, the message is one. Message is just one. Message never changes. The Aran say the message he tried to give 5 years ago, it's the same message he is trying to give now. It has never changed. Never ever changed. He's just trying to give one particular experience and how it evolves. It evolves. It keep evolving because that taints get reduced each time. Those defilements go down because there's no owner for the defilements. That's why they go down. They don't go down because you do anything. It's just the ownership is not that strong. What can you do? You have a necklace. There's no ownership. So what can that necklace do to that? That's why I want to reiterate. Actually, I wanted to reiterate this again today. That's why, because people talk about the necklace, but what actually happens is when the self view is damaged or shattered or blasted by just one moment of experience, what happens is there's no ownership. The ownership is the one which is damaged, not the necklace. Do you get the point? So the defilements, it's both ways. The necklace is already understood. That's why the person actually came that far. If someone is actually attracted to a necklace, that person can't even come to this level. Can you? Like, even for a moment, it will be difficult. But if someone actually came this far, that person has understood this Dhamma a lot. All our mothers are very suitable for these experiences because they don't have much affinity for any of this stuff. Very good. But it's just getting this puzzle correctly. It is the thing that should be reiterated in these Zoom discussions where we request them earnestly, very lovingly. We request them, try to think about this, but sometimes with our incompetence we might not be able to deliver it properly, and we are sorry about that, but we are trying our hard to deliver it so that someone gets a sense of it, because when there is no ownership, what can the defilements do? Defilements are there. It is the defilements are getting more and more because there's a self who is driving it. That's where a person who has had any of these changes is having sila or this vinaya itself. What are the English words for them? I'm not sure, but they have it. They have it without any problem. There's no rules here. That actually it is there. I think I think we are running into the Zoom as well now. Every day we run into that, but anyway. Anything to add, Surankika?
No, Dr. Gopila, I think we can continue tomorrow.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Shani, for reading the book, and I thank everyone else for coming here for a discussion which is beautiful. The discussions are very beautiful, and telling all our experiences, trying to put all this together and connect the puzzle so that someone can feel this and feel that there is no one here. And you losing you is not easy, but it is a possibility. May Triple Gem bless you, and we worship Aryan Wahanse. Theruvan Sannai.
Theruvan Sannai, Dr.
Theruvan
Gopila,
Sannai.
Theruvan Sannai, Dharma friends. Theruvan Sannai, Aryan.
Everyone, Saranai, Dr. Kotala, and everybody.
from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpada Aryani, Buddothpada Aryani. Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada Aryani, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night, the fear is gone. Buddothpada Aryani, Buddothpada Aryani. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Aryani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada Aryani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpada Aryani, Buddothpada Aryani, Buddothpada Aryani, Buddothpada Aryani. Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love, radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining glow. Buddothpada. liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath, wisdom of Asia ever glow. Buddothpada. Dispelling darkness, breaking night, dispelling ignorance with light, dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion opening all eyes. Wisdom of Asia, steady flow. Buddothpada. Truth of life and truth of mind, truth no time can leave behind, truth of birth and death made clear, the path of peace is always near, wisdom of Asia ever we go. Buddothpada, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light, you reawakened Buddha's way. The Sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpada. is not a dream, it flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpada, you show the path through gentle boats and sermons vast. Buddothpada, loving and kind.
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it. And the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpada, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpada, change the way this life is known. Nothing truth we've never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpada, Aryan Wahanse showed the way by asking sea. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken, and nothing was the same.
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of this planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I'm presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse, showing a clear and steady path to overcome the samsaric journey created in the human mind and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation of Sermon 8, self-translated Darshana Samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy, preached by Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse 5 years ago. You should follow this path unshaken. You should follow this path to Nibbana unshaken. You have a great courage, bravery. By practicing this true Dhamma, listening to Aryan Vahanse's preachings and practicing the 4 contemplations and see the thoughts are appearing and disappearing and the method how the thoughts created. With all these experiences, you have a great courage, bravery to follow this path. Surely you can go in this path. There is no barrier for the seekers. You may be in a lay life, leading a lay life. You will come to Geyasita Somanassa, Geyasita Domanassa, then Geyasita Upeka. In Dhamma, it is described a lay people's mind. Geyasita means the lay people's mind who are living in homes. His mind is sometimes having the somanassa. That means happy in the mind, happiness. Sometimes in domanas, unhappiness. Then understand the domestic mind is sorrowful, and after listening to this Dhamma, your mind become Geyasita Upeka. That means a lay person who is following this path to freedom, path to Nibbana, once his mind is in a happy state and then it has gone to an unhappy state, then after listening this Dhamma, that person's mind become Geyasita Upeka. That means domestic mind come to a position of equanimity, impartiality after hearing this Dhamma, redeeming from those 2 sides, 2 extremes. That is duality. Nekkammasita somanassa, nekkammasita domanassa, nekkammasita upeka. Nekkammasita in the sense, the people who are in the robes, maybe in the robes or some kind of that they are not living in the lay that means not living in this normal life, not leading the normal lives. They are like the monks and the people who are searching for this Dhamma. They are called, they have a kind of a nekkammasita. That means they are always searching. Their main duty is to searching the Dhamma. That kind of people also has this nekkammasita somanassa, nekkammasita domanassa, and nekkammasita upeksha. That means morally good mind, wholesome mind, skillful thoughts and intentions also may be happy at times and maybe at sorrow sometimes. Also, after hearing this Dhamma, they will also have this equanimity. This is not, this cannot be seen physically outside, because it's a kind of a mind state where you are and what it is not applicable. Mind is important, and it is important to redeeming from the mind. Where you are staying is not applicable, and what you are doing is also not applicable, because the people are leading a lay life. Even they can earn money, they can work hard and earn money, they can live in their household premises, and they can do what they can lead a normal life. Also they can listen to this Dhamma and practice this path to Nibbana. Therefore, where you are and what it is, what you are not doing is not applicable for this path to Nibbana. Mind is important, and it is important to redeeming from the mind. Now, the seekers are trying to redeem the mind from mind. Therefore, here the mind is the important factor. You will feel that your mind is redeeming. Realizing the truth is important. Once you listen to this true Dhamma, truth of the humanity, you will realize your mind is redeeming. By realizing the truth is the only important thing in this world. That is enough. Mind redeeming from mind should happen. Spiritually developing your mind is important. We are trying hard. All the seekers who are following this path to Nibbana are trying to develop their minds spiritually. That is the important factor. At that point, you will find Nibbana. When you are in the process of developing your mind, then you will be reaching to the level of Nibbana. Nobody can stop it. Nobody can stop it. It's on your hand. How to practice the path to Nibbana? Describing like this to be a courage for you. Aryan Vahanse is explaining how to practice the path to Nibbana. Describing by Aryan Vahanse. Like this will be a courage for you and me, the seekers. We thought of presenting you. Yes, Aryan Vahanse is always presenting the truth to the seekers. We have taken a big effort. Also, we practiced samatha, one-pointedness meditation for a very long period of time and practiced it very much. Aryan Mahanse is explaining. Aryan Mahanse has taken a big effort to reveal this truth again. Also, Aryan Mahanse practiced samatha, one-pointedness meditation according to Veda for a long period of time and practiced it very much. We had so many experiences about these meditations in Veda. Aryan Mahanse is telling, Aryan Mahanse is having many experiences about these Veda meditations. Made mistakes happened amounting to sound dune. We know you will also make mistakes like us. Aryan Mahanse is telling, while practicing this path, Aryan Mahanse also made mistakes so many times, like sand in the earth, so many times. Like that, when practicing this path, we may also make that kind of mistakes. That is why about the words we are talking, in each and every syllable, there is something for you to gain, definitely. Aryan Mahanse is telling such a way, very hard way, Aryan Mahanse has having practiced and having so many experiences. Therefore, each and every word Aryan Mahanse is talking and each and every syllable in those talks, there is something for us to gain, definitely, as seekers. Somebody with experience and having experienced directly and perceived, describing these facts, they are not mere words. They have a big meaning. Like Aryan Mahanse, somebody like Aryan Mahanse with experience and the having experienced directly, perceived and describing these facts, they are not mere words. They have a big meaning. As human beings, we must be able to see through them with our wisdom to understand. These are not mere words, they have a very big meaning inside it. It is serious, profound, solemn in the universal elements. Talking about the creation of mind consciousness element is very profound. Aryan Mahanse is telling the true Dhamma is very serious and profound, solemn. Also, talking about the creation of mind consciousness element in the universal element is very profound. You should be trained. Lord Buddha has imposed practical experience to overcome this sansaric journey. So, all the seekers should be trained, well trained. There are 4 steps: dukkha, sorrow, samudaya, the origin of suffering, nirodhaya, ending, cessation, margya, path to freedom. 4 steps. First, to understand the sorrow, dukkha. Then samudaya, the origin of suffering, seeing the origin of suffering, nirodhaya, ending, cessation of suffering. And last, margaya, the path to freedom from suffering. Toward Satara Satipatthana, the 4 foundations of mindfulness. Why there should be a practical experience needed. Nature of our mind is always trying to act according to the habits. As we all know, we all have different kinds of habits from our childhood. So habit means actions that we are doing regularly, and those actions become habits. And there should be a practical experience needed, because the nature of our mind is always trying to act according to the habits. And mind may fallen down to sorrow. That means mind is creating thoughts, and if we are trying to fulfill the thoughts according to the mind, we will definitely fallen down to sorrow, as so many thousands of lakhs of billions of people are doing and suffering in this human world. Therefore, to redeem the mind, we should practice the practical experience through the correct direction. That means we have to practice our mind through the correct direction now, because mind has gone in a wrong direction. Because of that wrong direction, suffering is creating and suffering is happening. This Nibbana is arising in this way. The practical experience through the correct direction and listening to Dhamma will take us to the Nibbana, and Nibbana used to arising in this way. Otherwise, in this also, Mara Sanya, evil perceptions can happen. Yes. While listening to Dhamma and while practicing also, there should be evil perceptions there. Therefore, we must be very careful to do our practices through the correct direction. When you are practicing this path to Nibbana, at a time you may clinging to heavens. Nowadays, each and every, there are so many meditation centers in this Sri Lanka and in this world. Most of them are practicing to go to heaven or to Brahmaloka or some unknown territory where that is completely false imaginations. Therefore, while practicing, we have to be very careful, because there is no heaven up there and there is no Brahma realm up there. Every realm, 31 planes of existence are also in our mind. To see the Nibbana, we have some more things to discuss about. Aryan Mahansa is telling. To see the Nibbana, we have some more things to discuss about. Before that, we must understand where we are, and then we will have to start our journey from there. Yes. Now we have come to a certain point, and before going further, now we must understand it in which position we are in the path. We must understand where we are, and then we will have to start our journey from there. Otherwise, this will be confused to you. That means all the time we have to get clarifications from our Kalyana Mitra, because there are no paths for mind. Like in this world, there are no architectural systems to roadmaps or something like that. There's no roadmap. According to our Kalyana Mitra, we are listening and practicing and just passing through the path to Nibbana. Therefore, all the time we must see where we are, whether we are going in the correct direction or we are in the incorrect direction. We will have to check all those. Now we will have to practice. Myself and yourself have come to a level according to the discussions we had. Aryan Vahanse is telling. That means Aryan Vahanse and all the seekers of Dhamma, practitioners of Dhamma, are now come to a level according to the discussions Aryan Vahanse had. That means that is the last level where we are seeing and redeeming the objectives coming through our duality daily activities. That means the position now we are means where we are seeing and redeeming the objectives coming through our daily activities. There are a lot of activities we are engaged in our day-to-day life, and while in those activities there are so many perceptions, objectives are coming through, and now we are in a position to seeing those perceptions, objectives, and redeeming redeeming from them. That is our position in the path to Nibbana. This fact is very important. This fact is very important. Here you should have a huge power to individually stand, not taking much interest about what others do. That means we are living in a mundane world, though we are practicing path to Nibbana. We are living in the mundane world, and we are living with the people who are not listening to Dhamma, or you are not practicing this path. We are living within them. Therefore, we should have a huge power to individually stand, not taking much interest about what others do. Yes, what others do is not our business. We shouldn't think about those things. We shouldn't feel about those things. We are in a different path. So, for that, we should have a huge power to individually stand. A big crowd is going to the hell. Though these people are not knowing, on this planet Earth, billions of people are trying to go to hell. Their way of living, their practices, and their habits will definitely take them to the hells. Therefore, a big crowd is going to the hell. They are going in a Anusotagami path, the path that goes with the flow. That means the path that goes with the mind flow. What the mind says they are doing to satisfy the mind, to satisfy the sensual pleasures. Therefore, they are definitely going to hell after leaving, as soon as they leave their bodies. You are turning into the Patisotagami path, but you are not like that. You are turning to the other direction, the path that goes against the flow, upstream path. That means you are in the upstream path, the path that goes against the flow. A very few share of the earth soil. That means such a big, huge soil is on this planet Earth, and a very few share is in this path, the upstream path. This journey is a Sandittika journey. That means our journey to Nibbana, the practical path to Nibbana. According to Aryan Vahansin, it is a Sandittika journey, which is immediately verifiable through one's own experience. That means when we are practicing this path to Nibbana, we can immediately verifiable through our own experience. You should prepare this journey for you. Nobody is preparing this journey for us, for the seekers. The Kalyana Mitra Aryan Vahanse is giving the schedule, giving the correct instructions. We must always prepare our journey for ourselves. While you are in this journey, the people around you are starting to mess things up, may create confusion, may cause disorders towards you. That is true, because the people around us, they are starting to see us in a different angle, and they don't like the way we are living, and they start to do things against us. They are messing things up. They definitely they are creating confusions, causing disorders towards us. Therefore, we must very carefully understand. Thousands of people are going on the road somewhere unknown destination. We are slowly moving in the other direction. So these people doesn't like that, because our path is different. Our way of living is different. That they can feel it. They can see that. Thereafter, they are creating problems. Even relations, they are feeling jealousy and they are making stories. I personally had that kind of experiences. We are somebody, that means there is nobody in this world for us, like always we are alone, but that aloneness is very good for our journey. You must be in your journey to freedom without clinging to the people around you and their tricks. Yes, everything around us are tricks, because all of them are, all of the things, maybe most of the things are evil perceptions. Most of the things are tricks. Therefore, we must be very careful without clinging to the people around and their tricks. Very carefully, we have to go on our journey. Actually, this is a very innocent effort, very innocent attempt. Yes, that we know. We don't want to harm anybody. We are just trying to go out from this sansaric journey, the cycle of death and rebirth. That is a very innocent effort, very, very innocent attempt with the pure heart. The presentation, submission we do through language is also very innocent. Aryan Vahanse is telling. The presentation and submission Aryan Vahanse is doing through the language is also very innocent, because it is very hard to describe this path to Nibbana by using languages, because everything in that path is directly applied with the feelings. Though these facts are very deep, profound, serious, but our presentation is very humble and very gentle. Aryan Vahanse is telling this awakened Dhamma by Aryan Vahanse, and the truth is, all these facts about truth are very deep and profound and serious, but Aryan Vahanse's presentation is very humble and gentle. That we can feel when listening to Aryan Vahanse. We can feel that how he is trying to give these presentations to everybody in a humble way, without even thinking about himself. You will not feel it, but we are not clashing with anything. Aryan Vahanse is telling. Aryan Vahanse is not going to clash with anything. We are not going for that kind of things. There is no need for us. Without clashing with anybody, Aryan Vahanse is giving this true Dhamma to ourselves, the seekers, in a very humble and very innocent way. We know there is nothing outside. Everything we see is a creation of our own mind. Everything we see, everything we feel, everything we hear, everything is, there's nothing outside. Everything is a creation of our mind that we know now. Therefore, those things are no use for us, because the outside people, the people who are thinking this world is permanent, and the people, those things are not for us. Those things are not applicable for us. There's no use for those things. If we are incompetent, unskilled, there's no journey for us. Though we are listening to this true Dhamma and doing practices, if we are not, if we are incompetent or unskilled, there is no journey for us. That always we should keep that in mind. Therefore, very carefully we must go through this path. There is no need for us to show anything by shouting, dancing, or make whistling sounds or hissing. There should be a huge power inside your mind. Yes, that means very silently. We should have a power inside our mind, and we must always keep very in a very calm way. We should do our practices and listening Dhamma. There's no need for us to show anything by shouting that we are listening to this true Dhamma and we are going in this path like that. No need of telling this to anybody. Just keeping quiet and finding our way beyond. You are giving the solution for your sansaric journey, the circle of rebirth and death. Yes, it's up to you. This is up to ourselves, all the seekers. We are, Aryan Vahanse is telling, you are giving the solution for your sansaric journey. Yes, we are finding our solutions for this circle of rebirth and death. In an unceasing sansara, endless cycle of rebirth and death, no use of rebirth and death like flies, as you may know. Flies are all over in our places. They are just dying, and like that, there is useless to birth and rebirth and death like flies in this endless sansaric journey. We have heard a verse. We have heard a verse from our young age. In Sinhala, it's called Ekapun Sandin Duruvelova Gananduru. Nekataru Resin Elesatanoma Veyaduru. Aryan Vahanse is telling. One moon can dense darkness in the distant world with lot of stars will not do the same. Yes. The seeker in the path is like a star. But as the moon is like our Aryan Vahanse and showing the path to us, dense in the darkness in the distant world. Aryan Vahanse is showing light to our darkness world and showing the light. So there's no use of being a star because stars will not do the same. One moon can dense darkness in the distant world with lot of stars will not do the same. No use of so many stars appeared in the sky. Like that, no use of rebirth and death so many times. Only one you need. This is truth in this world. To end your sansaric journey, you need only one. That is the truth in this world. Therefore, no use of so many stars appeared in the sky. Like that, no use of rebirth and death so many times. It gives only suffering, endless suffering. Therefore, you need only one. That is this truth in this world. The sansaric journey, rebirth and death cycle in this dark world. To stop that, you need is the light of that truth. You feel it once, it may be sufficient. When you are hearing the truth, you feel it. This is the light. This is the light to end our sansaric journey, the rebirth and death cycle in this dark world. To stop that, we need the light of truth. That is the truth in this, only truth in this world. While listening, you may feel that this is the only thing to overcome suffering. Then it may be sufficient for you. When the light of wisdom appears, there is no space for the darkness of ignorance. Yes, like the moon, when the light of wisdom appears, like our Aryan Vahanse, our Kalyana Mitra, light of wisdom appears like the moon in the sky. There is no space for the darkness of ignorance in our worlds created in the mind. You are keeping full stop for this non-stop cycle of rebirth and death. Now, by listening to true Dhamma and practicing the practical contemplations and watching the mind and understanding the thoughts with the wisdom, now you are, as a seeker, now you are keeping full stop for this non-stop cycle of rebirth and death. This is your last great existence. Aryan Mahansa is telling everybody who listens and follow this path to Nibbana under his guidance, this is the last great existence. Thank you, Aryan Mahansa. This will be your last and first existence. This sentence, we will talk about it in the near future and we will start talk from that point, Aryan Mahansa is telling. Again, we are reminding you this activity process is something else and intentions are something else. Again, Aryan Mahansa is telling, Aryan Wahanse is reminding again this activity process in this six sense system and the intentions appearing in the mind, that means the power, mind power is something else. Activity is something else and the intentions are something else. Separate the thoughts, intentions, and the activity process individually, one by one, and move on your path. Yes. We must always separate the thoughts and intentions, and the activity process. Activity process is something different. That is called action mind. Thought process is something different. That is intentions are all combined with mind consciousness. Always we must be able to separate both sides individually, one by one, and move on your path. Because from the beginning, from the start, from the childhood, there were so many clashes. That means activity process is always clashing with the intentions. That is how we came with sufferings. Now we are able to separate the thoughts and intentions and in one side and activity process in another side. See them through your wisdom while moving. Yes, we must be able to moving in this path to freedom. We must always use our wisdom to see through the thoughts and intentions separately and the activity process separately. That is the wisdom we should use and going going while moving to the in the path to freedom. See the activity process happening without thinking. Yes, we can always see that. Now we are able to see the activity process is happening without thinking. That means we are breathing without thinking. Like that, while working also, while walking on the road, it's happening without thinking. That walking activity is something happening without thinking. When we are eating also like that, we are eating what is there without thinking. And when we are thirsty, we are drinking water or some other thing without thinking. And when we are sleeping without thinking. When we are cleaning the floor, sweeping the floor, it is just an activity process. We are not thinking, it's just happening. Just to start it, we are cooking, happening without thinking, just cooking. Dishwashing, we are dishwashing without thinking. We are washing our clothes, we are drying them up without thinking. Like that. Each and every activity happening, we must see the activity process happening without thinking. Then there is a big relief also because there are no thoughts clinging to that activity process and we are in a harmony. We are in our day-to-day life, we are doing all the activities with the harmony because the thoughts are not giving us troubles. See the activity process happening without thinking. Can't impose by a word. Can't impose from where we see. Yes. Now we all these, as you know, we should have this wisdom. We should have the wisdom to see all this. While practicing this path, wisdom is slowly arising within our mind. The wisdom is arising through our feeling. That is why Aryan Mahansa is all the time telling to try to improve the path of feeling, because feeling has this feeling is increasing this wisdom. ලෝකෝත්තර ප්‍රඥාවමයි සියල්ල දැකිය හැක්කේ. In Dhamma, it's Aryan Mahansa is telling. This can be seen through transcendental wisdom, supramundane wisdom only. Yes. Without having this wisdom, we cannot see what is happening inside our mind. The wisdom I has to appear. First, from the beginning, we had this concentration thing. Concentration is slowly arising to the wisdom, and through feeling the wisdom is increasing. So once we have this transcendental wisdom, supramundane wisdom, we can see all this. Otherwise, just a person in this mundane world, he doesn't know what his mind is. He doesn't know how to see the mind, how to see the thoughts, because he is just running around the minds. That means the mind says, go and do this, go and get this, like this. He is running behind the thoughts. And normal person in this mundane world doesn't know to watch the mind even, because he haven't heard this true Dhamma. In that way, we are very much fortunate to hear this Dhamma, because very rare. Truth is very rare in this world. In the Buddha era also like that. Lord Buddha was trying hard by walking through deserts even, by walking thousands of miles for giving this Dhamma to even to one few people even. He used to go to see a person and giving the Dhamma, the people who are having wisdom without thinking of himself. Not like nowadays, there are no vehicles to go by walking. Lord Buddha and Arahants, thousands of Arahants, very hard, tried very hard by walking one place to another place without having proper meals oven, even proper arms even. They used to go around the world as far as they could, and they were able to spread this truth some far, and so many were able to find the truth and go beyond the sansaric circle. Nowadays, there's no need to go by walking because we have several ways to convey this truth around the world with this internet, through this internet, through Facebook, YouTube, like that. Aryan Mahanse has preached more than 12,000, nearly 13,000 preachings of true Dhamma around the world. People can hear from each corner of the world. And now we are trying to give this message with Aryan Mahanse and all the other practitioners in English language 24 hours in 24/7. That means 24 hours, 7 days. That means non-stop Dhamma in the global language, English language, to understand people who can understand English. So this is the best gift we can give it to the world to end the sufferings of others. Now, for today, I am going to conclude this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada, Aryan Vahanse. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship at Aryan Mahase's feet. Tiruvasarnai Aryan Mahasa. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, and may our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is the discussion session that we are having every day from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time as a part of the Buddothpada POTV English channel, which is there around the clock. And these 2 hours reserved for the questions or doubts that any of the listeners have, and we can discuss those matters here because we know that the noble friends help is something that Lord Buddha was so greatly appreciated, and Lord Buddha said that without the noble friends help, the understanding of this truth is simply not possible. It depends 100% on the noble friend. That was Lord Buddha mentioned that as a reply to Ananda Thero, who asked this question, and Ananda Thero asked, isn't 50% of the understanding of this truth depends on the noble friends guide us? Then only Lord Buddha said that no, Ananda, it's 100%. So that is why it is important actually to come up with your doubts and questions in these discussion sessions. We are trying in our best to do the justice to whatever the question. In case if it is not possible, we can always direct the doubts to our RN Vahase and then get the clarification. Because this Dhamma path actually, so many pitfalls are there, so many barricades, so many wrong paths are there, because this mind sensor is so, I would say cunning, because so many incorrect things can be seen as correct pathways. A person might say that I feel very comfortable, I feel very much relaxed in my day-to-day work, and I think I have understood the whole of this Dhamma, and I have got the inner transformation. So many people say that they are quite okay and they have no fire or burning with any of the stimuli in the day-to-day work, day-to-day functions or activities. So which is actually something which cannot be accepted. So that is why asking questions and getting it clarified with the help of the noble friend is an utmost important thing. So we invite any friends who are listening at this moment via YouTube or other means. Please join us, because this has to be actually a discussion session rather than us just talking on some topic. Because you can listen to the sermons throughout the day, and this is the only time that is reserved for questions and answers. So we can start the session. I don't know whether there are any topics that can be brought up for discussion today. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor. Today morning, Aryan Mahanse discussed about the power of non-form world. If you can explain something.
Yes, I will brief it in the way that I have understood. Our other two Dhamma friends also have joined, so maybe they can correct me. Yes, it's basically what is starting from the zygote level. And you may have listened that, and also in several other sermons also he mentioned that it is something that telepathizes to the zygote level, where the vibration of the zygote, which is related to the genetic factors, and that vibration becomes equal or resonated but to another vibration, maybe from somewhere, but something similar will be vibrated there, and that is the push that helps the zygote to grow. So that is the uh, formless level, or the arupaya, what is described as arupaya. So it is basically the power or a current, and that is being brought forward, uh, and also we call it taints, or the sasava, which is manifested in the form of uh, eye consciousness, ear consciousness, the five consciousness that occurs at the sensor level. And if I say how it is indicated, how it is manifested at that level, the baby, when the baby is experiencing light, sound, and the other three sensations, the taste, smell, and the skin sensations, uh, the baby feels that the self is there. So that is a self vibration at that level. And the speed is something that is talked about right from the beginning. So because of the speed, the baby feels that there is a light. There's no thought formation at that level, but he feels that there is something. Uh, so that is why they react at that age. When you hang a colorful toy or a merry-go-round on over the cot, you can see that the baby is looking at it and seems to be showing some facial expressions also to indicate some happiness about that. And we know that the babies respond to the sounds when the mom calls from the distance. They respond. Even if they can't turn the head, still they will indicate by sort of stopping the kicking of the legs, or some form of indication will be there. So in other words, there is in a very subtle way, baby feels that something is there. So same as for the other three senses also. Particularly we notice that when there is a wet nappy, uh, the baby indicates that some discomfort. So in other words, that is actually the initial manifestation of this taints, or the arupaya, or the formless level. And this is further, when the thoughts are formed, that is what progresses to the level of the ashrava, or the defilements. So this taints, or this arupaya, runs throughout. So until, if the person reaches the arhathood, that is the level where this arupaya is completely disappeared, completely vanished. So until that time, the arupaya is always there. And we described about the three levels: the sensual world, the form world, and the formless world. So formless world is what I was talking about now. If the sensual world is there, that means if you like something, if you want to maintain something, if you want to have something, that is in other words, that is a external world which has been taken as real. That is the sensual world. And what is created in the mind uh, as thoughts is the formless world, which means the sensor level. So when when the sensual world is there, all other all three layers are functioning. And if only the form world is there, that means the sensor level, still the formless thing is active. So formless is, in other words, it's a current or that power of feeling that something is there. So Champa, anything else to, I don't know whether that was clear enough for you.
Yes, doctor, it's clear. I
So
just thought of.
that is the responsible current which is continued in the samsara journey. So that is what will, at the end, that is what will resonate or synchronize to another zygote. Or
Yes.
so that is that is what is continued throughout. So when the current is completely gone, that is a level of the Arhat state where there is nothing to synchronize to another birth. There was a night, Dr. Kokila or Surangika. I don't know whether you would like to add anything else to what I said.
Yes, listen to that.
There was a night, Dr. Kokila. Are you talking? We can't hear you.
No, I was asking whether Surangika has listened to that.
Ah,
Can you
sorry.
hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear now. Yes. Actually, today morning only, he was talking about this, and then he talked more about this, the pre-Buddhist era also. Isn't it, Champa? He was talking about 5,000 years ago, those
Yes,
things,
doctor.
how
Pyramid
advanced.
things and like that.
Mm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so the main challenge is also catching this vibration. That's the thing. Feeling it and letting it to be zero.
There was something that I wanted to clarify actually about this current being transmitted. Now, I remember.
Transmitted.
Sorry, sorry.
There is
No.
transmitting.
Synchronizing. No, sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, Arana has said that at the time of the end of this physical body, if there is any current left, that means a normal person like us, if there is any current left, that if there is a similar vibration somewhere, it will synchronize to that. If there is no
That's the
similar,
last thought.
yeah,
Nothing
Chutisita,
to do
yes.
with the body, actually. It's the last
No,
thought.
nothing to do with the body, but at the time of the death of the
No,
physical
that's the
body, the last
last. No. Don't talk like that, because then the attention goes to the body.
body.
What happens
Okay.
is it's the last thought. It doesn't matter what is, even now it is the last thought.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a bit difficult to understand, but this is the last thought. But anyway, yeah, last thought. What is the question with the last thought?
Yeah. Now, in the state of Arhat state, there is no more current left, and there won't be a vibration anyway, isn't it? That's clear. So he mentioned, Aramnanse mentioned that if there is no similar vibration to synchronize with, now the vibrations are also not something persisting. And then at some point, if the causes meet together, again the vibrations can come up. And in the Arhat state, that causes will not come up at any stage. So that the vibration also will not come up at any stage. I don't know whether I'm clear enough.
No, actually, that is because there is no vibration here. Here and now, there is no vibration in
No
Arhat.
vibration, yeah.
So how can there be a synchronization?
Yeah, he also said that it is only this power which is there, power which is remaining here at the time of that Chutisita or that last thought. He talked about that power. Power means actually it's a vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, if the power is there, vibration is there, vibration is there, power is there.
Power is there,
But what
right?
is your question?
No, in the now.
What made you to ask a question in there?
Now, if there is no similar vibration to synchronize at that Chutisita level.
No, you don't care about the actual synchronization to something else. What is the importance is whether there is a vibration here or not. We can't control whether there is similar. Definitely, there will be similar vibrations. This frequency can synchronize at any time. The time difference is a different thing. We can't
That
actually.
that is what I want to ask. That time difference.
You are actually confusing it with the Arahant. So don't confuse the Arahant here. If you are taking an Arahant, you can't talk about an Arahant. There is no vibration here.
No, that's clear to me. Arahant state, I know that there is no
We can't.
vibration,
Yeah.
no
The normal
nothing.
person,
Yeah.
yes, what is the problem?
Yeah, problem now you said what is the time gap. You were talking about the time gap.
No, we
That is
can't talk about a time gap when the synchronization is there. If you are actually talking about Arupa Dhyana or the level of Asanya, there will be like you, because you are looking at, because we are talking like this, it looks like as there's a time gap. There's nothing because there's no vibration there. When the vibration arises, how do you know the vibration arises? There should be a synchronization for the vibration to arise also. I don't know whether I'm getting it correct here. So, seeing, what do we call seeing? Seeing is synchronization of the vibrations.
Yeah.
Same thing. If there is a non-vibration, not non-vibration, level where the vibration has suppressed, like in a sleep, just imagine. It is being suppressed. It is not manifesting. That's all. It's very easy to understand in that way. It's not manifesting. But how do you know whether it is manifesting? There has to be a synchronization to manifest. It should be a kind of some form of synchronization. The manifestation is there when the synchronization is there.
Okay.
Otherwise, how can you even see? When you say seeing in normal life, when we say seeing, it is synchronization again. But imagine, I mean, this is a metaphor only, don't take it too hard. But if a person is, just imagine sleeping, there can be limited with the dreaming and all that. So just imagine that nothing happened, there were no dreams, nothing. Then imagine that there's no, how can you talk about a vibration?
Right, okay.
I
But
think I was looking from the other angle.
yes,
Yeah, yes. From the
100%
yeah, wrong side, I think. You were
wrong
talking from
side.
the opposite side. I was talking from this side. Yes, true. Yeah. Thank you. Anyway, that's
But at
clear.
least you get it now, because
Mm,
when I try, this is the thing with
mm,
discussion. That is the good thing about the discussion. Like
mm.
the angle we see is the difference,
Yeah.
because we can discuss it in this angle. Or you can become the vibration and try and feel what happens. You can't
Mm,
talk about a vibration unless this synchronization happens early in the morning. The synchronization should happen to talk about even seeing. Like seeing is synchronization. Seeing is the vibration.
mm, 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 mm. Yeah.
Yeah, that තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
There was
That
some,
just like Karan Mahansa says, when you say no chair, that means the chair is there. When you say there is no time gap, that means you have assumed that time is real, isn't it?
Mm, yeah.
No, if you become the vibration, then it is easy. Otherwise, you looking at it from somebody else's angle, then there is a problem. Then then you feel like someone's vibration stopped, and then that vibration woke up after 80 kalpas. That's not what actually. If you are the vibration, in the sense, if you have become the vibration, just imagine it's the how we talk about this understanding the chains or the feeling the chains, the same thing. That kind of chains, you the manifestation is there when there is a synchronization, basically a perception. But the thing is, this there is no gap as such. But we when we talk about it, there's a gap like that, because in asanya we feel like that vibration is somewhere there hiding. No, there's
Mm,
nothing. There's nothing. If you talk about that, there's nothing. But suddenly there is a possibility of arising. Then only, if when arised, only you can talk about it. But the Lord Buddha, what Lord Buddha is saying, even if you are in Arupa Dhyana, that for 80 kalpas also, whatever the long time, we don't know even how to say that 80 kalpas, but whatever that long time, there's no vibration. Still, there's definitely 100% there. This is going to vibrate somewhere again. And he said 100% it is going to go to Nire. That is
mm, mm.
kind of the lowest realm with highest vibration. This
Potential is
becoming,
there, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah.
Mm,
The non-form world, you have to feel that. Then only you can actually kind of understand the whole thing. It's a good question actually from Dr. Sakuntala, because if you are in the what do you call it, in the film hall,
mm,
you can describe the film, but if you are an actor, it's different. Like it is different. But when one looks at it from the side, we feel everything feels like with the time and all that. non-vibration is not suppression of vibration.
Yes, okay.
It's a bit deep thing, but Arana said today morning also, now he is fully attacking the non-form level, so everyone is into it anyway now, whether we like it or not.
Yeah,
It's
he mentioned
beautiful.
that. No, he's talking more about that today morning also. He said that I'm
Yeah.
explaining more about formless world.
And also, I don't know whether it is, yeah, I think when you were telling something just before, the Arupa Raga is what is, so how do I say this? Affinity for vibration is the thing that you are losing, because you fully understand the whole thing. And then that leads to the dissociation of the, or cessation of the suffering. Like that is the end part, the Manoddacha Vidya kind of thing. I'm not the expert to say anything about these areas, but what I'm trying to say is, if what actually first you understand is actually there's nothing is there for you, for the craving, because it's I don't know whether we can use the craving for raga, but it is kama raga, rupa raga, arupa raga.
Arupa raga.
So
Yeah,
the raga
craving
raga is the what is losing, and then the vibration is going to non-vibration. That's actually the part of the whole that thing is the whole field side. But this can be felt in one vibration, one stimuli, sorry. And then anyway, this departments, that is raga part, the whole everything will start to dissolve. Did you listen to that, Sarangika, today morning?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, although I was listening while I was working, I remember him saying about the Sumerian age, and about how much they feel and all that kind of thing. But that point you said about Aruparaga is...
No, he didn't talk about Aruparaga. I
No,
was
he
trying to
didn't
say,
talk about it. Yeah.
no, why I said that was, there was a word from Dr. Sakuntala which came out while talking a few minutes ago. She said something about it, which I can't even remember now, but she said something about it. She like kind of meant that, first, I'm just trying to highlight the first thing to go is the craving for the form level, because you fully realize that it has nothing to do with anything. It is just the vibration of the sensory organ. So the
craving for the formless, you mean? Form.
Yeah, formless.
Formless,
Form has to be,
gone also.
if the craving for form is there, anyway, the formless is there anyway. If the craving for the sensual world is there, anyway, the other two are there.
Everything is there, yeah.
So how would the craving go? The whole thing has to be fully realized beforehand. Kind of, that's when the path starts.
It's becoming very, very clear, isn't it, Dr. Kokila, that everything lies in the philosophy. Understanding the Satyajnana is absolutely, I don't know if there's anything else actually.
Yeah, it
Even
is
the
only the philosophy, I think, in the end.
Vidarshana is a practical application of the Satyajnana. So I mean,
And he said a
if you,
beautiful thing about
yeah,
some mother, I don't know whether it's last night or today morning, that he was talking about people mistakenly thinking about going into concentration meditative states and not knowing that it's a concentration meditative state. He said that is the akusala, that is the non-skill or kind of not skillful, not
yeah,
knowing
I
that it
think I
is a,
heard it. Mm.
I don't know this last night, but it was a beautiful part. That is the problem. It takes
And
time though. It takes time. You go through this
mud,
part and you do
yeah,
every mistake will happen, and you kind of realize that it was a meditative state, and after that you're not going to get fancy about the meditative states.
yeah. What he said was that the unfortunate part of it is people don't know the philosophy, and then they sit for meditation, and then because of that they do the wrong
No,
meditation.
even Aranhan says listeners also can fall into that category if they are not keen enough on the philosophy part, because everyone is keen in different aspects. Some mothers are very keen. They are very keen actually. They might they're maybe more keen than us. But the thing is, they're not getting the full essence of this. And then as soon as they get a meditative state, they think, this must be the thing Aranwansa is saying. So there's caveats everywhere, the pitfalls everywhere. It's okay unless you are in touch with these Zoom discussions. I think that's the only way to clear things. Did that happen last night or today morning? I can't remember.
Might be last night's one, huh?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that part was that when they engage in meditation, people who don't know, they are, because the philosophy is some wrong notion that they've got from some teaching, they don't know the type of meditation that they have to either sit down or stand or walk to do. And that is where he said that the bhavanava is actually vidarshana bhavana, not the other thing. So to even understand that they're wrong, they need to know the correct philosophy. And I was listening to this Kurunagala talk where he, maybe all of you remember, probably except Joel, that he said to those mothers, now Joel, this is, Joel has joined, this is a very metaphorical question that our answer raised for mothers who have been listening for quite some time and still, I think coming to that Kurunagala monastery, he asked that question, can you keep a gun to your head and shoot? Meaning, can you kill yourself? Meaning, so then I think there was a great reluctance in the part of all those mothers. So that was a metaphorical thing, but ultimately the end result was, I think he said that in an Andolanaatmaka the following night or something, you're still not ready to die because you want to live with the tranquility. So that is why the Buddha realized that until the last self-vibration, wisp of self-vibration is gone, the true nature of this human being in its ignorance is going to hold on to that straw. The straw is the field of existence, the thing that keeps them going, keeps this being or vibration going. So because of that very reason, the Buddha said, all you have to do is understand the philosophy, understand this thought, the truth of the thought. And when that truth of the thought is seen through and through, automatically, invariably, without any volition, the self breaks down. That was a really, actually, I listened to it for the second time today. Very beautiful talk. Maybe both of you remember that. Dr. Sakuntala, you might remember that as well.
Yeah,
So, it's almost like a, what do you call those things? Samya Prayoga type of thing. It's like the Buddha takes you to the philosophy. When you understand the philosophy, because no one is going to shoot themselves, right? Nobody wants to kill the self. So without a active volitional thing, you go to the place where the truth is, and then when that keeps staring, and you're doing the insight day in day out, penetrating the truth of that thought, then by that very nature there is that understanding that comes that the self is not there. So the self is dissolving without actually anything happening. That is why it takes some time. That's why it doesn't happen overnight. But that is, I thought was really beautiful, because that is actually what is happening, isn't it?
yeah. I think in some other occasion, I remember he asking the same question, and then one of the replies were that worried about still not having the complete understanding of this Dhamma, because if something happens at this moment without having the complete inner transformation, there's a risk of being born again. So that was an explanation given by somebody. Why
Yeah,
why
true, I think.
why the person is not prepared to die is
Yeah,
that.
yeah, true.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Because until that self-view is completely gone, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? That
Mm.
is where that person or whoever it is would be stuck and give that kind
That
of
would be
answer.
that is the problem. Yeah, the doubts will be there. These are all the doubts that exist. If there is no doubt, there is no problem. What happens, happens. Doubts will be there until non-vibration is actually felt. So vibration has to be felt to feel the non-vibration. It's always what non-vibration never exists without the vibration. Has experience with the vibration. That's the problem. When you go to a meditative state, you can't actually experience the vibration or the non-vibration, because you can't actually have the insight meditation properly. He said it beautifully. I don't know when, just last night or today morning. No, I think last night maybe. I don't know. It's all muddled up now. The it is it's yeah, the if a meditative maybe even not last night, meditative state, if you're not wise enough, if you're not skillful enough, randomly if you keep going into a meditative state, then it is. And he said about Ananda Thera also, even though he was his system has experienced non-vibration, he knew he didn't get it. That's a different story. But he was trying to achieve that through doing stuff. That's the thing. So it's tricky areas. These are all very tricky, very subtle things. One has to go through all that actually without going through that. Even Zero will not know that he had to give up now. So as soon as he gave up, only everything came there. Because he had the idea of participating for tomorrow Dhamma Sangayana. So he had to. He's the person who can remember everything. He's the one who has heard all Lord Buddha's Dhamma, because he's always by the side of Lord Buddha. So Anandadero is like the Bhandagarika. What is Bhandagarika in English?
Dhamma treasurer, can you say Dhamma
Yeah,
treasurer?
Dhamma treasurer. Yeah, Dhamma treasurer. Like he has everything. So he's supposed to participate to the meeting of all the Arahants. And it was said only Arahants can participate. Then everyone is like, he is fully aware that he hasn't become that. But then he's trying also. That it's really interesting how this works. And in a meditative state, even if you try a meditative state, it's not going to manifest like that. And even in that situation, wanting something, that thought also is not going to support that, because it is becoming true now. Tomorrow thing. It's very interesting areas that, and also Nancy was saying how the person who has missed this proper truth, and has not really catch the vibration, or has not felt the non-vibration, or actually we can say it has not seen in nirvana at least once, there's a risk of going through all the statuses within the mind. And I think that is the riskiest thing in the world, because this mind is so beautiful, at the same time very dangerous. So the mind can play so much tricks, because if you think something, it is felt as that. If you think this situation is so good, situation is felt good. If you feel that situation is bad, situation is felt bad. If you think the current situation, or in the this world, if someone thinks that something is going to happen, yeah, something will happen. This law of manifestation, it's not like that. Actually, you get what you really, the chitta rupa, or the actual mental formations, they are very tricky. So if you get a mental formation, mental picture, and if you picture happiness, you might feel happy. That's the thing. These are very, very tricky areas one will go through anyway. And wisdom is to catch these things, that it's actually happening. And the good thing about all these things, like it is good for Joel also, the most important factor is the reduction of the defilements. You can't judge anything by anything else. So that can be judged in day-to-day life, how when things come up, But if you're actually thinking about it, that's a different story, because you can think anyway. You can think, because thinking is really, thinking is not true. But you can think, okay, I handled it well. You can think like that. Or you can think, I didn't handle it well. Or you can say, oh, I didn't have any burning in there. You can think like that. Or you can think, oh my God, I had so much burn there. But this thinking is actually not true. Thinking even doesn't matter even. To come to that level is the problem. This mind is so tricky. Mind keep telling things and you keep believing the mind. That's kind of the problem in the perception. We kind of believe the perception. The perception is, today I didn't have a burning, then you feel like that. But the thing is, it's not, what is important is not the thought. What is important is the feel at that moment, particular moment. It doesn't matter. The next moment you will be thinking about it. It doesn't matter what you think. What matters is the actual burning part, the feel. If the feel is coming down, in the sense that no self-perception is increasing and the self-perception is decreasing, that is all what it matters. But to get the no self-perception, you have to actually feel it. Otherwise, you don't know what it is. What's the feel without self? And what's the feel with self? This power of the mind has to come down. It has to come down to come down drastically to actually, then it is easy. That's why Arananse always chooses like the mountains, hiking, kind of like where hiking should happen, because it is more towards the feel. When you are kind of doing something, when you're hiking also, it is the body is working, the thinking actually can slow down. The mind power is slowing down. When the mind power is reduced, there's a high chance that you might feel the vibration and the non-vibration. These are the tricks that I think Lord Buddha's time also, that I think they were used. That is to actually calm down the mind, because this experience, even in a fraction of a second, it doesn't come that easily, because you're trapped in the mind world. Anything else? Joel, do you have a question?
Yeah, I don't know whether it's a topic or out of the topic, but just not related to concentration meditation. But as a normal human being, is it okay to do breathing exercises?
What do you mean by breathing exercises? How do you do that? That's a good question, actually. How do you do that?
Like, there are so many normal breathing exercises. You inhale and you hold it for seconds and then exhale. Or the box breathing, as they say. Inhale 4, hold it 4, exhale 4, inhale 4, like that. It's kind of thing. So, is it normally good or is it helpful as a human being?
Interesting question, actually. We breathe all the time. I'm not sure. Well, I'm not a person who has done that breathing. Breathing is something which happens anyway. If you focus on breathing, again, it is focusing on something. If you focus on your head, it is focusing. It's if you focus on your lung, yes, it's expanding and then coming down. If you focus on your leg, yeah, foot, yeah. If you focus on something and you also count, well, you can do anything. It's all focusing. It's kind of a trick also to, you're raising thoughts. It's a trick. It's a trick. Doesn't necessarily mean anything though. That's the thing, Joel. Again, back to square one. Importance is understanding how this mind works, how this the field works. Because breathing, okay, now we take the breathing, okay? Because you're asking about the breathing. So breathing is a thought, right? Do you agree? Because you have focused on breathing now. When you focus on breathing, it becomes a thought anyway. Breathing. If you focus on walking, it's a walking. Walking is a thought, but it's actually kind of activity now. So kind of yeah, you can do anything with that. So for an example, you can walk. So what? Someone can say left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Yeah, no other thoughts will come. We can say, hooray, no, nothing came. I was able to do it because only thing that came was left and right. So am I proud of that? Because the left and right only came. So the nothing else came. Yeah, same thing. One like 4 inhaling, 4 exhaling, 4 holding. Yeah, nothing else came. So what? Self view is still there, self vibration, self perception is still there, self vibration also still there. Nothing is changing. It's a good exercise, maybe actually. If you wanted to go to the gym, I mean, you can do the same. You can take I don't know, according to your whatever the bench or whatever the exercise you choose. You can keep doing that. You can count also. What's the big deal? Nothing. Again, it's kind of something, again, a tricky thing, which actually will prevent you from kind of thinking. Actually, Aran Hanse once criticized that when Venerable was talking about something like that, she was talking about someone has advised to do that, because if you can't concentrate on walking, someone has told, think about the left and right. Or someone has told leg raising, leg on something, leg coming down on the floor or something like that. Again, the same thing. This inside Dhamma, inside meditation, has nothing to do with this controlling behavior. We are not trying to control anything. But if you really want to see the one thought, if you can't, if your mind is so crazily working, maybe it will slow down and it might help you. If it is that bad, yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't have any specific antagonistic attitude towards any of these things. If it helps, it helps. But the main important thing is none of these things. The main important thing is understanding how mind works. How this, at one particular moment, it is only one stimuli. So if it is breathing, let it be. If it is walking, let it be. If it is one time maybe cutting carrots, let it be. If it is one time you're doing a speech, maybe. Importance is not that. Importance is the underlying current, underlying burning. Actually speaking, this burning can be 100% there, and once you start doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, all these things. So left and left, right, left, right, left, right. Yeah, burning is still there. You might get a meditative state. That's beautiful. We don't have anything against that. But insight meditation is fully understanding one thought, fully understanding how this process works, fully understanding that you never knew about your breathing even. Breathing happened from kind of the day one of your, because until your breathing happens, the baby doesn't even cry. So the first cry you start, actually the lungs expand and the breathing starts. Yes. And the breathing continued, no problem. If you want to focus on it, focus on it. I mean, no problem. But as I said, reiterating this again and again and again, if you are actually piercing the thought breathing, yeah, that's all right. If you're piercing the thought walking, yeah, that's all right. If you're not, yeah, you can go for a la la land. You can be in like a floating area and come back and burn again, isn't it? What do you think, Joy?
Yeah, nice to hear that.
Yeah, it's a good answer. Yeah, true.
Actually, Dr. Kokila, what he explained is that is a kind of variations of this breathing meditation, because different various
Exactly
yeah,
what everyone
yeah,
did
yeah,
before this True
yeah,
Dhamma
that's right.
came.
But as you correctly said, it may be good for the health, because taking a deep breath, holding it, and exhaling may be good for the
I mean,
lungs.
I will start doing that because Joel now brought
Yeah,
it to my
yeah.
attention now. I mean,
And it's purely
I
a
might,
concentration meditation. Yes.
yeah. I mean, I mean, it's good to know that there is a lung, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. I might even think about my heart also. I mean, I don't know. Actually, if you want to, you can concentrate on that, and you can go into lab dub if you really want to. And that can be another meditation also. I mean, we can create meditations if you really want to,
Yeah.
but none of these things does actually none of these things matter. What matters is understanding the reason for the burning. Burning is there because the stimuli is felt as real. If the breathing has felt real, you are there. If the walking has been real, you are there. That's it. If the lub dub is also real, then you are there.
Yeah.
That's it. Nothing much. It's a really good questions today, isn't it? I mean, Champa is a master of, I think, meditations. We can ask her.
I did yoga, doctor, so many years. I started doing yoga in the year of 2013, right? I did it very long, and I followed the course of Sadhguru in India, and I can't remember, and I did that also, but nothing helped. So finally, I gave up those things. But still, I'm doing one thing at night. That means that there's a breathing called, I can't remember that name. It's good for the lungs. Shutting one nostril and breathing, and
Actually,
again,
if your lung is that important, yeah, really. Is your
it's
lung
good.
that important?
No, for the phlegm and
I'm
things like
joking.
that.
I'm joking. Lung is important. It's okay.
Yes,
It's okay. Look after the lung.
I did yoga for so many years, doctor. After work, I ran for these yoga classes. I don't know what I did those days to find out this, to stop this burning thing. But finally, Aryanvashi is the only guru, gave me the correct answer.
Yeah, I mean, if something is important in this world, you are there. That's all. But we have to look after the body. I mean, I'm not joking here. Yeah, look after the body. That's fine. But you just have to understand the truth. Yeah, I mean, I have to say that, isn't it? If I,
Yes,
I
doctor.
mean,
Yoga is a good thing for the to maintain the body very well.
that's what
It
I'm
does.
saying. The body is, if
Yes.
the body is important, you have to do stuff.
Yes.
I'm still joking though.
No, it gave me a very big help for this. There's no very big diseases are also coming if somebody is doing yoga. It's far better than these things in those machine things.
I shouldn't say anything. I will keep my mouth shut here. Because I feel like telling something and I shouldn't be saying that. Just it's, I mean, I don't want to give an idea that none of these things matter. They do matter, but what matters is actually cessation of suffering. Whether the
Yes.
body is there or not, cessation of suffering is the most important thing. If you are missing that and your body is really beautiful and healthy and all blah 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 blah, well, that's useless.
No, not the beauty, doctor. It
No,
actually
not the
helps.
beauty. Healthy,
Yes.
whatever.
Yes.
That all is useless because it is going to go to. It's going to be like decay is inevitable. Death is inevitable. What matters is here and now cessation of suffering. That's all. What matters. What do you think, Surangika? I know she, I mean, she has done these things before, I think. But anyway, that it's not the important thing that one has done it or not. But one important thing is the priority. What is the priority here? But we know the priority now. We didn't know the priority before. Because of our advance, we know the priority now. Yes, Surangika.
Yeah, Dr. Bokla, exactly what you said, because one has to be pragmatic, and Mahansi also has spoken about doing certain things to maintain this body, but that was purely, I mean, not from a, purely from a, I don't know what to call it, but just like even with the non-vibration, after that point also he talks about maintaining or managing the senses. So it's almost something like that. But if there is any kind of tasting or savoring or almost kind of maintaining it in the form of some stimulation, like a stimuli that is giving you some kind of motivation or incentive or something, then one has kind of lost the path, isn't it? That also comes only through the clearance of the philosophy. It won't come earlier because
What do you think about the Joel's question about breathing? Because I think you may have like an answer for that too.
I didn't quite hear that actually. I heard you
That's okay.
telling about breathing.
Yeah. I know he was asking about importance of kind of breathing exercises. He asked that in the context of for a human being. I mean, you again, context of human being is to actually attain the cessation of suffering. Otherwise, this human being story is useless. If you are a human being, this is the rarest chance for cessation of suffering, because 100% this vibration is getting higher and higher. The vibration when you are a little baby is not anymore. It is much higher than now. And when you're like 8 years of age, it will be much higher than that. And obviously, undeniably, without any doubt, the ending will be in lower realms, not higher realms. And Lord Buddha has said that 100%. So if you actually get into the right view that there was never a self here, and how this vibration works, and how the non-vibration is actually there. So that is the only reason that we can assure that the vibration will never get worse from that point onwards. It will never get worse in the sense the vibration is never going to get higher. It's not never going to get high frequency. After that, the frequency is going to get minute, and definitely it is going to go towards non-vibration. So that's why actually they said Dev minis or something like that.
Dev minis sapa kelawara.
Yeah, something like that.
Nivan.
Yeah, but actually what that means is, I mean, people looked at that in a different angle, thinking that I'll be a man, I'll be then a god, then I'll be a Brahma, and then I'll see the Nirvana. It is like the same way that we think now. There is a problem in that. That's why Aranhansi is telling this repeatedly. I mean, every day he says that this awaken to the moment. The moment should be understood. If you don't understand the moment, you're going to think that there is a self as like a string. That concept is never going to break down unless you actually feel this in one moment. That's the thing. This vibration or the being born is also within this moment, and also the non-vibration is also within that moment. And if you really understand that, this feel that we have, the understanding we have, that the view we have, that there is a person from childhood to now, year 10, year 12, uni, and then person who is doing the job, trying to have a family and all that. That's all happening to one person. That is because of this not being awakened to the moment. So this awaken to the moment actually gives you so much insights. All the defilements are still there, but it gives you so much insights about this whole scenario. And don't misunderstand me. Anapanasati, or this breathing, can be used, but the problem is you can enter a meditative state and you will completely miss the non-vibration. That is a risk. But if you actually get this correct with the Dhamma, with the full understanding about this vibration and the non-vibration, you might actually see the non-vibration in breathing also. There's no way that it can be. There's 100% assurance is there that if you have the correct view, you can feel this in any situation. The correct view is the problem. Sakkaya Ditti is the problem. The wrong view is the problem. The wrong view has converted to the right view. Then there's no problem. You can see in any moment, you can see the non-vibration. No big deal then. Whether it is breathing, whether it's walking, whether it's cooking, whether it is doing the job, whatever, talking, thinking, whatever, seeing. Mm-mm. Yes, Joel.
Yeah, just a question that popped up when you were discussing. Mainly an arahant. When you go to the arahant state, does he go back to that childlike person?
Never. It's just the vibration. It's not even the childlike. Childlike is having the self vibration. It's beyond childlike. It's a non-vibration. Child has the vibration, don't forget. Child has the vibration. Even coming to that level is difficult. But non-vibration is beyond the child status. This is all in the field side. So nothing changes in the outward, the still you will have all your education, whatever you know, you will be talking to everyone in your, whatever the way that you were talking before, you will do everything as you did before. No problems at all. You're not losing any perception. You're not changing any of your perceptions. You're not forgetting any of your perceptions. Nothing. It's just the burning is not there. But it is not the state of the child. It's actually beyond the child because child had the self-vibration. Even though the defilements were not there. That's a good one. Even becoming that is difficult. But it is beyond that. It's a cessation of suffering. It is complete absence of vibration or complete cessation of burning. Because the baby had the potential for suffering. There was that vibration, but it didn't manifest. To manifest, you need to have the perceptions. So as soon as the perception starts, then the form world is there. You have the name and the form. Name and the form is there means it's the form world. And if you have if you feel that they are outside and you run towards them, yes, of course, that's a sensual world. That's a different story. But this is not about becoming a child. It's not about even like nothing you can see from outside. Nothing whatsoever. So if someone, just imagine, Lord Buddha was in a hut, something like a hut. And the king came there for some reason. And king didn't know that it was Lord Buddha. King was talking and was saying that I am actually going to meet Lord Buddha, and still didn't realize that it was Lord Buddha and was having a discussion. And Lord Buddha was explaining some things, and then in the end, king realized that it's Lord Buddha. But so outwardly, there's no difference, just a human being, and whatever the dress, whatever the given outlook, yeah, that's it. And nowadays, the situation is also very different, you know. This is the era of internet, era of global connectivity. Global connectivity. So someone is listening to this Dhamma in 200 years, if someone actually listens to this discussion or some R.N.Hanse's sermon, still they have the ability to synchronize to this. There's no problem in that. It's just different. But in Lord Buddha's time, they had to physically go to see him, which must have been difficult. But you can hear some people walking for months and months just to see Lord Buddha, to ask a question. And he was told only 4 lines. That was Bahir. He was told only 4 lines. He went there. He was begging Lord Buddha. And Lord Buddha said, no, this is alms giving round, Bahir. And he said that 3 times, then 2 times or something. And then he begged, I might die, Lord Buddha, please tell me about this. Then he said, if you are, if how do I say that in English? Ditte dittanatam bhavisati. If the seeing is not a thing, you are not there bahir. If the hearing is not a thing, you are not there bahir. And if the touch, temperature, that those feelings, if they are not there, in the sense if they are not a thing, you are not there. And viññāte viññātamattam bhavisati, this is the thing that that's not much concentrating nobody much concentrating on. That is the consciousness, any consciousness. If it is a thing, if it is not a thing, you are not there bahir. That's all he said, only 4 lines, and he understood it. He was kind of a man who was contemplating on this status for a long time. So he got it within 4 lines. He is documented as the person who understood or actually became an arahant within 4 lines of Lord Buddha's words. 4 lines. He just heard 4 lines of Dhamma from Lord Buddha and he became an arahant. And apparently he's the fastest person to become an arahant within 4 lines. Yes, it is like that. It is a thing, you know. If the seeing is not a thing, you're not there. That is so serious thing to say and serious thing to understand. But if you really get this, that's it. Suffering is not there if the seeing is not a thing. And if the hearing is not a thing, suffering is not there. This vibration is not there then. If a feel is not a thing, you are not there. Suffering is not there. If the consciousnesses are not a thing, you are not there. Importance is the Dhamma. If you really get this properly, your burning is going to go down anyway. And I actually forgot the question now. What was the question? Is there anything to add to that, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yes, I think he was asking about the Arhat state, whether it has whether they have a radiant mind.
Oh, yeah, that one, yeah.
Is it correct to
It is
say
beyond
that,
radiant mind, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is also can be described as a radiant mind, but completely devoid of the taints or the possibility of having any taints. Is it in that way? Is it explainable? I mean, it's also a radiant mind
No,
too.
radiant mind is a state that we pass in this path anyway. It's a state, you know.
Yeah,
This
radiant mind without.
it's the abhasara.
any
Abhasara is
taints.
a state that we pass anyway. It's in the path. It's a state we pass, but it is actually beyond that, because the power should go down further, because it's I can't remember now which one is the abhasara, but it is beyond the perception. Perceptions are not a thing in that level. Perceptions are not a thing. Still the vibration is there.
And also something which came to my mind about these lower realms. I think Lord Buddha has said that uh, going and I mean being born in the lower realms and coming back is something he gave a metaphor. Lower realms are almost like your own home where you go and come so often. So being born in lower realms is so common. That was the metaphor that Lord Buddha gave. As you said now, the level of the current will escalate gradually from the small baby's age up to the adult level. So invariably, when the current is higher than what it was earlier, ending up will be in one of the realms, so lower realms. So that is why I think Lord Buddha said that lower realms, so the apaya or the hell is something like own home where you are frequently going and coming.
Yeah, 100%.
So the only way is to be born as a human being and also have the chance of listening to the true Dhamma and understanding how this is happening, what is this process. And that is the only path to get this current lowered by the time that the physical body comes to an end. So that is something we are fortunate actually. Our parents' generations didn't have this chance because they have been going along these traditional Buddhist practices where the priority was given to all kinds of offerings and also uh, sort of observing seal and maintaining a good person and avoiding the bad things. So, in other words, the samsara journey was prolonged, whatever the way, doing good things. They thought that it will help in some way, but actually they didn't have a chance to listen to this. So now we are fortunate because we have met the true Dhamma, and then we are fortunate enough to listen, and also we are fortunate enough to uh, get the clarifications done whenever there is a doubt. So I think everything, the ball is in our court, I would say. What we have to do is left to us. As they say that they can, the Kalyana Mitra or the noble friend can guide you up to a certain level. Beyond that, it's up to the self, isn't it? As Aryan Maharshi was explaining, uh, many sort of false paths are there in this when we are going along this Dham path. Many sort of diversions or many pitfalls are there. So it's important to discuss and bring them up. So in that way also we are very lucky because none of the other uh, monks, venerables who are preaching this type of Dhamma, they do not give a chance like this to ask questions and clarify. So in that way also it is really beautiful that we have the opportunity fully open for us. And Joel also must have felt that this is not a religion. I mean, this is the truth. If the truth is, it's obvious, isn't it? It is practically getting applied to whatever is happening in the day-to-day life. So when it is obvious that it is practically being applied, then you know that this should be the truth. forget about the name of the religion, forget about who has preached it. But if that truth is applying to your practical part of your life, I think that is convincing. That alone is convincing.
Anything else?
Dr. Gopila, I haven't heard the use of the word radiant mind with arhats. Generally, we talk about the apatita vijnana, isn't it? The non-meditative.
Radiant mind is in the path. That's what I said. Abhasara is something you
Consciousness.
pass.
Mhm.
It's in the path. You have to pass it also.
Okay.
All these
Yeah, I
levels
mean,
will be passed.
yeah, I mean, even like that, I haven't heard of it being mentioned. Always the radiant mind has been associated with the child.
Child only. Okay.
No, Aranvanse has talked about it a lot.
On the
Usually, if someone has the lokasanya, what do you say that? If these what do you call it, lokasanya?
worldly perceptions.
Worldly perceptions are not a thing. Definitely, it's a field then. And
Yeah, no, what I meant was the word the term hasn't been used.
No.
Not that he
Aranvanse
has
has
not
used it.
described it. He has described it many times, but not the term radiant mind with the person on the path, whatever the system on the path.
No, he
with
has
the-
used that. He has used that. So usually, someone I can vividly remember him saying that, all these levels. I actually can't remember the order. That's why I'm not telling anything. I can't remember the order. There's an order which he says nicely in a lot of sermons long time ago. So someone who is in the field, so who has not in the form world or has nothing to do with the worldly perceptions, definitely it is the level. And but there's so many levels after that as well, because Abhasara is in the form level, but when it is described in actual insight meditation, it is different. It's completely different. But he has explained this in old YouTube sermons he has done when he's doing them alone. And here and there he talks about that as well. Have you ever said Dhamma in Abhasara Dhamma? Abhasara ලෝකේ ඉඳන් බණ කියලා තියනවද කියලා?
That is that form world?
No, it's form
Formless.
world in no. It's form world in normal people. What is it called? This Michaditti. Michaditti. It is I think it is. I can't remember this because I can't remember any of these words. But in Michadittika side, in the wrong view side.
Misconception.
Yeah, misconception side or the wrong view side.
Wrong view side, yeah.
It is in I think the form world, but this is completely different, this in this what do you call insight meditation. In 14 hour he did a sermon for 14 hours, if you can remember. I don't think Joel
Joel won't know. Yeah.
has listened to that. It's in Sinhala. He has done one for 14 hours, continuously 14 hours. So there's so many levels that he talks about, and they are so beautifully, and they match really well. They match really well because the arupa dhyana also, someone has to pass all those levels also to non-vibration. So
Yeah, I think that about 4 types of Abhasara is one of the Brahma realms, isn't it?
it's a
So
form
there are
world.
4,
Yeah,
I think, or 3 or 4, or
yeah,
whatever.
but in
Mm.
that context, it is different to this context. So don't forget, there's a difference between the context. So the wrong view side is completely different. In this side, it is usually after anaga. There's still a bit more to go, but I can't remember the words, and I'm not even
Yeah, so
keen to
self-perception.
talk about them because I haven't mastered in the names even. So, but it doesn't necessarily matter whether you know these things or not. Main thing is to understand the full thing. If you fully understand this,
So
you
is the
know
self-perception not there at that point?
what point.
The Abhasara?
It is in the field. No, self-view is not there. Self-perception is in the field. So it's a very tricky area to talk, you know. It's the field only.
Perception is the form world, no?
Well, I'm talking about not the mind.
Feeling the vibration.
All the time when I talk perception, it becomes confused with these mental perceptions.
No, what I meant was self-perception. It's not...
Self-perception is there even in minute way in the field side. So if that is the reason that it is hidden, you know, this mental, sorry, vibration. I think I'm confusing this, sorry. So the vibration, yeah, you're correct, I think. I don't know what, I think you are
I
trying
think
to
you
say
meant
something.
self-vibration, isn't it?
Self-vibration, yeah. So the self-vibration, you can't talk about the self-vibration without the self-perception. It has to come to that level to understand the self-perception. That's the problem. Self-vibration, yeah, self-vibration. So we'll go back to the question. What is the question you asked? Now I think I can tell it again from the beginning. What was the question?
I think you said about self-perception being there at Abhasara. No, you said...
No,
No, you
self-vibration
said
is there.
you said in
It's a feel.
Abhasara.
It's a feel. It's a feel. Completely, it's a feel. So
So
vibration is
self-vibration.
there. Yeah,
Not
vibration. Sorry. Yeah, vibration. Because you can't talk about a perception when the
in the
worldly
formless.
perceptions are, in the formless now. It's a
Yeah,
feel
that's
only.
what, yeah. So you're using words, but you're in the feel world, feel realm. That's what it
Yeah.
means.
Yeah. I mean,
Just like a tool, it's being used like a tool.
yeah, actually, I don't know, there's no importance of the form world, so the perceptions are nothing.
Yeah, compared to the lower realms where words are used as an expression of the abhisankarana, the excitation of the stimuli. At that stage in the formless world, when we say being in that realm and preaching Dhamma, whether it is
No,
words, it doesn't matter because there is no, what do you call it, Vachisankara there. Meaning the words are not a volitional thing, not a volitional magnification or whatever you call it, of the
you can't talk about a
senses.
perception in the non-form. Anyway, in, you know, Asita Tapasatuma was in the, I think was in the form meditation, sorry, non-form meditation. He knew he won't be able
But
to
with the
do
wrong
anything
view,
with
yeah.
the, yeah, he definitely knew that. When there's a, always, he was the one who said he will become a Buddha anyway, like not Sakwiti Raja or the Buddha. There was a, like somebody said Sakwiti Raja or Buddha, that is a king of the whole world or Buddha. Then Asita, I think, said Buddha, and he was crying because he knew that he couldn't do anything because he's in the formless world, because he is in no way that he can, because if someone is in the formless level, it is very difficult to actually understand any Dhamma, or even if he is in that dhyana level, he will not feel anything. Basically, if he's in asanya, he will not feel anything. And there was a very, I don't know whether you two catch the thing, because you two were talking about this Anya Samiti. He used that word today morning. I don't know whether you caught it. That
No,
word
I
came out.
must have missed it. Yeah.
Yeah, that word came out, and I was like, wow, that word came. And I was, and he said in some context, and I was thinking, yeah, that's so beautiful. But now I can't remember. But he said that. And do you remember Dr. Sakuntala? Or maybe not. Because he's saying so many things in one paragraph, you can miss anything. I think if I listen to 14-hour sermon again, I don't know. I haven't listened to that for a long time. But, you know.
Yeah, I think it's really worthwhile listening again, isn't it? I have not listened to it for some time as well.
Yeah,
It's
but I don't think I got it at that time. But because I've been listening for a long time, it is kind of evident that he has never told anything differently. From day one to now, it's the same thing. He hasn't changed anything. So I don't feel that he's telling anything new as such. Mm. And you know that Aranahanse's new platform, his talks are going, and randomly I sometimes touch that and try to listen. And even 5 minutes, his words are like really delivering so much in that particular 5 minutes. That these are old sermons, really old sermons.
Yeah, you can tell from the
Buddothpada,
voice, isn't it,
BTV.
that
Yeah.
how old the sermon is,
Yeah,
and what
Buddothpada,
were those
BTV.
sermons.
They are really beautiful, and he's talking about these things. If you really tune into that, you can understand nothing has changed. He's talking about the same one single kind of, not one single, yes, one single, because it's in one thought. Anyway, one experience. He's talking about his same thing. He has never changed. Everything else has changed, but his Dhamma has not changed. Same thing again and again and again and again. And how he has come so far to reiterate about this non-form level. He has done that a lot in the sermons. He has, but it's just that it wasn't in the Zoom discussions, and nobody was ready even, because today morning, I think it's today morning, he was telling some others the answer would be in the lower level, and another one, it would be the answer would be in the form level, and another one answer would be in the non-form level. So this is the challenge to the person who is actually holding the Zoom, whether it is coming from the form level or whether it's coming from the non-form level, and whether it is coming from the sensual world. That's the tricky thing. And feeling it and giving the correct answer, that is the challenge. What do you think?
Yeah, true. Because if, like that example with Asantit a few days ago, if the person giving the advice can't feel it, and that person's feeling is also limited to what that system's revelation or self-realization, isn't it?
Yeah, because
Non-vibrational
Nilu's
thing.
question was about habit. And as soon as when someone is asking about a habit, it becomes the importance of the perception level. So it's a perception level question. So that's what Aaron Hans is trying to actually understand where the answer is coming from and where the question is coming from. So one has to actually feel all the levels to actually understand. It is not easy. I mean, just imagine I will be giving an answer and Aranans will come and say, Kokila, what are you saying? You must be Mongol and something like that, He might say that. But the thing is, nothing stays like that forever. So because everything keeps changing.
Yeah.
So when you get challenged only, you will be actually trying and feeling this, whether the question is coming from the sensual world or actually whether the question is coming from Michchadittika side, in the sense the person has not
Wrong view.
Wrong view, yeah. Complete wrong view. That is easy though, kind of easy. It is kind of easy.
Yeah,
Kind of. I mean, I
lots of
can't say.
people don't know they have wrong view. You can't say it's easy also.
No. So the question can be from wrong view. Question can be from right view, but not consolidated. Path. Someone in the path that hasn't felt it to consolidate it. Patyang, I'm using the word consolidate to say that, because the consolidation should be there to not have the doubts. And there would be someone, everything is okay, now struggling with the stimuli, power of the stimuli. Now the struggle is that. So there should be help for that too. And there would be this a difficult one, because that level you can't really help. The level which is with the non-form. Non-form is only the super happiness. So the super tranquility. So that is the kind of the thing which is going to be a thing which you can't even say. But because the self view is broken, the super happiness is not going to get into trouble. It will slowly, it will become that, and it will be okay. But Lord Buddha came and said, you haven't, you still smelling of stools, go and have a wash. That is what he said was to a person who has no interest in worldly perceptions, till feeling the self. Yeah, it's really interesting to someone who kind of is deeply in this. Otherwise, it can get boring also. But even interest in Dhamma also can be mistakenly, can hold this vibration as well in the beginning. Any other questions or anything to suggest?
Yeah, as you can see through those intricacies, only it becomes interesting, meaning not like from a conventional
No,
word.
it becomes a
Interesting.
challenge.
It becomes
Kind
yeah,
of a
but I
challenge,
mean,
but you can't say a challenge even.
you
You
can't
can't
say
say a
challenge
word.
also.
Yeah.
Mm. Just like Aryan Vasa says, that the seeing of it is the only thing that can be done, isn't it?
Yeah.
By seeing it, it's almost as if that, yeah, it's just that the word dakino is such a thing, isn't it? In the dan hutai, dakna hutai,
Yeah.
marge
And
means not only is the philosophy, but actually, how do you say it in English? Actually,
how someone has to, like, it's again awaken to the moment thing. You have to feel it too. Then only the path actually starts of the defilements coming down. From the beginning also there is a kind of a defilement coming down, but that's because of the thinking pattern changing. Thinking pattern can change no anyway.
yeah, but then
Thinking
right
pattern
through the
can
path
change.
also, right along the path also, there are these little pockets of almost awakening. You know,
Yeah,
when
yeah.
an intricate point is seen through and through, then another point is seen through and through, and sometimes they come through the vidarshana, the insight meditation. Sometimes they just pop up.
Mm.
It like strikes, out of the blues.
Mm.
So, yeah.
I think the best thing is to be very open.
Open and not vigilant in a like a very strict sense, but being like aware. No?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Maybe Champa has a question. Champa, what do you have?
Teruvan Saranai, Surangika and Dr. Aryan Vahanse was telling, he is talking from non-form level. Can you please talk about that little further?
It is, I mean, from a second person view, you can talk about it, but actually it's useless to talk about from a second person view. You have to just become that and see. The most important thing is becoming that and see. Because second person talking is just looking at something and talking. Whether Aranvansi is talking like that or not, you're just looking from the side and saying, Aranvansi is talking like that. It's I don't think that is what Aranvansi is actually wanting us to actually feel these things, like
Yes.
talking from feel is even the talking is not like a valid perception. It just flows. There's no kind of involvement of form world. It just through the feel. I mean, You can't use the intuition because that's with the self view, but it is kind of a different thing, like this person is to ask Aranwanse, but example is kind of feeling the other vibration, and the answer would be coming from the feel as well. Because Aranwanse always says he's not keen on knowing what he's telling, he or she is telling. That's not the point that someone is.
Yes,
The
we should reach that level. No, doctor, yes. Until we reach that level, we can't
we
talk
can
about.
say, I mean, Aranwanse is doing that. We can say, but the importance is actually becoming that. So when Aranwanse is talking, he has said this multiple times. He's not actually concentrating on what the person is saying. He's going according to the feel, and it is kind of an art actually, but not through the mind, because the mind also can play tricks. It's not through the mind. You know why? That's why Aranwanse talks about this 5,000 years ago thing a lot. 5,000 years ago, it was feel, but not with correct view. But they did so many things with the feel. That's why he was talking about that. I actually didn't catch that bit that much because I was working at the time. But I mean, one aspect is that 5,000 years ago, Lord Buddha is 2,500 years ago, no? 5,000 years ago, this time where the field was so high, all were like Rishwaru. Rishwaru means everyone is like feeling. Feel is different. So they have so much powerful aspects that no one is even able to interpret now. So that kind of feel with the correct view or samadhi is Lord Buddha's thing. He is also the same. He can feel every vibration. He can feel every vibration and all the details about that vibration as well. But that is with correct view, samadhi. That's the difference. But this mastering of the field is another kind of thing that humans have lost because of the very strong mind now. Do you get that, Joel? Do you know that there were so many people in this world 5,000 years ago, roughly 5,000 years ago, that there were people who used so much powers, the time of the pyramids, they don't even know how they built them. A lot of people don't understand. Even now they can't really build some of the things that they have built. There are so many things unanswered. At that time, the field was so high. Not necessarily with the right view, but the field was high. So everything was done through the field. Not much with the mind. This time, mind is the strong one. So the field is actually suppressed. So the intuition is another word you can use. But not only intuition. Intuition is used in a very limited way nowadays. But you can use that word as well as an example. This to say that intuition, we have heard so many stories about even Naranan's favorite thing is like the Ravana, how he had so much abilities, but none of them were like through actual, what he says is all through the feel. So the thing is, the feel actually will get stronger when you understand this Dhamma as well, because the perception's power is going to get lower. Because nowadays, perceptions are very strong, the mind is very strong. But when you, because you said, the mind is so powerful, that power will come down. When the power of the mind comes down, anyway, the feel is going to work a bit better. So you kind of will feel even before the person is starting to talk. The vibration, the Lord Buddha is the best person that we have heard in with the samadhi or the right view. Isn't it, Joel?
Yes, doctor. Another 2 minutes more.
Oh, that's good. Actually, it's really beautiful, this Aranahanse's explanations about this feel. It's a different story. But isn't it, Suranika?
Yes, doctor. Okay, every
Yeah.
day there's a new and different variation, but it's revelation, isn't it? Which takes you deeper and deeper into the insight meditation.
Yes, 100%. Yeah. Anyway, this Dhamma is not to achieve any of these Dhammas like statuses. Dhamma is to actually understand how the mind works, understand how the feel works, understand how that there was never a self here, and there was a system which worked like this. That's all. It worked like this, but that's all. Nothing like to crave for, nothing to think that because we felt as we are existing in this dream, this 40-year-old, 50-year-old, 70-year-old, 80-year-old dream, or even maximum kind of 110 you can put. I don't know whether people are living 110 anymore, but if you put maximum 110, that dream, that's a short dream actually. That dream is just a manifestation. Underneath that, this vibration is also just the fast vibration of the sensory organs only. And if you really feel it here and now only, you can actually fully understand that there was never a self. And then this burning will anyway reduce. So you worship Aranahanse for revealing his experiences to the world in COVID time. He actually thought he would die. That's why he started putting it as YouTube videos. He just released it. And he survived through the COVID and then just kept on to put in the YouTube shows, the sermons. And slowly everyone kept asking, can we ask questions? And then he put the phone number and then people started to call him. He didn't change anything. Even every discussion he put again into the YouTube. So every discussion is there in the YouTube. And then slowly this Zoom discussion started. But the story hasn't changed. Nothing has changed. Same thing. It's all about that there has never been a self here. Never ever been a self here. But there's a system created by the spirit. This system, if you fully realize the creation, the raga part of it, the affinity towards this system slowly goes down craving towards this system goes down. That's all what is going to happen, nothing else. You will be seeing as before, you will be hearing as before, you will understand everything as before. Your skills will be like that as before. Nothing is changing. What disappears is the self-view. What disappears is the self-perception. What disappears is the self-vibration. Nothing else changes. So, Dhamma friends, we will stop for today. Thank you everyone for asking beautiful questions.
Thank you,
May
Dr.
Triple Gym bless you all.
Surangika and Joy. Thank you all. Aryan Mahansi and Teruvan Sarnai. Teruvan Sarnai, everyone.
Everyone's my Dharma friends. So let's continue with the talk for the next 1 hour. If you are joining us newly through YouTube channel or through the Zoom session, you are tuning into the 24-hour English Buddothpada Dhamma series and Dhamma Zoom sessions. So these consist of primarily talks that are delivered right through the 24 hours. And there is one discussion which just concluded, which is a 2-hour Dhamma discussion from 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time. But the rest of the series consists of all talks, mostly of 1 hour duration, and goes on for obviously the 24 hours. And the main reason for this 24-hour Zoom channel is to be able to impart this pure Dhamma, this truth, this real, the true Dhamma teachings of Lord Buddha revealed more than 2,500 years ago to the Western society, really the English-speaking world, and be able to share this pure truth with them, because these teachings are not really, you can't call them a religion. This is not a religion. Buddhism is not a religion. There is a mistaken belief that it is a religion, whereas it is not. So this never before heard Dhamma, which is what we call the Buddha's teachings, is because whilst there have been various types of searchers for the truth back even in the Buddha's days, there were lots of ascetics doing various kinds of meditation, undertaking various rituals in order to search for the truth. There was no such revelation as what the Buddha made once he attained full awakening, because whilst a lot of ascetics did try to search for the truth, did try to find the end to suffering, what they didn't understand was that they did all this with the self being here, with the fact that they were here and they were trying to, for them, the concept of I and the self was very much real. And being there, they wanted to eradicate the suffering. So there itself, it was fundamentally flawed. Now, even Prince Siddhartha, who went in search of the truth and went to some of these great sages, also didn't know of this whole fallacy. So he too embarked on these various types of meditative practice, and under the great teachers, he too attained various states of advanced meditation. And even in those advanced meditative states, there is extreme tranquility, extreme calmness, where one can even not feel anything. There is not even a perception. So even in those heightened states, once one comes out of those meditative states, 1 is again back to square 1. So this was what Prince Siddhartha realized even after, doing these high meditative, achieving those high meditative states. He realized the moment he comes out of the meditation, the defilements return. So there was no extinguishing of the defilements, there was no reducing of the defilements. Like on the surface, you might feel as if there was a reduction, but actually the search for the truth that he embarked to do, he realized that it was not working. So because of that, it was then that he decided to depart from those teachers and find a path of his own in order to find the final salvation from this suffering. And in that only that he realized that the reason for the suffering was this wrong self-view. But even to come to the point of the wrong self-view and to even understand that was that he realized that he realized that it was the thoughts that was giving the pain and suffering. And then looking into how the thoughts formed, he realized that the thoughts were actually just a combination of whatever that is being taken in, or whatever that is arising in the senses. So if it was a thought, he knew that it was always something coming from the eyes, something arising from the ear, from the sound. It was always a combination of light, sound, touch, taste, or smell. If it's either rising through the tongue, it's either rising through the body sensor, or it's arising through the nose sensor, or the eyes, or the ears. So he realized that it was through these sensors that there was a notion that something actually existed. So with the eye sensor, he realized that this was the notion of light. For the ears, it was the notion of sound. For the bodily sense, it was the notion of heat or cold, or like bodily temperatures, or the feeling of hardness. And for the nose, it was the smell, and for the tongue, it was the taste. So beyond these five, he realized that there was no way that a world could be, that a thought could arise, because whatever the thought that arose in the mind comprised of always something that was seen, that had been seen before, something that had been heard before, something that had been tasted before, something that had been touched before, and something that had been smelt before. So it was either one or two or five of these elements that invariably kept getting combined, kept getting consolidated into what was called the thought, whatever the thought that was flashing through the mind at that point in time. Because at every moment, he realized that what can be envisaged, what can be experienced, was only one thought. How much there were, series of flashes of thoughts flashing one after the other. That is just a way of describing the thing, because it happens at such a speed. But at any given time, it is only one thought that can be experienced. So in order to understand how this whole thing formed, he realized that the secret lay in the mind. Even to understand, if the thought was giving the suffering, then what is the truth in this thought? The thought itself is a combination of these senses. So how did the senses happen? How did the sensory perceptions occur? So the sensory perceptions, he realized, actually occurs due to this vibration, the speed of vibration, that there is a vibration that happens in the ear. There's a vibration that happens in the eyes. There's a vibration that happens in the nose. Whatever the senses that
there is a vibration that is happening, and that then synchronizes or telepathizes to an outside vibration, to another vibration. It could be to one or many, generally it's millions and billions of vibrations. So whatever that it synchronizes with, then in that particular sensor faculty, the notion that, for example, if it is the ears, the notion that the sound occurred will be realized. The notion that there was light will be discerned. The notion that there was a smell coming out of something will be discerned. So this sense of light, sense of smell are all also just manifesting in those sense faculties. And it is these that then combine to form a thought which could be anything. So for him, as Prince Siddhartha, who had only recently left his castle, the kingdom, his beloved wife Yasodhara, and his beautiful little baby son. So these were, coming forward as defilements, coming forward as misgivings, as regret, and various things, which is why he realized that if these meditative states, those concentration meditation techniques actually worked, there couldn't have been the possibility of these things flooding into the mind after the meditation is over, right? So the Buddha realized, or the Prince Siddhartha realized, that there was something flawed in this whole process, that was not the correct path, which is why he embarked on a path of his own. So then he realized that actually this so-called world that is getting perceived and from which all these thoughts are being formed, he realized that the thoughts were invariably something about this world, something about being taken to be true, something. And where is this world getting manifested? From the senses, from the eye senses, the ear senses, the nose, the touch, the taste, and the smell. All these things combine only to form the thought. So if that person didn't have eyes, then the vibration that is occurring at the eye sensor, what we call a spark, to keep it simply, the spark that arises in the eye sensor does not arise anymore because of the seeing of red. And then in the other sensory perceptions also, the same thing is happening. If one combines the smell of, say, the fragrance of a jasmine, then a name is given, and then that becomes almost embedded in the mind as to the correct. That was the way the deception was occurring. So in that whole process, so if the sensory perceptions coming together form the thought, and then the thought became real when it focuses on any kind of object, any kind of stimuli, even if it's a nice new movie on Netflix, if it was just some game that you were playing, if it was the next promotion that you had been applying for and working hard towards, if any of these things actually, then you realize that it is these things that becomes and constitutes thinking, isn't it? So there was actually, so we go back to the sensory perceptions, because the thought was the thing that earlier was encountered, and this is just reasoning, the logical rationalization of how that thought occurred through the sensory perceptions. But then one has to go beyond. One has to keep on going back to see what was the reason for the sensory perceptions, and then we come to the truth that actually the stocks had run. Actually, the perceptions, the reason for the perceptions is vibration. And so it is this vibration that the Buddha spoke about, that if the vibration is there, that means the likelihood of it turning into a self-perception and self-objects is also there. So whilst that will be parked, that draft can be parked for that. So the combination of those sensors only form the thought. But then if you keep going back from the perceptions of the sensors, how did those get formed? So those get also formed. All this is happening through ignorance. So the initial cause is vibration, right? So if the initial cause is vibration, then it is the manifestation of that vibration occurring in the sense faculties that gives rise to the perception of light, gives rise to the perception of sound, touch, taste, and smell, and so on. So the initial cause is the vibration, and then the result is the vibration or the sparks that occur in the ear, sparks that occur in the eye. So if, for example, sparks occur in the eyes, then something can be named, and that something was the fact that whatever it is, some kind of stimuli that gets caught to one's attention. But other than that, it's so the cause becomes vibration, and then the results become the sense of perceptions. Then the sensory perceptions of light, sound, color, touch, and taste and smell become the cause, and then the effect becomes the coffee, or the effect becomes the thought. The effect becomes the thought, as in mother, father, teacher, children, job, mortgage, house, and so on. So it can be even less complicated. It can even almost let the children loose, although this probably is prohibited. So at that point, so with the sensory perceptions coming together forms a thought. And then it is that thought that then becomes real. By what is this thought? It is the thought that certain objects are real, like mother, father, teacher, school, children. The world is made up of all these worldly objects, which are then actually nothing else but thoughts. So this was the part that the Buddha understood, that the senses create the world. It wasn't a world that was existing outside, but it was the senses, actually the manifestations occurring through the speed of vibration, that was giving rise to a notion, a false perception that there is a thing, there is an object, and there's object after object is being named and recognized and acknowledged. And so those are the stimuli that collectively started building up for the child from the days of working the garden to gradually form what we call the so-called world around us. So for the baby in the cot, for example, that is why we call the baby the one with the radiant mind, is that there is a sense of feeling, true. The feel is there, but there is no urgency. There is no sense of urgency of getting there on time. There is no sense of urgency. So the vibration, the speed of the vibration is finally the beginning, or the what shall I say, the root cause of the thought. But then the thought doesn't stay on like that. The thought gives rise to, or makes the system believe that there are various objects, things, people that constitute this conventional world. But then with that comes the wrong view of these things existing. And when these things are taken or believed to be existing, a wrong self-view gets formed on this side, almost as an extension from that feeling of existent perception or existent feel. So when this whole thought process is understood, which is what the Buddha did in the night, in the midnight, in the early morning. That was the time where the Buddha realized that this so-called 31 planes of existence that we generally have heard or know of are even those all actually arising in this one moment, in this one thought. So it is quite difficult and challenging to even conceive the fact that actually everything is in one moment, but that is all that is happening, because ultimately the cause, which is vibration, is in fact just happening. The vibration, if it happens, then something is there. If it doesn't happen, then it is not there. So there is a phrase in Pali that is used for that. Imasming sati dhamoti masupada edam upajjati. Imasming asati, something like that. So what it says is, if this is there, that is, if this is there, this is there. That this is there, that if this is not there, this is not there. So if the conditions are not there, then there is nothing to arise. If the conditions are there, then there will be something arising. So this is the either you can call it dependent origination or law of cause and effect. So cause and effect is invariably there has to be something for something to be get created. If something is not there, then the something won't get created. So it goes on like that. But ultimately, all there is in this one moment is the thought. And what is the thought? The combination of form and sound, or taste and sound, or touch and sound put together. Or it could be something like an apple, which would have the elements of light, meaning the color of the apple, green, red, or so on. It will have the elements of, so that's eye consciousness, ear consciousness. It would have the word apple being associated with the round shaped fruit on the table, will automatically give you the experience that it is an apple. So, and then not only is that, the texture of the apple also arises, and even the mouth can also water for the mere thought. So can occur for the mere thought. So in this manner, the Buddha realized that actually this so-called world gets created through the delusion of mankind. And if the delusion is occurring because of not knowing the truth, isn't it? So if actually one turns back the dial almost and make people understand this through the Dhamma philosophy, then invariably the craving or the desire that is coming from taking a world to be true will not be there anymore. And then most importantly, the world that got created through these thoughts, which was nothing more than the combination of these various sense faculties, also becomes more and more challenging. But to break it down in a nutshell, or to break it down simply, the understanding that what the Buddha taught and what our noble spiritual teacher also teaches us is the self-perception or the self-view that has got invariably created through ignorance is still, unfortunately, there. But in order to be able to see through the self-view, which is very, very hard to dislodge, there must be a real clarity in understanding of the Buddhist philosophy, because R.N. Mahansa, our noble teacher, explained this recently in a recent talk also. The self-view, that is the I or the me who is observing this world. So I am so and so, I live in this neighborhood, I am a good boy or a girl, or I am, this, and then I'm community-minded. I'm a good citizen. I help people on Sundays, Saturdays to do various things. And then, so this thing keeps on building and building and building through perceptions. This is nothing else. Now we establish that everything is happening through the combination of sensory perceptions. So in the absence of any other direction, just looking into how these things were formed becomes very, very useful. And it helps to do some vidarshana or insight meditation in order to be able to absorb this Dhamma. And in doing so, doing the vidarshana meditation, it doesn't mean that it has to be done seated in cross-legged posture or in one kind of posture only. No, the vidarshana meditation, the true teachings, talking only in reference to our noble spiritual teachers' revelations and advice, that if you're truly listening to one of those things, you would be able to gradually move out of the mind and come into the feel. And then from the feel, actually be able to sense anybody who's coming up with a problem and be able to sense the person's problem and be able to give far more effective, at least see through the thought. And when one actually sees through the thought and sees that this whole thing is just a system, that the natural phenomena of the mind means that invariably with these sense of faculties being as they are, the vibration will occur. But here we are talking about the self vibration. So the self vibration will only magnify from the point of infancy right through. Because what do we do when the child is born? From day one onwards, we are giving the baby stimuli after stimuli after stimuli. And even in the cot, if the baby cries, then we are putting a little nursery rhyme or something and giving, or we are hanging some bells and making it tinkle. And then gradually it will be introduced. The infant will be introduced a word, like some word of somebody who is looking after, something like that. And then that is the way this whole name and form also occurs, because of various stimuli being the manifestations of vibrations that are occurring in the eye and the ear and the sound and all are interpreted by the mind wrongly, of course, through ignorance, but interpreting of the mind in order to interpreting it of the mind to be able to then inform, interpreting it in the mind would then only cause anyone to believe that these are objects that are actually real and they exist in this world. So this, as we know, is a projection from the eyes. Everything is assumed to be outside. The sound is assumed to be outside. The ears are, the light is assumed to be outside. But in the recent practical program, we understand and we know now that all monasteries have a practical program. Practical program is important in order to be able to, one, polish up the Buddhist philosophy. If you have been listening only to the talks through the YouTube channel, that gives an opportunity at the monastery through a program to either speak to a venerable monk or if our advance or the noble teacher himself has joined those proceedings, to be able to clarify any question and sort out any points of doubt. Because ultimately, when, as we said before, this is just a natural phenomenon. The mind, the way it works, the way it captures and interprets these light sensation, the touch sensation, the sound sensation, and all that is the thing. So by understanding that this is just a coming together, a coining and of a mere label or a brand, and that it doesn't mean anything specific to be noted, but if there's a recommendation, then that would come in the But then if there is a manifestation, then that would always invariably happen naturally, because it is a natural phenomena. And if it is a natural phenomenon, one cannot actually stop it. So there is no case in this pure truth, in this pure Dhamma revelations, that anybody is trying to be here and either attain nirvana, or either try to stop the defilements, or either try to get the tranquility to arise from within, or anything like that, because you cannot do anything that is volitional in this pure truth. Because right at the beginning we said that earlier sages who were in search of the truth didn't quite understand this and kept doing rituals, kept doing various forms of meditation, all by still holding on to the misbelief, misconception that a person was here. So that was taken as an assumption, and they never thought that that itself was the wrong thing. But Buddha realized in his path to the full awakening that this whole world that was getting created outside is only a concept in the mind, something that gets manifested through the sensory perceptions in the mind consciousness, and are only mental pictures. And so if the mental pictures, and so we have mental pictures for practically everything that is happening around us, isn't it? I mean, if you are in the lounge and you want to go and you want to have a cup of glass of water, the thought has to only come in the mind, come to the mind, or you're almost at the kitchen already. So how did you even get to the kitchen? Even the thought is also not even registering fully. Sometimes the mental picture forms, it's almost like a absolute fraction, mini fraction, like 1/10 of a fraction, right? Because you're not going to very overtly say, okay, I am here, I am thirsty now, I am going to have a glass of water in the kitchen. Nobody says things like that, isn't it? It's just through a mental picture, very rapid fire mental picture, almost like a very light trace gets formed that one is thirsty. It doesn't even sometimes talk about or even have a mental picture of a glass of water. Nothing like that. Just that that system is feeling thirsty. So automatically they're getting up. Automatically the legs are moving towards the kitchen. Automatically the hand is reaching out to a glass. Automatically the hand is reaching out to the jug of water. Automatically the water is being poured from the jug to the cup, and automatically that is being drunk. The hands are being used, the eyes are being used, the ears can hear. All these are happening in that practical example. So can you see that everything that has been taught to us is arising out of a thought? Everything that is a perception, everything that has been learned as a perception, even the walking, the running, the tiptoeing, the whispering, the shouting, the blaming, everything, every word, every nuance, every activity, every type of mood. There can be moods like jealousy, depression, envy, sulky, all these types of things. Even those, I mean, these are all just words, isn't it? These are all just thoughts. They are arising out of some mood, some expression, some image. Something has been described uh, and learned as something, as a distinct mood swing, as a distinct object, as a distinct person, separate from each other. So, in this sense, the understanding is that when this, through wrong vision or through the not understanding the correct Buddhist philosophy, the default position that has been unfortunately prevalent in society is that that this external world, these objects that get formed only through the mind consciousness, through that thought process, is projected outside, and a belief exists that these things actually exist, and these consist of this so-called external world. So the moment the world gets formed and the world is believed to be true as a doer, a person experiencing the world gets formed here. So that is where the wrong self-view occurs. So when this wrong self-view occurs, this is where the fundamental problem with this issue happens. There is a self here immediately that is experiencing it, finding something of value, and when this value gets created, there is a wanting, a yearning, a needing. You can call it desire, you can call it clinging, to keep that object, to protect it, to keep it, to want more and more of it. So this is what happens. I mean, if we take the world, the normal world, your life, things and objects that were dear to you, that you found to be valuable to you during your small days, childhood days, are very small and simple, isn't it? Maybe it was your bat and ball, maybe it was a doll. Little things, your school bag, your colored pencils. It starts off very simply, but then over time, the objects and things and the world expands over time, and things become more and more complicated. Things that you see that your parents latch on to, desire, everything you learn by watching, by observing. All these things are learned, and if certain words and certain emotions and things are being displayed, even then the child wouldn't even know what these things mean, but then gradually through the learning process, they understand what it means to be angry, what it means to be, there's friction when there is something that is lost. And then when, for example, if the child sees somebody crying, they don't know what that means even. But then gradually they learn that, okay, when you're sad, that means you cry. So crying means tears coming down down the eyes, down the face means crying. And then crying is generally associated with sadness. And then later on, maybe at an old age, they might understand that there can be crying out of happiness as well. Some people shed happy tears. So these are all perceptions, isn't it? So then what about a sports game, right? Some child will watch a cartoon very happily and very innocently in their very early childhood days. But how does this become more and more complicated? So then it becomes video games, it becomes TV programs, it becomes sports, and then they become very agitated or excited about sports, and then they will, as they continue to grow up, they will take sides according to whatever teams they like to support. And then there's rivalry between sports, and then you can even get angry with your good friend or best friend in school, best friend in university also, because, for example, they might be supporting the other team or something or the other, which would then create this rift, create something. So for what? All this is just arising out of perceptions, rising out of taking these aspects which build from little beginnings, from small beginnings, but over the years, through this continued ignorance, continued deception, by not having a correct understanding of this Dhamma. That is what it boils down to, which is why at the beginning we said that Buddhism and the teachings of the Buddha, there is no ism in it. There's no theoretical base. There's nothing like that for it to be an ism. It is the truth. It is the truth of the way, the true nature of things. So the true nature of things is something that every human being is entitled to know, because in that there lies the secret to end suffering. The secret to end suffering is the Four Noble Truths, the truth about understand what suffering is, the cause of suffering, the way out of suffering, so the end of suffering and the way out of suffering.
So to understand this is the only way to transcend, to fully find the cessation of suffering. And for that, one has to understand the mind, one has to understand the correct view in order to understand that there wasn't actually a self here, because this world that we have found ourselves in is revolving around ultimately you, isn't it? Because there is a false I, a false sense of ego or self that has got created here, which is the thing that is giving all the pain, the suffering, the depression, and the ultimate reason for the suffering. And if one actually understands that this whole thing is getting formed as a system, as a process, then that this self or the concept of self is only an extension of this manifestation of vibrations in the sense faculties, then ultimately one will find it really challenging when somebody asks the question, if your body is also not me, if your body is also not you, and the mind is also not you, then who are you? Because that is a question that our noble teacher has always posed. Because if you think about it, all these things that you have called, all this time that you have called the body yours, I mean, if you think about the body, is the hand yours? Is the leg yours? Right? Is the hair yours? What part of your body can be called yours? There isn't anything like that, is it? And even the concept of leg, concept of body, concept of hand or hair or torso or whatever it is, hip or waist or whatever it is, aren't these all names and labels that have been given in this world? A learned thing, a learned concept. If not for the association of form and name and the associated perceptions, there wouldn't be anything called the body in the first place. Right? So, how can therefore you find a you in the body? You can't. So, same thing with the mind. So, if you can, some people say, this is my mind, I am entitled to change my mind. But if you ask yourself, can you concentrate on something that is one of your easily one of your favorite topics for the next 5 minutes, not to think about anything else at all whatsoever, would you be able to do it? You might sit in all great enthusiasm thinking, what is 5 minutes? I can do it, But even 2 minutes into it, you won't be able to. I wouldn't even say 1 minute. It would be difficult, almost impossible for you to stay on for 2, 3, 4 minutes thinking about the same thing. So why is that? Can you then say that you are in control of your mind, that it is your mind, that it is your thoughts? If they were your thoughts, then you can control what you want to get in terms of thoughts, control what you don't want to get in terms of thoughts, or even control that you don't get anything at all. But can you do any of those things? No. So if something is not within your control, can you even call that mind or call that thought yours? No. So nobody actually pauses and think about any of these aspects. Why? Because we are all caught in this big rat race, isn't it? Everybody is running helter-skelter like mad people, crazy people. And this is said in the sense that, this is the way the life is. It's not as if it's a casting an aspersion on anybody, but this has become the norm in the world. The life and the world has become so fast-paced that everybody is caught in this rat race. And there is no time to stop and think. There is no time to take a breath. There is no time to even sit by a lake, sit in a forest, sit on a park bench and look at the beauty of nature. Look at the greenery of the trees. Look at the sun setting. Do we have the time? Everything is, even if somebody actually finds 5 minutes and 10 minutes to find the time to sit there, they might be physically there, but their mind is far away. They're thinking about something that happened in that during the day. They're thinking about something that has to be planned for tomorrow. They're thinking about something in the past that has occurred, which is some painful memory, something or the other. In brief moments, they might come back to the thought in that moment, but otherwise, what is happening? The thought that is arising in this moment is always a past stimuli, past perception. Ultimately, whatever the thought that is here is anyway a past perception synchronizing to this perception occurring in this moment. That is undeniable because everything that is thought is a combination of light, combination of sound, touch, taste, and smell. But do we know them as light separately, sound separately, color, touch, taste, smell separately? No. Even when it arises in this moment, it is arising as an apple. It is arising as what you had for breakfast. It is arising as something you did in school. It is arising as a task that you have to perform at work on Monday. This is the way it's coming, or it will come up as the petrol prices, it will come up as the Middle Eastern war or the conflict, something or the other. It is coming always with a label, it is coming always with a name. It doesn't come saying this is light, this is color, this is touch, and so on. No. But when one actually got to know of it in the very first instance, it was either just a image from a newspaper, image from an article or a web page, and a sound associated with those texts or words or font, isn't it? That's how one has acquired the perception that there is a war being fought. There is some strait that is being blocked. There are some naval ships that cannot come with fuel, right? There's going to be a shortage. All these are perceptions: shortage, fuel, tankers, oil, blast, bombing, Middle East, war. Did the baby in the cot ever know of any of these things? No. All are just concepts. All are just labels given through this mind interpretation of those basic sensory perceptions. How can that even be? But that is how this natural phenomena of the mind works. But fundamentally, we talked about the core being the vibration. And every vibration has an underlying power. So it is this vibration, and then that manifests itself into the light perception, sound, touch, taste, and smell. But then again, when these combine and a thought occurs, that is a brand new vibration. But ultimately, so that is the thing, that is the thought occurring in this very moment. Whether it is you, whether it is a child, whether it is an elderly person, for anyone, this is the universal truth. This is the truth about how things are. And every thought is just a stimuli that is a combination of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell in varying forms. Is there anything of substance in those? No, there isn't, because it's all forming from the speed of vibration. It's only a manifestation. Do they last? They don't last. It's just a perception. You can't touch a perception. If you think about, for example, Adam's Peak now, the picture of Adam's Peak might come to your mind, but that is just a perception, isn't it? Surely there is no mountain in the mind, right? And then, so that's the way it is. You might visualize the mountain. You might feel the hardness of the mountain should you be climbing it. All this is coming about through past perceptions becoming present perceptions. And otherwise, how can, so in that feeling of solidity of the mountain, that comes about
as a perception. You might say, no, I'm feeling it. But it's a perception, isn't it? Surely there is no, you're not near the mountain, you're not trampling the mountain, you're not walking along the mountain. Nothing is happening. So how did you get the feeling of solidity when you thought about the mountain? So this is what the perception is. This is how the perceptions become so real that people that this is why the false. This is why people get trapped in this whole illusion, because every perception, whether it's light perception, sound perception, all are merely perceptions and perceptions alone. So understanding this, and then with the vibration that carries the underlying power, when they translate into thought, that too is a vibration with a new undercurrent or underlying power. But the more and more the objects in this world is taken to be true, this power, this wanting various things, is also there. And then with that is the craving, the desire, and the clinging to various things, thinking that they are important, whether it is your children, whether it is your parents, whether it is your husband, all these things. I mean, there are lots of mothers that come out to the Sinhala Zoom discussions talking about their husbands, their spouses, and so on. Either they are either still very much attached to the husbands, very much, or for some reason not getting on with the husbands or children or whatever it is. So, I mean, children, husbands are all also again name and form. Just something image that has come and a name has been given saying this is a husband. These are the children. But what has happened over the years through multiple repeated perceptions or happening over and over again, there is a perception that there is a person like this. There's a perception that these children are true, that these children are real. And that is the way it works. But it is all a misconception, but not knowing that when that vibration of a thought occurs, with that yearning to have that object, with the yearning to keep that object alive, comes that whole self-existence, self-perception, and the wrong self-view. But knowing this and understanding it, how this whole thought and perception came about, helps one unravel it, and then in a fraction of a moment, this whole non-vibration actually rings true. And from that point onwards, it's the path that has to be followed. There is no person or self following the path, but it is something that is seen, something that is understood by understanding the nature of the senses, understanding the nature of the mind, understanding the way it always wants to get tied up in something, because that is the very nature of vibration. So this, we were talking about the vibration. The more and more the object that is made up of vibration becomes true, becomes real, becomes more and more feeling like that they are permanent, then the greater the fear, the greater the fear, and the greater the attachment that nothing will go wrong. And therefore, so the burning is there. The fact that something goes wrong, immediately there is a fire within you, isn't it? Fire in your belly. Fire within, they say, saying there's a sense of heaviness, sense of weightiness, sense of sorrow, if something happens to those objects, because the object has been something that is actually considered to be true. So once the truth is realized, the defilements start gradually fading, and the tranquility and internal tranquility starts emerging. The fundamental stage at which this transformation starts occurring is the eradication or the cessation of the wrong self-view. When that breaks down, when the mechanism of the mind and the senses and how they work are fully understood, there is actually no role
for the self to play anymore. So that breaks down, and the defilements fading away, the taints or the cankers that existed, the aversion, the attachment, all these things start fading away. And from that only the inner tranquility emerges. And the vibration which carried the underlying power, which we call the self vibration, is the thing that gradually dissipates and dissolves over time. It is not an easy task. There are so many pitfalls along the way as well, where one can think that there is no vibration now, that one can think that the wrong self view has been eradicated, but it can come as another trick from the mind. So there has to be the guidance and the advice of the noble teacher right through the end, which is why there are so many Zoom discussions in Sri Lanka devoted to this topic, devoted to this, to give enough attention to practitioners to be able to share their experiences and be corrected by the noble teacher, because it is only him. You can't say him actually. This is not something that is personalized. This is not, we are not talking about an individual, but it is an Aryan Mahans, fully awakened one, who would be able to really guide the practitioner and detect if that person is in a particular pitfall, in a particular state of mind which is not correct. So then he would be able to correct that path by either showing how that person has got into that rut, and sometimes might even shake the person out of this complacency thing, that thinking that I have now realized the 4 stages, or I have realized the pure truth, that there's nothing more to be done. So that ultimate test, even or even right through it, it is the noble spiritual teacher's guidance and advice that is required. So for any practitioners out there who are listening to this, who are listening to Buddothpada discourses in English, we urge you to, if you have even a little bit of doubt about the fact that there is no self here, if you have a bit of doubt even that there is no self here, that is the cue to call and ask our advisor as to where something has gone wrong, because as long as there is that skeptical doubt or any kind of semblance of doubt that there is a person here, then this whole CEO report, then this whole notion falls through. So we invite the listeners who are interested in this topic to clarify any questions that they might have, whether it is a simple question or a slightly challenging question, doesn't matter. Every question is actually important in order to unravel this Dhamma and help you understand it better. The truth, as we said right at the beginning, is an entitlement to everybody. If somebody kind of regards this teaching as another religion or as another talk and put it aside, that's going to be a really big tragedy, because the path to one's own salvation, path to the inner tranquility and calmness, to experience something which is far beyond these sensory perceptions, the happiness that the senses give, can only be shared or can only be imparted if one actually looks at this with an open mind and is able, with curiosity, and is able to actually understand the fact that what is being said here and taught here is that there was not a soul here at all. This wrong self-view is the thing that has betrayed the system, or as we call it, to believe that there was an individual. So there is no individual, and um, the vibration, the thought occurring in that moment gives rise to a stimuli. So that thing actually continues to happen even for the arahat, the awakened ones. It is the burning or the burning sensation behind the vibration, the power of the vibration that dissipates to bring about that inner tranquility, inner transformation. So we stop there today, Dhamma friends. Let us pay homage to Buddothpada and Mahatma for his noble teachings, his vision, and his guidance. Thirvan Sannai Aryan Mahatsa and Thirvan Sannai Dhamma friends.
Good afternoon, everybody. Namaste. Namaste, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 89, second paragraph. At this stage, you need to develop the Asavakya Jnana. Asavakya Jnana is the wisdom that will enable to you first to see when the thought is formed and when it ceases. Second, you have to have an awareness to see if you gave any value to the thought. Third, you have to analyze if you had an attachment or dislike to the thought that came to your mind. You have to feel the amount of attachment and dislike you felt towards that thought. The wisdom is called Asavakya Jnana. Supposing you see a drawing of a nice sofa on a paper. You like the sofa and you get attracted to what's on the drawing. You think that you will ask a carpenter to make it for you. Then you think of searching for a sofa like that in shops and you think of buying one. You will somehow buy a sofa similar to the one on the drawing because you were attracted to it. Just like that, when we see a sofa outside in the world, we think that it truly exists. But actually, it is just like the drawing of a sofa you saw on the paper. It is not there. It is very difficult to make you understand this. This is like trying to tell you how salt tastes. Until you taste it yourself, you would not know what it really tastes like. But when you develop the wisdom, the Asavakya Jnana, you yourself will realize that the attachments, your desire for things, tend to dissolve when you see things outside with Yatha Bhuta Jnana. Whenever you see something and every thought get at every moment, the Buddha said, Tatra Tatra Vipassati. This means you have to have the awareness and wisdom at every moment to see that there is no outside. It is only thoughts that create the outside. This is Vidarshanava. You also have to have The Yatabhuta Jnana, that there is no outside, that there is no inside, that they are only thoughts. Also, see that the thoughts don't exist, they are lies too. You also need the wisdom of Asavakya Jnana to feel if you still have likes and dislikes. This knowing will give you an indication if you still have a self identity. Every time you have a thought, you should know how much of attachment or dislike you have towards that thought. You have to feel the dissolving of those feelings. As you practice awareness, you realize that the reactions towards the stimuli coming from the senses melt away, and at the same time, your self identity dissolves away when we don't have any reactions to the stimuli. Mehimin Wahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Wahanse, supposing we see a book outside, but we do not believe that it exists. We know that it is an illusion. Then we don't give any value to it. Our I-ness reduces as much as the little value we give to the book that we see. It is very important that you know that your I-ness reduces according to the value you give to the stimuli that you receive from your six senses. Without this understanding, you cannot realize the pure truth. Also, if you think that you are different from the book that you see, then too you cannot realize the pure truth. Mehimin Mahase, Honorable Sir, most of the time I listen to the Buddothpada Sutra, the Buddha's teaching. I feel that the more I listen to it, I understand it better. Anand Mahase, that is very good. Each person has to identify some teachings of Buddha that resonates more with them. Then they can repeat listening to it until the teaching becomes very clear to them. Coming back to our discussion, if you clearly understand the path and apply it very well, you will have a feeling of lightness. Mehimin Mahase, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahase, then you would feel that you won't find a self identity in that moment. You would be awake to every moment without the self identity. This awakening gives a blissful feeling. Mehimin Mahase, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahase, you have to have a very good understanding of the path. You have to have an awareness and wisdom to go on the path. Contemplate on all that we discussed today. Every time you taste food, don't own the taste as yours. When you have food, when you look around, when you feel a nice smell, see if you are there in that thought. Then contemplate on how to experience that feeling without the self identity. You cannot experience anything without the self identity. Then contemplate on how to look at that experience and find you in it. Mihini Namaste, Teruvan Saranai Namaste, Naren Namaste, Teruvan Saranai. May the blessings of the Noble Triple Gem be upon you. Teruvan Saranai, everybody.
Teruvan Saranai Shani. We pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpada Aryanwanse. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpada English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence, and guide you to experience non-vibration. So first we would like to invite Surangika to start the discussion. Thiruvan Saranai. Thiruvan Saranai Sudharma, are you there?
Yes, I am
Can
there.
you please start the
You said
discussion? Yeah.
okay.
Thiruvan Saranai,
Let's start the
Bernard,
discussion.
Thiruvan Saranai,
Yeah.
Yes,
my friends.
Thiruvan
Yeah. Go ahead.
I just joined now, Mr. Bernard. So Dharma, if you don't mind,
Yeah.
can you just
Okay.
summarize what Shani
Okay.
mentioned?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All
Thiruvan
right.
Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. Thiruvan Saranai to all Dhamma friends. First of all, let's all worship Aryan Mahanse's feet for sharing this beautiful knowledge with the entire world. And as usual, Shani read the 2 pages from the book. Today it is the last 2 pages actually. And so far we have been discussing how or how should we see through the stimulus, in order to uh, in order not to be deceived by it, because we all have made from the birth, we have all made this world reality due to ignorance, and with this true Dhamma we are going against the current. Actually, we have been going with the current, and now we have started to go against the current without the person, of course. So today the main point of the discussion is asavakya jnana, that is the ability, the knowledge one should have to uh, discern or to self-realize that destruction of defilements occur or the diminishing of defilements happens. So this, when we discuss asavakya jnana, we cannot take it by itself, because it is one major component of 3 great knowledges, as we know, the Kubbe Nivasanussati Jnanaya, then the Chutupapada Jnanaya, and the Asavakya Jnanaya. So if we discuss it in relation to the stimulus or a thought, so as we know, the due to the automatic functioning of the sensory organs, certain manifestations happen, and at once this name and form combination, we naturally, not we, as a natural process due to prior perceptions or the prior knowledge we had with that type of formations, naturally a name comes, and this name and form combination happens, and that is the formation of a thought according to Dhamma. So this Kubbe Nivasanussati Jnanaya, Aryan Mahanse has explained very well. It is also called as seeing the Perasit Kanda Pilivela, or actually if we try to translate, it is to go back to the moment of first exposure to that particular stimulus in one's life. That to say, the first time that if we take the example of mother, let's say it's a perception or the thought is the mother that occurred right now. So going back to, according to this Kubbe Nivasanussati Jnanaya, we should have that knowledge to understand this is not a real entity, but uh, one day, once in our life, at some point, somebody introduces this particular shape along with the label, and from there onwards, that thought as a perception um, came to our life, or was there kind of ignorantly we believe that the existence of that perception. So what happens is, so this effort, all these efforts are to understand that this world is not a real entity. So due to this lack of awareness of Dhamma, we used to believe whatever the entities, people and the objects and all other entities, maybe places, everything existed in our life. So with this Pubbe Nivasanasati Jnana, or the knowledge of going back to the very first thought, and through wisdom see the reality that it was non-existent until someone at some point like introduced this shape along with the label, and then onwards we ignorantly believed the existence of that. And that is the Pubbe Nivasanasthati Jnanaya. So when to talk about Asavakshya Jnanaya, we need to have that aspect also, that awareness, that knowledge also. Then the Chutupapata Jnanaya is the knowledge to see the truth in the stimulus that occurs at that very moment. That is a big, for that one should have the proper mindfulness or the awareness that has been highlighted in these sermons over and over again by Aryan Vasi. One should have that awareness. If you are not if you are not able to see that it is a stimulus that occurs right now, it is not something that is perceived by an existing sensory organ or existing person, but it is an instantaneous manifestation that happens due to these similar vibrations coming together. So that knowledge one must have, because this is actually we are discussing the volume 1. So these are the basics of this Dhamma, this doctrine of Buddhism, and the effort is to enable a beginner to uh, gain the skill, gain the knowledge to see the reality in the thought formation. So, and then with this knowledge, when one actually gets a thorough knowledge of this, how the first thought occurred in the life, and how and also the skill to see the rising of each and every thought, I mean consciously, because as beginners we have to do it consciously. Later it will come spontaneously. So one experiences the diminishing of the defilements. So here in this description, it was very well explained. Aryan Hase explains how can one understand the diminishing of defilements. How actually when we talk about defilements in relation to a certain object, we have to think about all aspects like attachment. You may be attached to that, or maybe there may be aversion
or equanimity, upeksha. Sometimes you may not be attached to it, you may not have any aversion to it, but that upeksha, equanimity is also a point. So with this wisdom, you should be able to see the level what happened actually, because ignorantly we never paid attention to any of the thoughts that occurred in our, I mean, day-to-day life, unless and until we got this need to understand through Dhamma. Gradually, now we have come to a certain level that we feel that our defilements are fading away gradually. But it is a process again. It is very important to mention that it is a process. It is a process. It is not like it does not happen in one go at once or just the moment. But still, uh, that also depends on the skillfulness of the disciple, uh, because Aryan Hansi himself says certain people, Buddothpada people, then and there realize everything, but still others will actually elaborate on this. So Ms. Surangika and Dr. Sakuntala is also there. So the discussion today is going to be basically about Asavaksha Jnana. In this section, Shani explained 4 aspects. If I repeat it, first thing, to see when the thought is formed and when it ceases. I would like to add a few more thoughts about this, because I questioned Aryan Muhanse about this very recently, to see when the thought is formed and when it ceases. So what Aryan Muhanse also mentioned is, you can never see the thought ceasing. It is through wisdom only you know that when the next thought arises, the previous thought has ceased. It is also through wisdom one has to see. And then second point is, you have to have an awareness to see if you gave any value to the thought. That is very important. The giving value to the thought is not only positively giving value. With aversion, then again upeksha, equanimity is also, there is some subtle value, because we have to get rid of all 3 when we talk about value. And you have to analyze if you had an attachment or dislike to the thought that came to your mind. Yeah, because this is, as I earlier also mentioned, this is something that happens consciously. As beginners, it is actually learning to see through or penetrate through the stimulus. Then finally it says you have to feel the amount of attachment and dislike you felt towards that thought. Yeah. So how much burning we had in relation to that particular stimulus. So Ms. Surangika and Dr. Sakuntala, you can further elaborate on this. So entire thing is about, since this is the last part of the book, it is about how one self-realize the diminishing of defilements. O Asavaksya Jnanaya. Teruvan Saranai.
Thank you, Sudharma. Teruvan Sarnai, everyone. I think you actually gave a very good summary, Sudharma, of the readings of that book, the 2 pages, as well as kind of giving a bit of a compendium of all the facts that were laid out in that discussion. So just to elaborate a little bit more on that, so you're right, and Aryan Mahansa has also explained so many times when mothers come onto the Zoom and say start off somewhere in the middle and or catch a hold of the word Asrava and say, now are my Asrava or defilements fading? How do I find that out, and that kind of thing. So then he always points the person out to the 3 jnana, or the 3 types of wisdom, and says that you can't have one without the other, and all 3 are interlinked. And in order to come to the point of being able to detect whether the astrava or the defilements or taints, as we call them, are gradually dissipating, one has to understand the two types of wisdom that comes before that. And that is all to do with, obviously, the thought. And the first one is, as you quite rightly said, the Pubbenivasanusati jnana, or the wisdom of seeing how the thought came about. So to do that, one has to go to the ins and outs of the mechanism of the thought process, and that means right to the very beginning, the core and the very start of the entire process, which means it's from the speed of vibrations, and then understanding that it is the speed of the vibration that then manifests through the sense faculties into perceptions. These perceptions, which are not that are there only in a kind of a basic consciousness level in the form of the light consciousness, sound consciousness, taste consciousness, smell consciousness, and so on at the stage of the baby, then gradually develops at the point of maybe say 2-3 years of age when the child goes to Montessori. At that point, with the sense faculties maturing, there is the element of certain information that is then fed into the child. As you already mentioned, images are then associated with sound, taste, and touch and smell. Each of these varying perceptions are given a label, a name, and in that sense reinforced repeatedly to the point that then the whole mechanism of how the mind consciousness works starts to operate. So those basic consciousnesses, the light consciousness, touch, taste, and smell, and so on, then combine to form the mind consciousness, which is the thought. So the thought then is not just one thought, it is the bat, the ball, A, B, C, apple, tree, mother, father, and so it is that the list goes on, and with that, with every one of those perceptions comes a thought, and then the thought is projected outside. A world then gets formed, and it is this so-called world that then the child starts thinking or believing to be real. And it is these objects, animate or inanimate, that basically courses through the mind, which, not understanding that due to pure ignorance, the existent feel comes about, the sense of aliveness comes about, and the whole self-perception, the I, the ego, then starts to emanate and arise and emerge, which then creates the duality. And so the whole mind trick and that entire process comes about. So, I mean, all this none of us understood before accessing the Dhamma. We had bits and pieces of knowledge that had been gained through the Tripitaka or through different other Dhamma teachings, but to piece this together one by one and ensure that how we know from beginning to end how this whole mind facade works, how the consciousness even comes about, basically from a sensation that also emanates purely from a vibration happening at speed, was not known. It was all from these pure Dhamma teachings that we were able to meticulously understand every little detail, and it is that detail as to how this thought comes about that is understood through the Pubbenivasanusati jnana, the elements of the thought and how that whole thought process works. So once that is understood, then we come to the Chutupapada jnana, which is the understanding of the thought or the stimuli that is occurring at this very moment. So we understand also that, this so-called memory that we call in the conventional term is just merely perceptions telepathizing at this very moment. Past perceptions, we call it that way, just from a practical aspect. past perceptions and new perceptions, but it is if there is a vibration that is happening at this very moment via a particular stimuli occurring in this moment, then to that extent, if there is a similar vibration or an equal vibration, then that telepathizes in this very moment. And it is that experience that is then understood or experienced in this moment. So if one does not know the mechanics of that whole process, one will then believe that stimulus to be true. And it is not just known as a thought, is it? It is put out into that real world, and they consider it a real world. They consider it an object of attachment, as you said, an object of craving, an object of desire, or it can be an object of ill will or hatred. So if one, for example, thinks about, watching something on TV, like a cricket match, for example, or some really nice film. So then sometimes you can, we've all come across this situation where people, sometimes your mother or father or your husband might come and say, and talk to you behind the sofa where you're sitting and watching the TV, but you don't even hear them. You don't even know that they're standing next to you because you're so engrossed in the film. So what happens there? You have completely identified yourself with the watching. That whole thing has become so real to you that you are immersed in it, which means that that is where the becoming is. That is where the bhava is, and that's what is mentioned by upadana or identification with stimuli, because of ignorantly not knowing that the object is not real, one has then become the object because of the attachment or the craving. If we take another example, for instance, and this is something that we have come across, like, if there is for example, a dead serpent on the road, you will find the people gathering just out of curiosity to look at it, and then you are passing by, and then you wonder what's the big crowd about, and then you go and peep through the crowd and see what's this whole thing that they're staring about, to see it's some dead serpent, and it's probably stinking, isn't it? On the road, and it's not a pretty sight. I mean, how can a dead serpent be a pleasant sight? And yet people get drawn to it. It's aversion, it's distasteful, and yet there is a kind of a attraction to even the most unpleasant of things. There are so many other instances where we have seen that things that are not nice, things that are not pretty, still people want to see it, still people want to comment on it, still people want to go there and make a comment and say that they were disgusted about it, and so on. So this attachment doesn't mean attachment through craving or attachment through desire. It can be, the attachment is what we call the binding power. The binding power either through ill will, hatred, detesting something, or through the point of actually wanting something, or even the upeksha, the moha aspect of it, the equanimity aspect of it, of being non-committal about it. I mean, sometimes you can have a policy in a country where people feel strongly about, another group of people can feel, some people might like it, another group of people might not like it, and then you sit here and you'll say, I don't know why those people don't like it and these people like it. I, of course, I'm fine either way. And, you can express a feeling or a statement like that. But then what happens? Even to the point of being, having that sense of equanimity, there is still that thing that one feels non-committal about. And then there is that thing where there is a person here feeling non-committal about a particular object. So in all those three instances, there is that identity with the object. The stimuli is real, the duality is still present, and the I and the ego, the self-perception, is still here, happily existing. So the understanding of the Pupenivasānussati leads one to exercise prajna or penetrative wisdom, And when that stimuli occurs in this very moment, there is no betrayal, there is no misunderstanding, there is no getting caught or trapped with that stimuli and getting carried away with that thought through attachment in the form of raga, desha, moha, in whatever form it comes, because one has understood that how the thought process works. And with those two jnana comes the gradual dissipation of the defilements. So we spoke about raga, desha, moha, the defilements and the taints which originates through the zygote level at the shashava, or the taints, the self-vibration, and that is the thing that projects itself through asrava. And by understanding how the thought and the elements of the thought come together, and then understanding this stimuli that occurs in this moment, one will find that by continuing to understand this true Dhamma or Satya Jnana, the things that you have in your life been attached to or suffered from or got worried about or stressed about, one would experience gradually. You can't put a time on it. You can't really put your finger and say when it happened, isn't it? But gradually, whilst listening to the Dhamma, 2 or 3 months go by, 6 months go by, 1 year, 1.5 years. And then you turn around and think, actually, something that I had really got upset about 6 months ago, it doesn't really faze me so much now. I mean, and then something that really worried you, somebody calls, or your son calls or something, now it's just an incident. Or it doesn't matter whether he doesn't call every day, or it doesn't matter whether he doesn't come to see me once a month, or things like that. So how did that happen? So that happening is because the thought, that is the thing that has kept us bound to the samsaric cycle, which we didn't understand. We thought it was the son, we thought it was the mother, we thought it was our job or career or something else. But ultimately, through the Dhamma, we understand it is the seeing is a thought, the hearing is a thought. All the so-called perceptions or experiences that we have gained was only just a thought. And when one understands that, comes that gradual realization, the gradual awakening, and the dissipation of those defilements slowly and slowly. And to the point that you mentioned, Sudharma, about the beginner stage, how do we put this into practice? I mean, through Dhamma, one listens to it, one does the penetrative reflections about it, but then together in parallel, one has to be practical. And in that first stage of considering that this so-called external world is not true, it is only something that is occurring in the mind, one starts off by devoting 5-10 minutes of one's time, or attending a practical program where you will devote a certain amount of time by taking by understanding every perception that comes through, and understanding that if one hears a sound, it is the mind that says that it is a crow sound. If one gets a smell to the nose, then it is the mind that says, or it is the thought that says that it is the smell of jasmine. So when one puts this gradually into practice, it is quite difficult. It can be quite exhausting at the beginning. I'm sure followers of Buddothpada talks will understand that initially analyzing the thought was quite challenging. But if one does that for initially 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour, gradually that thing starts to become easier, and then one is able to, through the Satya Jnana as well, invariably be able to gain that kind of practice and ingrain that into one's daily activities. And that happens slowly, but it really does. It starts gradually becoming part and parcel of one's day-to-day activities, that then you don't have to actually pay too much of effort separately, and you will be able to make that whole practice, a part of your day-to-day activities, and gradually those objects and the worry and the attachment and the desire that is attached to those objects through thoughts and the thought process starts dissipating, so that that gradual awakening will arise. So maybe Dr. Sakuntala can add to that more.
Thiruvan Saranai, Ms. Rangika, thank you so much for the beautiful explanation and the examples also. And Dr. Kokila is also here now. Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, the main topic today is Asavakshaya Jnanaya. That is, yes, we discussed basically about as it is one of the three great knowledges, Trividya, Pubbe Nivasanussati, Chuttupapata, and Asavakya Jnana. So Dr. Sakuntala is also here. So we can discuss Thiruvan Saranam.
Sorry, I got late because one of the kids got injured. So actually, when we talk about the Asavakshaya Jnana, it's very difficult to judge when you are in the mind, but when you are in the field, that's the only way to talk about the Asavakshaya Jnana. So it is a bit difficult sometimes, because sometimes we can be in the mind and then we can judge, we can judge. So judging is in the mind, but actual feel has nothing to do with the judgment. So that's the most important aspect of the Asavakshaya Jnana, the feel, how the field has no explanation, how much vibration you get, how much power. The power has dissipated, power has reduced. So that's the only guidance we have. But we can't talk about it once while in thinking. Thinking always has a bias. Thinking always has a judging person there. So the judgment is always biased. Judgment is always biased towards the judging person, kind of the self. So this bias can be good or bad. I mean, someone might say, I don't understand this, or might say, I don't feel it, or someone might say, yeah, I feel it a lot, sometimes, something like that. This judgment, when you are inside the mind, is not the best way to ascertain what kind of power you have inside you. The power getting reduced has nothing to do with the day-to-day life. You might not even notice it. Someone may not notice it. The functions will be similar. Even the talking sometimes maybe actually maybe shouting also. But still, that's only to oneself that will be obvious, unless it's another person who is closer to non-vibration, or who is non-vibration. Yeah, I think Dr. Sakutala can add something to Tirvansanai.
My all Brahma friends. I think Surangika and Sudharma gave a very detailed description about the three wisdoms that that was read from the book. I remember Aranahase mentioning that the term wisdom is not the exact word for this one, because for the jnanas, Jnana is the Pali term, and also in Sinhala also we use the same term, but it doesn't actually interpret what is meant by jnana, because it is something that it's not a knowledge, it's not a book, something that you can study and achieve, but it's something that blooms from within the system. So as you all mentioned, now the asavakya jnana, or the uh, feel that the defilements are sort of less or getting faded. It's not something that you can achieve as a thought. It's something that the system will feel with time, and especially when the same stimulus occurs, same kind of situation is faced with, uh, the system will feel that the fire which used to erupt at those instances is less. So, in other words, the word, we use the word fire, but actually it's the defilements, or in other words, it's a self perception, the self feeling. All are sort of used to describe the same thing, the current which comes up. This is actually part of the uh, system, initially starting as sensor function, and then uh, automatically in the older child, these sensor functions will merge together and the thought is formed, and it happens within such a sort of fast rate, fast speed. uh, uh, Older child or the adult will automatically experience the thought. So this thought is the one that we take as real because of the ignorance. Now everything is a thought basically. Uh, what we do, what we think, what we talk, everything are thoughts. So when you sort of open it up or stretch it and see, it's the uh, cumulated effect of the sensor functions, where there are forms of uh, shapes, forms of sound, then forms of smell, taste, and the skin feeling. So these are the components of the thought. Uh, and when you go a little deeper, we know now that as people who have been listening to these discussions again and again, we know that they are actually the result of fast vibration that happens at the sensor level, or the creation of the sense faculty means creation of the sound, or creation of the shape, or creation of a taste, smell, etc. So these, when you realize this truth, actually how it happens, it's not easy because we have been experiencing the thoughts as it is from the time that we remember, from our small age. These thoughts are formed again and again, and because of the repetitive uh, action, repetitive formation of these thoughts, some thoughts are very sort of strong, and because of this uh, strong nature of the thoughts, in other words, they have very fast vibrations, and we feel that as if it is real. So the thoughts are given life, in other words. Uh, we feel that the thoughts are alive. Mm, and like the other side of the coin, the alive thought mean that there is a self who is experiencing. So when I talk briefly about the practical side, these three wisdoms actually, the Pubbē Nivasanussati Jnanaya, I think already has been described. It is basically analyzing or what happens in the past thoughts, how the thoughts are formed. And Chatupapada Jnanaya is the analysis of the present thought, how it happens. So that means the present thought uh, has the components, as I mentioned earlier, the all types of forms. And these two are very, strongly interconnected because one will not occur without the other. So this part actually we talk in detail in the second step of our practical experience, where we focus to the mind. Now, in the first step, we talk that everything is a creation in the mind, and when we come to the second step, then we analyze how the thought is formed. Then we talk in detail about these two jnanas that I just mentioned. And when you understand how these thoughts are formed, how this creation occurs, and what is the magic behind that, the value which gets automatically added to the thought becomes less and less. It becomes sort of like a very colorful picture, which was initially a very bright colored picture, which looked like a real one, but generally after exposure to the sun, you can see that the colors are fading off, and then the value of that picture also gets less and less. So something like that, the value which the thought received earlier becomes less and less. So that is where you can apply the other jnana that we already sort of mentioned, Asavakya jnana. That means when you realize that there is nothing valuable, nothing to be taken seriously in these thoughts, the the thought itself becomes weaker, and the value becomes less and less, and that is where you can explain that the current which occurred in this process gets less and less. If any of you can add anything or any corrections are needed, please go ahead. Terwa Saranai.
Again, when we talk about all three, the things that we talk about, I don't know how they are told in
Jnana.
English, but
Yeah, I think we have to talk as jnana.
jnana,
Yes.
that again, the reiteration is these are these have to be kind of understood and also at the same time felt. So understanding part is done with the help of the mind, and we have, as humans, we have the best ability to understand how these vibrations work, and yes, and let it be. And that let it be part is the most important part here, because with the help of these things, when you know, with the help of the mind, when you know all these things, first we let go, and then only you will actually feel it. So that's the catching part here. Is it's not about the knowing this. It's not difficult. Everyone can know this. The catching part is actually know it and then actually let go, and then feel these things, even the knowing about the past, how these things happen. You have to kind of feel it, how it telepathizes, like specifically how this happens, and how this particular moment, and how we can relate to the kind of the power, which is again in the feel part. So everything is, the catchy part is, or difficult part is, not actually understanding this, because a lot of people can understand this, but to actually practically feel it. And the pitfalls are trying to uh, carry this knowledge very heavily is not going to work. But also, if you take it very lightly, also, that then you won't understand it. So, such a balance we need in this part. So, I think that is the important thing to remember. Yeah, anyone else?
Tiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, anyway, at the, I mean, basic level, if we say this analysis of the thought is important, isn't it? As you say, the knowledge is very important. Otherwise, we never know such a thing. This is an illusion, even we don't know. And I have experience, and as you said, Dr. Kokila, now only I actually figured out very recently the difference between this knowledge and feeling thing. Although I tried, I contemplated, I visualized what this feeling is like. I don't know whether it's the exact feel that you all are talking about, but sometimes within some certain things are kind of some awareness is happening without the involvement of thought. So something very last week, something not interesting, some incident happened. I in a hurry, I used some detergent to clean the kitchen sink, and it left like stain on it. That glossy layer is damaged. So it is so ugly. But I knew it's ugly, and actually I would have replaced it the very next day. But it didn't happen yet. I know it is ugly, but it is there. But that burning is not there. I don't think about it even. It's not a like big deal, but it is ugly. I know that it is ugly, and someday it should be replaced. That knowledge is also there. That awareness is also there. And another thing that I would like to share, you might laugh at me anyway. When I first joined the Zoom today, only Shani was there. Shani was reading. So I was just waiting. And then Mr. Justin, the name only. So I saw how the value is, being attributed to these things I perceive. So some happiness is there. Then I saw Dr. Sakuntala. Then again, the value added. Then Miss Surangika was there. And ultimately Dr. Kokila. So these little things help us to, understand this value we attribute to the thoughts also. When we uh, very simple things, but I felt the value that I can't explain the exact feeling I had, but I felt that there is certain values being attributed to these letters that appear in the participant list. So
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it that way, it is that way. If you don't look at it that way, it is not that way. So it is bit, again, the 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 second, the one we talk about, like perception not being true, part is still very important. I don't know how important, how else I can reiterate the same thing. Like I'm just curious to know how that one particular message is not going through. That perception part is actually not. It's still kind of there. Yeah, I mean, I think one day with all these discussions, you would definitely feel that
Peruan Sarnai. With deep gratitude, I worship my most venerable teacher, the most venerable Buddothpada Aranahansa, who compassionately reveals the profound Dhamma in a way that awakens wisdom in the heart of many. Under the noble guidance and blessings of the most venerable Buddothpada Aranahansa, I humbly begin today's Dhamma sermon. In the last sermon, we discussed about 8 worldly conditions: profit, loss, insult, appreciation, fame, disrepute, sadness, and happiness. You will realize that you will accept all these conditions without creating any reaction towards them. You will remain calm and not be shaken by them. Gradually, you will begin to develop a calm nature towards everything that you have to encounter. Finally, you will also realize that you will find yourself just watching them. You will see everything coming and going. At the very beginning, you had to put some effort to practice Pancha Indriya Dharma, 5 spiritual faculties. What are they? Saddha. What does Saddha mean? Seeing the truth in a thought. Virya. Applying effort to see the thoughts. Satya. Seeing the truth in each thought and letting it go. Samadhi. Seeing the truth in each thought and letting it go becomes an automatic process or becomes normal, continuous thing. Prajna. Wisdom that develops as you continue to see the truth in each thought. As you continue to practice seeing the truth in each thought, the Pancha Indriya Dharma becomes Bala Dharma. This means that all these qualities of Saddha, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, and Prajna begin to develop automatically without an effort. Now you don't think. No sooner you receive a thought, you automatically see the truth in it. This means that a spiritual development has started taking place within you. The spiritual development is known as the 7 factors of awakening. What are they? Satta, Bojjhanga, Dharma. The 7 factors of awakening, what are they? They are mindfulness. What is mindfulness? It is called sati. Investigation. That means dham vichara. Effort. Virya. Joy. We all know that is preeti. Tranquility in mind. Passaddhi. Concentration. Samadhi. What is upekha? That is the equanimity without craving or aversion. The spiritual development of the Satta Bojjhanga cannot be stopped by anyone. Just like how a chili plant or any other plant would grow. The awakening process automatically works within you. Then you will for sure realize the pure truth. The realization of the pure truth is called, as we all know now, Sambodhi Parayana. This means that you will never be born in bad worlds or hells. That is an assurance. Once you realize the pure truth, you would attain the first stage of awakening on the supramundane plane, known as Sotapanna. And thereafter, nothing can be stopped. Your spiritual advancement. You will always move forward within the supramundane plane of the Patisotaya. You will automatically begin to move towards the path of Nirvana. Once you realize the pure truth expounded by Samma Sambuddha, with a great effort, you will never be born in unfortunate worlds as hells or even animals' worlds. Even though you do a lot of meritorious deeds, because we know many people engage in different kind of meritorious deeds. Maybe offering dana to temple or to poor people, helpless people. For what? We do all these deeds to gain a lot of merits. But remember, that still does not stop you from falling into bad ways after your death. The point is, if you have not entered the supramundane plane, which is the Lokotara Bhumya, the chances are abundance that you will fall into bad worlds or hells. If you believe that things outside truly exist, that will lead you to Bhavya. And you will go on in this samsara, following the cycle of rebirth and death. which again gives you suffering, endless suffering. Unless you have realized the philosophy of the Buddha, you cannot be called a Buddhist. Anybody who has already realized that this world is an illusion or a lie, he or she can be called a Buddhist. What does Buddha mean by the end in the Bhava or Bhava Uddha? Bhava Uddha become Bauddha, that means stopping the Bhavaya, endless samsara, keeping the full stop to the endless samsara. That can be done only having seen the truth, the pure truth. You need to practice this going on the path every day. At the beginning, try to bring your mindfulness to any of the 4 postures you would be at that moment. At the beginning, you need to apply effort to go on the path. What is that journey? The journey towards the path of Nirvana begins with the effort you put into it. We should not give it up. Once you realize the pure truth, you will remember that at the beginning you had to apply a lot of effort. That is only to start the journey on the path. But after for some time, as you go on the path, you realize that once you reach a point in your mindfulness and in your spiritual development, the rest of the spiritual development takes place automatically without an effort. You would automatically see the thoughts effortlessly. You would not get distracted, disturbed by the thoughts. You would let them go. But as we know well, before the spiritual development, you had applied a lot of effort to practice how to let go of the thoughts that you received at that moment. It only shows that it is very important that you practice letting go of the thoughts. in order to proceed on the path to nirvana. You should also know that the path to become a sotapanna or stream enterer is different to the path one has to follow to become an anagami or non-returner. As you all know, there are 4 stages of attainment in the supramundane plane. What are they? They are sotapanna, the first stage, sakurdagami, the second stage, anagami, the third stage, and arahant, the journey's end. To attain each stage, you have to follow a different path. Sotapanna Marga is like a path going up to a mountain in search of nirvana. And on your way to the top, to the peak of the mountain, you arrive at a plateau. This plateau is similar to attaining the first stage of Sotapanna. This means that you have realized the truth. But if you live day to day with the realization that there is nothing outside, that they are merely thoughts, without moving forward on your path to reach the peak or the top, then you will remain stuck only with this part of the realization. Is the journey completed? No. You will never move forward to realize the next 3 stages of the spiritual path. Coming in the path only halfway through without completing that? Do you think that we are successful 100%? No. We have just started the journey. 3 more stages to be passed. Then only we can understand the pure truth. The path is with many obstacles. We should clear them little by little to make our own path. And the effort should not be given up. The continuous effort should be there right throughout the journey. If you feel lazy or if you give it up, again you will not end up this samsara. Again you will start the journey to have the birth and death. In order to attain this next stage of an anagami, you have to maintain your awareness and use your wisdom, the awakened mental eye, to analyze and see if thoughts are true or not. It is you who could do that. Aryan Mahansa shows us the path. As we have heard, one man can drag a horse to water. Even 20 men cannot make him drink water. Who should drink? It has to be by the horse. It's somewhat similar to this. When we all were stranded in this world without hearing proper Dhamma, the Dhamma expounded by Samma Sambuddha, we all lived in thirst. Fortunately, Aryan Mahansa, he has realized this Dhamma and he has started little by little to deliver this Dhamma to the helpless people. Immediately after hearing that Dhamma, everybody understands. The exact path was found. But he can only guide. Effort is ours. If we give it up, once again, we will get stranded. Are we that unfortunate? After hearing and listening to this Dhamma, to give it up halfway through? No, it should not. Because we hear this Dhamma. It happens on this earth really. It's something like finding Kalonika, something which is very rare to be found. Something like finding pearls, real pearls. So we all are fortunate to find that real pearl, that manikya. While he is shining, he is trying to shine, make us shine. He has already lit his lamp, and he is trying to light the lamps of so many helpless people. So, my dear Dhamma friend, We should not give it up at all. When you see that the thought is a lie, that is when your path to attain the stage of anagami starts to clear up. Unfortunately, a person who is a sotapan, who is in the path of sotapan, can also fall into the trap of living. In the Lokottara Samadhiya. If he gets attached to his Samadhiya, then he would not be able to proceed on the path to Nirvana. You can be a Sotapanna person and yet be trapped in the false view, dushtiya, which can hinder, obstacle your progress in moving forward to attain other stages. Therefore, you should either learn to apply an effort to see the truth in the thought and proceed on the path to attain the stage of anagami, or you should get advice from a Kalyana Mitra Nuhansa, because we know that Buddha Sasana depends on Kalyana Mitra, someone who has already realized the pure truth, so that you can proceed on your path to Nirvana. Unless you are guided by such a person, this journey will be somewhat difficult. The continuous encouragement is needed. At times, when you keep one step ahead, we return 2 steps back. That much hard journey. One has to realize that. No good things can be achieved without an effort. If you are lazy, if you do not have the perseverance, determination, and top of everything, the guidance of Kalyana Mitra Vahansa, you may keep your leg back. Hindrances on our way also should be realized. The difficulty of the journey also should be realized. We cannot find easy means to attain Nibbana. But it's not a dream for a person who has the determination. perseverance, courage. You have to find a practical way to be on the path. Even when you are on the path to attain the fourth and the final stage of becoming an arahat, you have to quietly keep in seeing the thoughts that come and go. At this stage, when you are on the path to become an arahant, you have nothing to do except to watch the thoughts that come and go. You have to be alert towards the thoughts that continuously generates in your mind with a concentrated mind. The concentration is very important. It plays a significant role in you. Whenever you lose concentration, you will not see the truth in your, you will not see the true path, the correct path. This path is well explained by the Buddha in the Ogatarana Sutta. While you are on the path to become Sotapanna, you need to put some effort to become a Sotapanna. When you are on the path to become an Anagami, there is a bit of an effort. That means with less effort, you can attain that Anagami Bhumi. You need to observe how you let go of your thoughts. Seeing that there is nothing in a thought, it is known as Animitta Samadhi. You can observe the Animitta Samadhi while you are on the path to becoming an Anagami. Even though you need to put some effort while being on the path to become an Anagami, you need not do anything while being on the path to become an Arahant. You only need to quietly, silently observe your thoughts. While on the path to becoming an Arahant. Once you attain the stages of Sotapan and Anagam, you will realize that the outside world is only an illusion, which is not true. It's a lie. You will see through that. You will see that through your mental eye. Because your mental eye at that time is awakened. you will also realize that the thought is also alive. You would let go of both the outside world and the belief in thoughts. You will also see the sunyatava, the emptiness or the nothingness in all what you receive through your six senses. You will always see the sunyatava. These explanations are somewhat advanced. Now, let us talk about your progress on your path and your practice as of today. The message we always give you is to keep your mindfulness. Focus on your base, which is your home. Remember, mindfulness is our home. You have to be in your home. Mindfulness is your base, your home. You always have to come back to your home. Unless you live with concentration, you cannot get back to your home. If your thoughts are disturbed, you will not come back to your home. Whenever your mind goes away behind other thoughts, you always have to take your mind back to your home. Because at times, unless we concentrate towards our thoughts, they just generate one after the other. They put obstacle to come back to your home. You have to take it back to your point of concentration, which could be either your breath or your posture. You should always see the truth in the thought that arises in your mind and then let it go and go back to your home. When you do this, your practice in mindfulness becomes stronger, powerful. When you improve in your mindfulness, it leads to a samadhi. What does samadhi mean by? That is an awareness of your mind. It is simply like being at your home at every time. Once you have developed a samadhi or this awareness of your mind, you will always feel very calm and very light-hearted. You will always be mindful. You will not have unnecessary burden on you. You will at times feel like that you are floating. It's very important to be in your home. The path to Nirvana is a miraculous journey. No matter how many problems you encounter, or how many people are gathered around you, or whatever you do, you will always be mindful in your home. When you say that you are in your home, it means you are progressing on your path to Nirvana. Once you develop a very good mindfulness, you will not wander about in this sansara. Wandering in sansara should be stopped. This cycle of rebirth and death, that has to be totally eradicated. Nobody likes to suffer. Going in this sansara means we are taking the sufferings to our shoulders. How to keep that burden out of our shoulders? As a person whose hair is set on fire, we should accelerate to extinguish that fire. Because fire means burning. Burning means we are suffering. Suffering will not cease till we go in this sansara. This sansara circle is very dangerous. This birth, we are fortunate. We can hear through our ears. We can listen to this Supreme Dhamma. Our intellectuality has been broadened. What else is needed top of everything? We have met a Kalyana Mitra and Vahansa who is guiding us in the path. Everything is completed. Aren't we take the best out of it? Make your hay while sun shines. we need to apply those things to our path. This is the high time that we hear this Dhamma. We should realize the real pearls, these valuable pearls, cannot be found easily. We are fortunate to find them. We might have walked in this samsara in search of these pearls. That is why we found them. We should get the best out of it. Even if you die tomorrow, you will maintain your mindfulness until your end. At the end, it is only your mindfulness that will remain with you. Mindfulness is our home. You receive thoughts when you stray away with your thoughts and think of your past and your future. Your thoughts give rise to even more thoughts. Thoughts come in abundance. It's like a chain, one after the other. When you realize that your mind is getting carried away with your thoughts, you should quickly bring your mind back to your home. Yoniso manasikara. That means the moment a thought arises, you should become mindful about it. You should immediately see that thought with awakened mental eye, wisdom, which means that there is nothing in that thought and that is a lie. Seeing that in your thought will quickly take your mind back to your home. When your mind is at home, you will again feel the peace and the light-heartedness. Again, as soon as another thought arises, you should immediately, quickly look at it using the wisdom, awakened mental eye of the Yatha Bhuta Jnana. This wisdom means that you look at the thought and see that the outside does not exist. That is only a thought. then you also see that even the thought does not exist. It's a lie which will never become true. Then, after seeing the thought with awareness and wisdom, awakened mental eye, you must bring back to your mind, back to your home, and stay at home. You should always be mindful. Be at home. Be at home. When you are always mindful, it can be described as samadhi. Samadhi is being in a deep awareness, not just awareness. Watching your thoughts that come and go. It is an awareness where you always see the thought that arises in your mind, and then you let it go as you know it is a lie. What a very clear Dhamma. At once, though we think it is somewhat difficult, but when we come to this path, when our mental eye is awakened little by little, with hearing to this Dhamma, the exact truth expounded by our Samma Sambuddha, that message is nicely explained with simple terms by our Buddothpada Wahanse. What he has seen through his mental eye, with the wisdom he has gained, now he is trying to give that to everybody. Unless one has this tranquility of mind, that will not be even possible. The happiness one gained through listening to this Dhamma, due to that wisdom is awakened, that cannot be expressed in terms of words. The supreme bliss of nirvana, the ending of this samsara. Now we can realize in Lord Buddha's period, after having realized the pure truth, some Theros had uttered Udanagata, the stanzas to show their happiness. We too feel that happiness. It has gone to the depth of our heart. unmeasurable happiness. Our Kalyana Mitran Vahansa, I worship you again and again for delivering this Dhamma to this helpless people. Your sound is echoed in each and nook of this small island, and at times beyond that as well. This Dharmadipaya, we have got the light. It's now shining. There are dark parts yet, but for sure, this Dharmadipaya will be fully awakened one day, because this is the time of Buddothpada. May Triple Gem bless you. Teruvan Saranai.
Seven. We do see images outside. We hear the sounds. We see them moving. And let us say that we draw a picture of a cat, a tree, and a chair on a page. Is a chair physically there in a picture? Meaning Mahanse, no, it is only a drawing. Aryan Mahanse, do you have fly cats in a picture? Do you have trees swaying to the wind in a picture? This world is all in a picture. The world we see is also like a picture. Now, do you realize how deep and complex this realization is? You cannot explain this realization in words. You need to feel it, like how you need to taste the salt. You need to taste the salt to know what the salt tastes like. No matter how much explanation one could give us, we need to taste it ourselves. What we are trying to say here is that once we realize the pure truth, we don't give any values to things that we interact with. Seeing the pure truth is the awakening. You wake up from a dream. A newborn baby looks at the world without giving any values to things. His mind is pure. Nehemi Mahanse, yes, the small child doesn't have any values for things. It is us who assign values to things. Aryan Mahanse, Mehini Mahanse, I am going to repeat what I said, because from what you said just now, I feel that you did not understand what I am trying to say. Let us say that we draw a picture of a book on a sheet of paper. Then we also draw pictures of a chair, a cat, and a tree. What we see outside is similar to the drawings we see on this page. Just as there is no book, no chair, no cat, or a tree in this picture, The same way we see our images outside, but they are not real. We see a cat, we see a tree, but we know that there is no cat or a tree outside in the world. There is no chair nor a book outside in the world. What is this anger? Try to see it by contemplating on it. Meaning Mahanse, we have to stop receiving stimuli from our perceptions, that is sight, hearing, smell, touch, taste. Aryan Mahanse, stimuli from perceptions will not stop. When you look at the drawings on the paper, you receive the stimuli of a cat, a tree, a chair. But there is no cat, no tree, no a chair that truly physically exists on the paper. But there is an image of a cat, like how a stimulus would come to our side. Do you understand? We should not give any values to them. When we don't give any values to anything, our desire to please our senses disappear. When we look at the drawing of a cat, we don't give any value to that drawing because we know that there is no cat in it. When we see a drawing, a chair in the paper, we don't give it any value compared to the value we would give to a chair that is physically in front of us. This realization, this wisdom of things not being real, is to eradicate our desire to get attached to our senses and does not allow us assign values to anything that we see over here. Meaning Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, this realization is the awakening. It is when you don't have a desire for anything. At this point, your greed, hatred, and delusion continues to melt away. When you see a brick wall, you are aware that a thought about the brick wall was formed. This awareness is just like that knowing you had when you saw the drawing of a book on the page. When you see a book, you are aware that a thought about a book was formed. You will look at the book just like how you would see the drawing of a book on the paper, and you would not give any value to that book, just like you did not give any value to that drawing of a book on the paper. Terasana, everybody.
Teruan Sarnai Shani, Teruan Sarnai Aryan Mahansa, Teruan Sarnai all Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpada English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we discuss the pure Buddhism. We try to understand. Our attempt is to help you to understand the illusion of this world, the illusion of your life and your existence. So let's start. I think you heard that Shani, right? What we are trying to say here is once you realize the pure truth, we don't give any values to things that we interact with. We see the pure truth is awakening. You awake from dream. A newborn baby looks at the world without giving any values to things. His mind is pure. The child mind is pure. What happened to us? So let's start our discussion. I would cordially invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Everyone, Sarna, Dr. Kokila.
Everyone, We worship Aranhanse before we start the discussion today, and if it is possible, can someone, because I actually joined a little bit later than the beginning, can someone summarize what we discuss in the book a little bit? Is there a possibility?
Thiruvan Saranai Dr. Kokila, Thiruvan Saranai to all Dhamma friends. Once again, let's all worship Aranhanse's feet for sharing this beautiful truth with the entire world. Yes, Dr. Kokila, as usual, she started with the book reading, and actually it connects with the last point that we were discussing yesterday. This is directly related to the first point of contemplation, that is liberating from the external world, seeing the truth of the stimuli, to understand the truth, that the nothingness in the stimuli. In other words, as if you remember, we were talking about the image on the mirror, image that falls on the mirror, because is there any difference between the image that falls on the mirror and something, some object in front of it? For example, now on the dressing table, we might have kind of some, let's say, some cream jars. So the shadow or the reflection of it falls on the mirror. But when we look at these, the eye perceives the two objects in the sense the image and the so-called real thing. So since this deals with the attribution of value to this manifestation, this is actually from the reading itself. So what happens is, the image of the cream jar, when we see it, we doesn't assign any value. I mean, in the sense, not deliberately, but that image does not create any burning, any need to keep it there, even at subtle level. But when the thing on the dressing table, the moment I perceive it, its shape, the 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 touch, the tactility, that feeling of the jar, and the smell of the cream, everything comes, and actually we feel it as some real entity. So what Aryan Hanse mentions here is, what's the difference? So when you ask, what is this value? How can we understand this difference? Aryan Hanse says, assigning value to an entity, what you see or what you perceive through sensory faculty cannot be explained merely through words. As if when you taste salt only, you know the real taste of it. Although we try to explain this value, although Aryan says, even though we explain it with words, you might again get a different message. And then Aryan goes on to describe the difference between the cat in the picture and the cat in the real world. Is it the same, or what is the difference between? Do you believe if I say there is no difference? What you see, that real world, real as in the surrounding, is also nothing more than the colors on a picture. So that is again, it refers to this three-dimensional nature. How does we believe, when a small child in the court perceives stuff around, if there is an apple in front of the child, maybe, does the child see the round shape of the apple, or is it just like an apple in a picture?
we know that it cannot, there won't be any difference for that particular child, because unless and until child touches it and feels that its shape for the second time, when the child sees the apple, after touching it, after tasting it, that sensation, that feeling may be entirely different. Then somehow in ignorant, because after getting exposure to that experience, the ignorantly the child, the moment the eye perceives the shape of light, uh, all the attributes of the, I mean, taken from the sensory faculties, the taste of the apple, the smoothness of the apple, and then the word, if the child is in at that level, like let's say about 4 or 5, that sound, everything comes, and that perception is different, very different from what the child perceived, I mean, at an earlier age. So this is entire discussion is about that, liberating from the external world. Basically, Aryan Hansi compares the images on pictures and so-called real objects, Dr. Gokila. So that's what basically it covers here today. Teruvan Saranai, Teruvan Saranai.
So, so we can understand that this from perspective, like second person perspective, we can understand that we can think about how child could have felt, what could have happened in the first place, what happened to the baby, what happened to the next kind of level, then what happened to the adult, what happened to the elderly. Like that we can think about that situation. But this journey is different. This journey is actually going through it. That's where Aryan Hanse says there's no two ways into Nibbana. There's only one way to Nibbana, because people can enter to this Dhamma from a lot of angles. But why it is only one way? It is one way because every human being would be having the basic, the 5 sensory organs and the mind, and then the ability to go through all these things, actually feel it, is the difference. So I have to reiterate this. I don't know how much I can reiterate this. That is the utmost difference between a person who would actually, the difference who is in the path or not in the path actually starts from that. Do you get the point? Surangika or Sudharma?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, you were referring to this and the point of view, right?
Yeah, because we are
Yeah.
very, very easily we can think, this must be the way that the baby felt. This must be the way the child could have become a child. Like that, we can, as in a perspective, we can look at it from our from our mind. Like we can look at it, but actual going back in a fraction of a second, going back to that level is the beauty of that and actually with that going towards non-vibration, which we have never touched before, is the most beautiful end point, we can say, even though there is no end point. So it is very difficult to explain, but what I'm trying to say is that's the difference between we thinking about it and experiencing it. So the most problematic thing is experiencing this to that baby's level, or that level, and actually experiencing beyond that, which is the non-vibration. To do that, the whole this thing, the whole truth, Satyajnana thing, must be understood completely, but it is not fully completed until you actually experience it. Then only you don't have any doubts about what we have learned so far. Did you get the point?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, and the beauty of it is before we heard this, we never thought, at least thought about this, not the difference between this
No.
and that, or how the child, we never, that was, I mean, out of talk, we never worried about all those stuff, right? We thought Dhamma is there in Tripitaka, and one day we are going to study it and attain Nibbana through it somehow. So that was also like we were completely in the dark. Now, at this knowledge, these little examples help beginners to understand this wisdom of truth, or this Satyajnana. Otherwise, if that's why I think Aryan Hanse is giving example one after the other, taking cats, dogs, images, all sorts of familiar stuff. Isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, true. And the gap is between that, the understanding that and the feeling that.
At least we didn't know that we had attributed certain value to stuff that we found in the real world. Yesterday, since we came across this example of the mirror, I was just looking at and trying to see it through. But all the stuff on the dressing table can be seen in the mirror. But we never thought actually the difference is there. Even though it's an empty cream jar, it's the image doesn't have the same value that we attribute to that real empty jar even.
Well,
There are
that actually goes back to Surangika's question long time ago. In a Sinhala Zoom discussion, she asked, in a early morning one we do in Australia, she asked, what's the difference, why we feel so different when we go near the waterfall, because we can actually see the waterfall in the TV or in the YouTube or in a picture. But why do we feel so different or alive when we go near the waterfall, actually go near that? And that happens when you go and stand that dog in Sudharma's house.
Yes, true.
Who is trying to give you a message by barking now.
I am further away from the place, but it's disturbing. Sorry about that.
No, I'm actually not saying that. But what I'm trying to catch the attention is how alive we feel when the actual, when we can say things like this, but when we actually stand in front of the dog, we feel that, oh yeah, this is the dog. We don't feel it anywhere else or anything else. But the actual, this Dhamma, that dog is there. You can pet him, you can do anything, you can hug him, you can do anything. But the thing is, it's it's the difference in how you perceive that now. That's what keep changing. The non-self anger. That's what it keep changing, because not because you are actually changing the perception, because you understand that how it happened, not because of anything else, because we can change the perception. We can say, this is not a person, these are kind of atoms and protons and neutrons. We can say that, so that you don't feel any greediness towards that person. Can we do that, or can we not? What do you think? Yeah, Sudama, you can. I don't mind that sound. It's
Sorry,
actually
doctor, I was
no.
concentrating on the dog and then I didn't. You were telling all these atoms and the particles and.
No, I
Uh,
wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying
uh,
that. So easily
sorry.
your idea, you went towards the dog. So see the difference? No. In the perception here,
Yes.
we are not trying to see the things as in it. It is inside a mirror.
No, it becomes real
Actually,
when.
no. What I'm trying to say is not that. When we think about this, we can actually think differently and change the perception. That's not what we try to do here. What we are trying to do here is understand that this is what happened.
Yes.
Because if you go in and stand in front of the mirror and try to understand that that's okay, and then look at something else. So imagine you're looking at the dog now and try to imagine the dog as if you are looking through a mirror. Still you are there, because you are trying to change the perception. No, that's not the way. That's not the way. But what actually what we have to do is understand the concept. What is the concept? Concept is that we have we haven't experienced the dog outside. We haven't. That part is very difficult to understand.
Today,
We
Dr.
haven't.
Kokila, yes,
Yeah.
something very interesting happened without any contemplation, no any thought of Dhamma or anything. But now, actually, when you said that dog is hurt, dog came real, and I was thinking even, oh my God, now it's disturbing, and so that it came alive. But
No, I
this is,
actually tried to take it as an example.
yes, I know. But I perceived it differently, doctor. So it came real. So, I mean, very serious incidents, we
No,
liberate
it's
from
really,
them unknowingly. These simple things
just
we get caught, doctor. So in the morning,
yeah.
I at the meat shop, I just parked the car in front of the meat shop. It's just the edge of the road. There was some parking space was there, but they were occupied. So I went into the meat shop, and at once a traffic police guy came and he was shouting, "Whose car is this red one?" and so on. So I actually was not embarrassed even for breaking a rule. Even so, he shouted, "How can other vehicles pass? Can't you see they have provided you space?" and so on. So I just bent my neck and said, "Sorry, okay, I will go." And very humble and polite way, I just removed the car and parked it out there, but he didn't find or do anything. But one of my junior colleagues was also there, and she came running, "Oh, miss, see how they shout." So she was making a big fuss, but I was like, doctor, honestly speaking, not burning or not embarrassed to. Even the meat shop guys were telling me so. He shouted like that, but I didn't feel it at all, doctor. And after reaching the home only, I realized that, oh my God, something like this happened. But that was like so normal. But this dog gave me a burning sensation. So this is like, as you say, there are pitfalls.
No, still,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Now this, I have told this last time also, because you were talking about opening the door, seeing that the
Shoe.
one shoe
Yeah.
was missing, and then going to find it, and then coming back home. And I told to be careful because the whole scenario was there actually. And you, I mean, for an arahant, the scenario would be there. Everyone will know that. But I'm trying to say from a different perspective for a beginner. But what I was trying to say is, if that happened to an arahant, just imagine. This is just the imagination now. If that happened to an arahant, even that would be like going to the toilet. Now we don't talk about going to the toilet now in the morning. So we don't. Sudharma, I think your camera is on, so we can switch off the camera. Sudharma, can you hear? Yeah. Okay. So so what we can do is we can, for a beginner I'm telling this, but for an arahant it would be just another incident. But for a beginner, now there was no burning at all. Everything happened in such a way, but if it was just another thing, it won't be even remembered, even to come home and think about it. So what I'm trying to say is, that's not the particular moment. The whole scenario is kind of a way that transiently you might transiently or throughout you might feel when you don't feel any interest in the outside. Yes, but sitting midaneka, the second thing, like kind of understanding that the perception is not true, hasn't actually happened there. So it is very difficult to explain also. I think it is incompetence from his side. But what I'm trying to say is, we talk about one moment. In that moment, this whole thing will not be there. So if you actually had that particular moment there, that person's that sound you will feel the sound, and you will understand that it is just the function of the ear, and feel the non-self perception. So you miss that part. But what I'm trying to say is, the status you explain is good, but it's not the it's just one part of it. I don't know, I'm really flustered here when telling this.
Yes,
I
doctor,
don't think
like
you
the
understood anything. But because struggle to tell even what I'm trying to say.
I'll try to explain also, just to contribute to what you were trying to explain. You can correct me if I'm wrong. So I think what we're trying to say, Sudharma, is so of course we know that, the first stage is understanding that the external reality is not true, and then we come down to, and that but whatever we see here is just a thought. And then the second part of it is the perception that Dr. Kokila was trying to say. And then the perception, one can realize that the external world is not a reality. And then the importance, as you also said at the beginning, the value, the importance that we attach to various things, incidents, people, etc., will gradually cease to be of value and will cease to be of concern to us. But then that second stage, because the way that one understands is that the hearing is also a thought. So then we come down to the thought, isn't it? So that second stage is the perception, whilst there is that understanding of the external reality, not world being not true. The perception is still there. And then the perception is also another stage where one has to understand the Satyajnana or the true Dhamma through and through in order to be able to transcend the value attached to the perception. So now, if we take that example that you gave about the police incident, parking the car, so you may have practiced or reflected sufficiently to the point where that incident, despite the police officer regarding you quite loudly or whatever, it still didn't face you. It still didn't affect you. And you went through that almost, completely or almost completely unaffected. But then what happened? Either at that time or gradually, the thought of that whole incident gradually started kind of building momentum, which is why even you finished that whole thing calmly, you went and parked the car somewhere else, you got about you did your chore and you came back home, but then the thoughts started building up. Now, if you can remember, Sudharma, some time ago, Swarnamali mentioned in a Zoom session as well, this whole building up of the thoughts, and I think 2 days or 1 day ago also we spoke of it. When something happens, the example she gave, and you might be able to relate to it, the example she gave was when someone is in the jungle and a wolf is about to attack the person. There are instantaneously various reactions that happen in the human body and human system, because the human system has a natural instinct to survive. I mean, so do animals. So because of that natural instinct, whoever that person is, when being encountered by a wolf, will naturally turn to either run or hide or climb a tree or something to escape. So that's a natural survival instinct. And all that is fine, because that is how the senses work. The mind is trained to, the kicking in of the survival instinct automatically happens. It's not, nobody's doing. So that will happen. But then what happens? Once that whole danger is over and the wolf has gone away, and now this person makes his or her way back to the village or town or gets back home and all, and now this whole thing that split second panic and everything has now calmed down. But now what happens? The thoughts go into overdrive. The thoughts go into overdrive, and then one after the other, the thoughts saying, oh my God, I survived that incident. I actually climbed the tree. I actually really reacted very quickly. If I didn't do it that way in a split second, I would have been gone, or, one of my limbs or leg or whatever would have been torn off. I was so good. I was so quick. And now these thoughts are coming, piling up, one after the other. Where is this coming? And can you see it is gaining momentum? And who are we fattening? The thoughts are fattening the I. It was I who was quick. It was I who reacted very quickly. It was I who this thing, that thing. And then the person goes home and says, you don't know what happened to me. And then everybody will say, what? And then they'll say, this thing happened and this animal came and I did this, I did that. And so can you see, it is that, I think what she also said was, it is a feature in the whole, that the power of vibration, again, we spoke of this a few days ago, I think, that lies dormant in the zygote level. It is that same thing due to ignorance of, if we don't understand how the mind works, starts building up from that incident. The incident has happened and finished. but the thoughts keep on propelling a person one after the other through the Abhisankarana volitional formation mechanism, keeps on going into that incident, reflecting, like telepathizing. That moment is now telepathizing one after the other, building momentum, building power to the point of fattening the I, and giving a lot of importance to that incident. So that is where I think the mind perception comes. And if one doesn't transcend that, there is still that level. Of course, now that level of perception will get finer and finer as one understands even that second stage, the perception. But there are several stages to that. So to the extent that when you said that incident wasn't a problem, but then later on when you thought of it, the thoughts started crowding one's mind. So that is where I think Dr. Kokila is trying to say that the perception, the second stage, is also a place that we have to thoroughly understand the true Dhamma in order to realize that there is nothing in that perception either. There is nothing, there is no point in now the incident is over, but the thoughts, you're getting preoccupied by the thoughts. Now, what do we know? We know that the light and the sound and all these constitute the thought. But then we also know that there's no such thing as light and there's no such thing as sound. If there's no such thing as light and sound, then there's no such thing as a thought either. Or the thought is, of course, of no substance. But yet, the human condition is such that purely due to ignorance and ignorance alone, and of course, that zygote level, and that is the thing that's pushing us, giving that pushing mechanism of the power. What happens is that weight is still given to the perception, the weight is still given to the thought, and the more one attaches a value or a value to the thought, it starts building momentum. Now, I think Aranvansi recently also said it's the zygote, that initial self-vibration is the thing that gives the push. Always there has to be a push. That one vibration has an underlying power. And it is that power that pushes, that gives the momentum. And if one is in ignorance, one builds on that momentum, builds on the thought, and then one thought becomes the other thought and the other thought, and the binding power ultimately brings that whole self-existent field, the life field, and the self-perception. So that is
And
one part.
also, Surangika, the important part is, missing the moment. The moment, we miss it every day. Kind of, we miss it every day. Because if someone has to feel the sasava or the tense, has to go to that extent. So to go to that extent, if in that particular moment, the police officer is there, the sound came from the police officer, it is still in the mind bubble. That is all you should know. That's okay. So, but one particular moment, when we say that about the moment, we talk about the moment that we are the experience and all that. The importance of that is without thinking, without even reflecting or anything, we have to pierce that too. The level Sudharma told is really good. But the police officer's voice part should also can't appear if you have to feel the self vibration. That's what I'm trying to say. But I know it is confusing.
Yeah, I think to that extent, it's first there is a big stage to pass, I think, before one comes to, I don't know whether I can say that is correct to say it that way, but I think...
No, it can be very simple for the 7-year-old though.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, that is true. That's the big point we miss. It is easy for mother in village. It is easy for a 7-year-old because that actual perception is not that big sometimes, it's not thick sometimes.
Teruvan
But
Saranai to both of you, and it's so clear that perceptions were there, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? That's what you were telling,
so
explaining that
yeah.
yeah. And the thing is, I didn't share that even after coming home. Now, when at once it ties into me, and I shared it here.
No,
And
that is
yeah,
okay. But what I'm trying
yeah,
to say is that particular moment,
yes,
there's always now don't you see, we, in the sense we can't say we even, but the mind sensor, enjoyment of mind sensor is very difficult to understand.
yes.
Because we enjoy the light kind of, no, how do we say that? Eye consciousness. There is how do you say Vindima? Kind of, there is
Excitation.
Savoring of it, yeah. Savoring or
there is a
tasting of it, yeah.
savoring of it in a very subtle way. These are really subtle things. Because worm doesn't know that it's savoring the cold.
Through
Can
its skin,
you
right?
see this? Because worm doesn't have a big mind.
Yes.
It doesn't have a mind at all in that sense, like a human. But what does the worm do? It especially if you remove the part of the mud over the body, then quickly that worm will quickly go inside the mud water, like mud, the cold
Goes
mud.
deeper and deeper, isn't it? Yeah. Goes even the compost bin, the worms go deeper and deeper if we like to stir
Yeah,
it
that's
with
what
the
I'm
skin.
trying to say. But you need to understand all these levels. If you don't understand all these levels, one has to actually understand whole 31 realms to understand come to non vibration. That's what Lord Buddha said. You can't see them from outside, but from inside you will pass all these stages. Rohitato or someone, I can't remember, but he said that. And whether it is Sudama, whether it is Suranka, whether it's Kokila, whether it's someone else, everyone, it's the same path. Path doesn't change. Why? Because it started from a zygotic level anyway. It started with a baby level anyway. Then it went to a child level. Then this basic vibration, that how much frequency it has, everything should be understood. And then that vibration will be not there in an arahant. How will he know? He has to actually feel it in that one particular moment that it is not there. So what I'm trying to say is the experiences are so beautiful. I'm not trying to say it is not beautiful, because we all know all our mothers kind of has this now. All our mothers, one way or another, they all have now. They will go to the fair. They will be like, in the fair, people shout, people, and you won't be flustered at all. You will be like, you will be in like a trance. You will go buy things and come back. But then still, if there is then Arahant will do the same. That's the problem. Now I can't really say this properly in that way, because the Arahant will be going around the fair like the same way and come back. But if it's an Arahant, but this is for the beginner. This talk is for the beginner. So when we talk about the beginner, if beginner will definitely feel that the outside is not bothering them anymore. But the perception level has not done fully, because if it is done fully, whether it's you don't really care about what thoughts at all. Like it doesn't matter whether it's the policeman, whether it's your friend who came and told, Sudharma, you're so good today. You look really good. Or you did a really good task today, Can that happen? Yeah, that can happen. So which one is good or which one is bad? Which perception is good? Someone mistakenly hit you. Someone mistakenly worshipped you. Which one is good or which one is bad?
Both we can't judge like that, no, doctor. They are just
Yeah, but that is the thing. So
yeah.
if you are going back and remembering something, even if you ever don't remember, if it is in the back of your mind, it is still like a perception level. Or but the moment we talk about that moment, that has to be kind of pierced with the wisdom. And then if actually that happened at that particular moment, the story will be different, and you will definitely feel only the vibration. It's very unlikely to do it there. It will be very likely to happen in a very calm area when you do the sound meditation or silent meditation or walking meditation. It's very likely it happened there. Then the fruit is felt in the market. Do you get the point?
Got it, doctor. Yes, that contemplation that first ever experience might have happened in a very calm, serene kind of place, and later it will telepathize even in a chaotic situation, isn't it?
Yeah, the same with the Arahant. If the Arahant is now placed in a oil which burns, and the Arahant is not going to tell the truth because he felt that the truth will harm the other person. Something like that. I can't remember the exact story, but it was something
for losing the gem, some gem
or something like that. Yeah. So the actual no, the story is also jungle up, so we might tell the wrong one. So sorry about that if we are telling the wrong thing. But what I'm trying to say
what
is,
you were telling is beautiful and it makes sense. Once bird swallowed it up, and the Arahant was like they are at Buddothpada. That guy went inside then to bring something to offer the Arahant, but in the meantime the bird swallowed it. But Arahant didn't reveal it because the guy might kill the bird. So the guy, I think, killed Katto, killed the
No, I think
Arahant.
that's a different story, isn't it?
Is it?
Let's not get, that's not the oil one. I think the oil one was something else.
oil one was something about infidelity, something. I can't remember.
Yeah, something about an infidelity of some king's wife having an affair with somebody and the Arhat trying to not reveal it or something. But on what you related, Sudharma, and what Dr. Pokila was trying to say, so the other part of it is that, or what we explained actually is that the urge, the fact that one gets the urge to say it, I mean, it might have telepathized, but the urge to put it out, because if you recall, Noble teacher says that, when one puts things into words, that means there is vitakka there. I don't know what the word vitakka is in English, but it is the vitakka, the sense of, what shall I say, volitional formation is from that only arises the urge to say it. the urge to relate it to somebody. And so that means that incident, even through a perception, has become real. The incident has become real. The people in the incident have become real, and the I who went through that incident, nicely or not so nicely,
Yeah,
is also real. So because
yeah.
of that only, that whole thought became important to the point that you were urged, something from inside you made you say it now. And what
Therwan Saranai, Miss Rangika. Yeah,
yeah.
not to defend. There's no person to defend, even though now in this, because years ago it was so. I was impatient to go there and tell that I met with an accident, Aryan once. I didn't feel anything. It was a fatal accident, so on and so. Why I recalled it right now is as a
Even
point of
even in that,
discussion. Yeah,
even in
yeah,
that,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
what you're trying to
that
say. It is becoming
even
subtle and subtle now.
Yeah.
yeah, even in that, whatever. So now I have told these things, but what I'm trying to say is, if you have faced with a fatal accident, and the same way that you were shouted by all that thing, that subtle, the being alive there, I don't know how to say that, it's very subtle, self is it self perception, yeah, kind of
Vibration.
self perception, yeah. It's kind of very subtle now, because there's no burning. That's the beauty of this Dhamma, and that's what we have to understand too. There is no burning now, not like before, at least. There is no burning, but there is a subtle feeling of being there. It's
In
very
this case,
subtle.
I think it was more than that. At least that was how I felt it was. And so Dharma, I think, as Dr. Kokila said, all of us have related incidents saying that, I remember maybe a year or two ago or so, I related an incident where narrowly I was driving and somebody cut from a by lane, and I landed myself with the vehicle in a hedge, but narrowly missed anybody. So, but didn't feel a thing at that point, but happily related the whole thing onto a Zoom. And Asanti told me, all that is Situvili neda. She said, aren't all those thoughts? And then I was thunderstruck. And then I realized actually that was the case. So,
Yes.
one
We
goes
have
through these
faced.
stages, and then you come to a point where incidents like that happen. And then one comes to the stage where the thought we don't think about the incident. The thought is there, but maybe 2-3 days later, we'll relate it to a family member. Then gradually further on, the incident happens, no reaction. The
Yeah,
thought
and we
comes,
don't
no
tell that we went
reaction.
to the toilet. We
Yeah,
don't tell we went to the toilet. Nothing like
that's
that.
right. Yeah, yeah.
But
Yes.
I
now
think
this
that's a
is
very good example. The fact, the toilet thing. Nobody
Because
goes
I
around
have
saying that
assigned
we went to the toilet.
yeah, assigned a value to the incident, and okay,
yes,
it's
in a very subtle way though.
yeah, got it. Worth telling it here, so they will discuss it, so that will others, it will be good for everyone. So that kind of value is assigned to the incident. Yes, Dr.
No,
Kokila, I listen.
the same thing happened with the other Dhamma. The concentration meditation.
Therwan Saranai, my dear listeners. Yes, we heard a nice discussion earlier. So how to stay without how to do day-to-day activities without a self. That is the practical aspect of this Dhamma. So, first of all, I would like to, before I begin today's explanation, I'd like to pay my humble worship at Buddothpada Maharaj's feet, and I once again bless you uh, with the blessings of Triple Gem. So, is what I wanted to explain today is that thing. What is that? How we practically experience this truth. That is actually the second half of it, of the entire teaching. So first half is the uh, acquiring the adequate knowledge about the truth. So once you gain this knowledge, at that point you should be able to recognize that there is no self here. There is no, so but that is not a thorough kind of understanding. It just comes with the knowledge. So knowledge means it's not just a thing that has been learned by heart. With the logical manner, you get to know that there is no kind of a so-called self here. So, as Lord Buddha said, there are 10 factors actually. First 3 factors, Sakkaya Ditthi, Silabbata, Paramasa. Sakkaya Ditthi means setting a self as real. Sakkaya Ditthi, Vichikicha. Vichikicha means the second factor is the Vichikicha. Vichikicha is the doubt. So doubt of whether there is a self or not. So it also will be gone. And also the third one is the Paramasha, the actual feel of the self. So feel of the actual so getting that there is a self is the Paramasha. So all these 3 factors will be understood, can be understood only by knowing this Dhamma. So that is, those are the 3 things which initially get dissolved once you be familiar with this Dhamma. So Sakkaya Ditthi means understanding of there is no person here. So in order to achieve that kind of understanding, the logical thinking is very sufficient. So logically we know how our sensors get created, the way our sensors get created. With these sensors, how the different perceptions are formed. with those combining all these different perceptions, how a brand new kind of a worldly perception uh, gets created. So these things we know, and also once we feel that this these worldly perceptions are as real things, unknowingly there will be a self is getting created behind every such kind of a feeling. So those things we know when you start studying this Dhamma. But still you feel yourself. So that's why Lord Buddha said, first three fetters get dissolved only by seeing the truth. So you don't need to make it into practice actually. By knowing this Dhamma logical manner, in certain logical manner, you will be able to figure out definitely there is no so-called self here. So that understanding will make you certain confidence, make certain confidence within you. So that is the way how this Vichikicha thing will fade. Vichikicha means doubts. As you become confident about this logic or this theory, this science, you have your doubts that you had with that whether there is a self or not, that kind of a doubt you had earlier. And now this doubt will be gone. So second fetter also will get dissolved through the understanding, this Dhamma. And also there won't be any application of self for anything that you do. With anything that you do, usually we declare certain ownership with each and every activity we perform. So I'm the one who done it. So I'm the one who is speaking right now. I'm the one who is um, um, playing certain an important role in this society. Likewise, each and every activity that we perform, we have a kind of ownership to everything. But that part will also start to dissolve by knowing that there is no person here. So automatically the ownership does not come with the activities that you do. So that is the way how first three fetters get dissolved with the understanding of this Dhamma. So only seeing this philosophy is very sufficient to get into that certain kind of a understanding. So that understanding is very sufficient for get rid of first three fetters. So but what will happen next? That is the most important part. The first part is also important because knowing what is penetrative inside what the penetrative insight is. So you can't make anything into practice because you don't know what to practice. So in the first half, you get to know that this is the truth. There is no self here. So, so-called self is a misconception. To that particular electrical kind of a spark, we mistakenly call it as a self. So all the things we get to know through this philosophy. So day before yesterday, during last couple of weeks, we were talking about these things. This should be very clear for this philosophy, this Buddha's teachings should be there with you without any doubt. So you have a certain confidence that there won't be any kind of a soul existing kind of a living being here. But still, as you do not make into practice, still you feel certain feelings of self. So for an instance, if you take we'll take an example and try to understand this scenario. So we'll say you have a certain burning sensation. Oh, you have certain backache. You have kind of a backache, right? Then it gives a terrible pain. So as soon as you bend, when you bend forward, the pain gets aggravated. So it is an example. It gets aggravated. So then you keep your hand on the back and try to rub it that area. Then certain soothing effect will come, and the pain that you had earlier begins to subside. So in that entire thing, you were thinking that this back pain is mine. So I am the one who is feeling this terrible pain. So that you don't know this is my back. So it is so hurting. So when I lean forward, so it gives me a terrible kind of a pain. So I can't bear it. Likewise, you may tell like these things because you take that pain as something that happened to you. But if you know the Buddha's philosophy or Buddha's teachings, you here, if you try to figure out, if you try to put your knowledge into that particular instance, even though I tell this back pain is mine, so this is there is a terrible pain in my back. Will it be there certain self to feel that pain? No. But you still feel that terrible pain. You can't deny that it has not happened to me because you have already taken your back or spine spinal cord, the spine as yours. So your body parts, one of your body parts is the back. So you have taken those things as your thing, your body parts. So you can't deny this back pain is not mine. You can't even think even like that. But with this philosophy, understanding of the philosophy, you know there shouldn't be a person here, but you still feel the pain, and it it eventually comes as a pain that has happened to you. So why those things happen? Because the the things that you have already learned, you have not put into practice yet. That's why the second half of the Buddha's teaching is that much important. The real way of experiencing this Dhamma. How you should experience this Dhamma. So you don't need a separate time to practice it. So if you are a person who is a busy life, so as for the start, as for the give certain initiative to this practice, you can allocate some 1 hour or 2 hours per day to practice this one. That is all right. But if you are not running in a busy schedule, actually you don't need to allocate a special time for that. Everywhere, everywhere you can make this Dhamma into practice. So that was the things that were discussed in the previous discussion that we heard. Before I start this explanation, we happened to heard a nice discussion. So in that discussion, they discussed how they practice this Dhamma in their day-to-day lives. So then we have to how do we practice this? How do we make this into practice? How much you become thorough with this Dhamma will automatically push you towards make it into practice. So every time, whatever the things happen to you, you try, first what you have to do is just so you are still feeling when you start practicing is you are coming from this normal conventional world. So you feel that there's a person within me. So that's all right. But with this, after hearing this true Dhamma, you know there shouldn't be a person within me. But you still feel there's a person here. So how can you bridge this gap? This is the effort that you have to make to see this Dhamma through you. It is a practical path. It is the practical path. So you can take like this, right? So we'll take the same experience as the example, right? The terrible pain that is coming from your back while bending forward. So this is the simple kind of a scenario. So there's pain, yes, but is that the back is really a part of your body. You are thinking, this back is mine, this head is mine, this stomach is mine, right? But just think, the reflection that you saw in the mirror, you tied up with the thought that you are seeing you. And as the same way, you have seen your own chest, you have seen your own tummy, you have seen your body. Then another thought comes and tie up with the particular perception of the mm, uh, reflection. This is my tummy, this is my chest, this is my head, these are my hands. Likewise, you think with thoughts that these are my uh, parts of the body. So likewise, you think this is my back. But with the understanding, you know, it is just a perception. So how this perception gets created? With this light and sound and contact. With combination of all these perception will create another kind of a perception called back or head or tummy. So these perceptions are, you know, with this understanding, you know, these are not real. So there is no way of becoming real of your bodily parts as well, because they are perceptions. As you see them, as you hear them, they are called body, head, hands, and so on. You think with thoughts that these are my body parts. But in the absence of the self, will there be your own? Will there is there any way of declaring a certain ownership for that parts? No, just the recognition of perception only. What is the recognition? This is my hand, hair. This is my head. These are my hands. These are my legs, and this is my tummy. So every time, as soon as you think about a tummy or chest, the thought comes as my tummy, my head, my hands. How does this happen? Because due to the practice, we have been practicing this. So these things for a certain period of time. So it comes eventually, automatically. But with the understanding, you know, there's no such a ownership for those perceptions. So that understanding will automatically begins to apply for that particular scenario as well. Yes, back is hurting, back is paining, but that pain does not belong to me, because this back is not mine. In the absence of the self, will there be a ownership for the back? No. Will there be can I declare certain ownership for the back or head or tummy? No. But the pain is there, the feel is there, it's all right, but this pain does not belong to me. This is the way how you make this Dhamma into practice. Pain is there, but you tend to feel that no one is there to feel that particular pain. So, so will there be a burn within you, arising within you? No, there is no chance of getting certain worries for that, because there is no one is suffering here. Because with this knowledge or with this understanding of Dhamma, you know there is no person here. So in the absence of a person, will there be a ownership for that pain? No, the pain will be there. So what you have to do is just apply some balm, or just apply take some medicine, then pain will gradually start to subside. That's all right. So you do whatever the thing needed to be done. So there won't be any suffering, because you get to know that there is no person to suffer here with that pain. So as soon as I tell like that, it is a little bit difficult for you to practice. But it is not very difficult as well. So every time you walk, every time you engage in your day-to-day activities, you try to see the things like in that way. Actually, when you initially you have to do it intentionally. You might have to think, wow, even though I see these things, I'm the one who is seeing. So how can I deny that there is no person who is seeing this particular beautiful scene? Yes, it comes automatically, because you have been practicing of these kind of things over the years. But this patisote is little different from that. So you have to intentionally start practicing it. That is all right. So that is the way how you start this practice. Initially, you have to think, even though Lord Buddha said there is no person, but I still feel, but I still see this beautiful scenery, or this pathetic situation that is happening in the world. Some people are dying, some people are suffering. So it gives certain kind of a pain to me. So if these things happen, just try to intentionally put what you have learned through this Dhamma into that particular scenario. So the perceptions that are received, will say you are watching this ongoing war news instance, that you are watching the ongoing war news about this war. So you are seeing some set of people are suffering, some are enjoying their suffering, the other enemies suffering. So that will make some kind of a burning sensation on in your in your self. But just try to apply your knowledge into this. You are seeing, so seeing this scenario, seeing this television, or seeing this news is a real thing. No, it has been created within your own eye sensor. Only certain perception. So this perception gets combined with the auditory uh, or auditory perceptions. Then you create a certain kind of a mental image of a war. Actually, you think that you are watching the news in the TV, but a mental image that is created within you, in your mind, is the actual picture that you are dealing with. So people say you are watching the TV. Yes, that is right. The news is heard. News, you can hear, you listen to the news, the voices, and use the scenes of the war scenes. But what actually happens inside you is creating thoughts, the perceptions, the mental formations. So these mental formations, these are not real things. So will it be there certain kind of a real thing in that? Can you find any kind of a real thing in that particular mental formation, in those particular formations? No. You know how they have formed. If you have no such sensors, there is no way of creating these mental formations. So because of the sensors, you get this certain kind of suffering. So these are formed. These pictures, these war scenes, and the war news have been formed within your mind. These are thoughts. So these thoughts are mental formations. So can you assign certain value for that? No. So when these values gets dissolved, so will it be there certain burn comes along with that mental formation? No, because the underlying fact is whatever the things happens in this world, whatever the news that you hear through this media, you have certain understanding of these things are happening because of I'm having certain receptors or the sensors. So these sensors collectively create a world for me that is fighting each other. The world that is the world full of two countries that are fighting each other. So these are mental formations. So there is no way of assigning. When you start to seeing this truth, you automatically do not assign any kind of a value to that scenes or mental formations. These things or everything are thoughts. Everything is thoughts. So eventually you do not put any value for that, assign in value for that. So at the same way, you don't get any kind of a burn. So the burn already you had now starts to dissolve. So at the same in the same time, what will dissolve underlying the self? You don't feel like yourself, you are existing as well. This is the mechanism how yourself dissolve, how yourself starts to dissolve. So it comes to the practice. So even though you keep remembering this truth, again and again, it does not help you to dissolve yourself. But once you start to apply that knowledge into practical things, into practice, if you can make them into practice, make this understanding into practice, so that will help you to dissolve yourself, the energy that has been built within you and represented as you now starts to gradually diminish. It is also felt. So you had earlier, you had uh, a, um, a, a significant amount of burning by seeing those kind of scenes. But now, even though you see these things, but you don't feel like these things as real. The burn you had now, you have now, is little bit reduced. So this difference is felt. That is the wisdom. That is the wisdom. So wisdom is something that goes beyond your knowledge. So it is something that you feel. You tend to feel when you become thorough with this Dhamma, and when you make this Dhamma into practice, so daily, gradually, you tend to feel that your I-ness or the self-centeredness or the self-identity is dissolving. That is, in Dhamma terms, we can say that is the diminishment of your defilements. So this can be felt. It is not another kind of a knowledge. It is a feeling. So you can feel that the burning sensation I got previously is very much when compared now with the today's experience. So by that you get to know that your defilements are fading. You are the only one who knows it. You are the only one who feels it. Nobody can deny that your defilements are not fading. Nobody can challenge. That's why this Dhamma is known as Atakavachara Dhamma. So this Dhamma cannot be subjected to an argument, because no arguments would be there, because it is self-evident. It is self-evident kind of a Dhamma. You know that your defilements are, you feel that your defilements are fading now. Anybody from outside pinpoint you and say, no, you are lying, you are saying that your defilements are not dissolving. So how come he get to know that your state of burn, you are the one who is knowing your state of burn. So that's why Lord Buddha said, this Dhamma is self-evident. Nobody can deny that. So nobody can argue on that. So the Dhamma is a feel. Dhamma is a feel. What sort of a feel? The diminishment of the defilements. So what are those defilements that you had previously? The greed, extreme greed, ill will, and hatred. Oh, yes. So, how much you get out from your ignorance, that much you will be aligned with the path. So, that is the path. So, if you happen to feel yourself that your defilements are fading, that in other way, it is gives certain evidence for you to understand that you are in the correct path. If you do not feel that your defilements are fading, that means in other way it proves you that you have not seen this Dhamma in proper way. You still have to improve yourself. So it may be there may be certain places that you have not good clarity in the true in the philosophy. So that in other angle you can say you still have the doubts in the Dhamma. So how much you become thorough with this understanding, that much your defilement starts to fade. That much in that kind of in that intensity, the defilements will also uh, will fade. So it is, I'm telling it again, it is self-evident thing. You can feel on your own. Previously, you got certain burning sensation when you come across, so when you meet with certain uh, unpleasant um, things. But now, if you meet with that same kind of unpleasant things, if you come across the same kind of unpleasant things happening, so you don't get certain burning sensations now, that means you are on the path. It is a feeling. It is a feeling, not it is not a thought. Because all the thoughts are not true. So if you try to figure out, compare these two instances with another thought, that means you are moving away from the path. Because you are trying to compare these instances with another kind of a thought. It is another thought. So thoughts are not true. Thoughts are mental formations. So with this understanding, thoughts are not real. So if you try to compare these two instances with a thought, that is not going to work. That means you are deviating from the path. But without involvement of thought, if you tend to feel that particular feeling of the relaxation or the blissful nature that comes through you, that proves that you are on the correct path. So it is so subtle. So even though if you are not on the path, you might not be able to understand what I am telling now, because you are taking those things as another thought. So thoughts are not true. It is far away from the actual field. So thoughts also has certain feeling, but these are not, that feeling is not a true feeling. But once you start to liberate from your mind, a certain kind of a blissful feeling starts to grow within you. That blissful or sukha swabhave, or I don't know what to the exact word for that. That blissful feeling becomes more and more predominant everywhere. Oh, that gives a certain self confidence for you to say that you are on the correct path. So otherwise, one more thing that you can do. So you can ask your noble friend. So I feel in certain instances, I feel that I was there. So you can go into certain conversations. You can have um, discussions. You can go into certain discussions of what you feel. So then the noble friend is the one who has already gone along this path. So he knows, he can recognize where you are actually in, the position of you. So he will instruct you, no, my dear friend, you are deviating from the path. Or he might say, yes, you are on the correct track. Go ahead, go ahead. Likewise, he can correct you. So that's why it is very essential for you to get the opinion from this noble friend throughout this journey. So don't be don't try to do everything on your own. So this Vijnana Maya, this illusion is so tricky. So it comes everywhere as a helper. So it comes as someone who is willing to help you, and it will give certain erroneous information for you that makes you happy. So don't try to don't believe these thoughts. So if you have any doubts, if you experiencing something odd actually, so you directly contact the noble friend. So noble friend will be there for you to guide throughout your journey. That's why Lord Buddha said to Ananda, the noble friend is the friend indeed. I mean, he will be there throughout your journey, from the very beginning of this path. So he will teach you the truth, and he will instruct you to how to go along this path. That means he will instruct you to how to make this Dhamma into practice, how to see this Dhamma within yourself, through yourself. So this contact, this integration, or this communication between noble friend and you is very much important throughout this journey, because there are so many pitfalls. So this Vijnana Maya, or this illusion, or these thoughts will give you certain kind of signals that you have achieved this wisdom. Now this is the end. A certain things will come from your mind. So most of the time, most of the people will tend to believe, yes, now I have improved a lot. So now I understand this Dhamma. Likewise, certain kind of uh, misinterpretations will be given from your thoughts. But don't believe. Don't keep on believing your thoughts. Every time you remind this fact, thoughts are not real always. Thoughts are not true always. So don't ever believe in your thoughts. So if you have certain doubts or if you have certain um, confirmations that you have improved person now, so you have stepped into this state of sotapanna, or you have stepped into a state of sakrudagami or anagami or arahat. So if you have certain mind pictures about your own journey, just consult. That is the high time to consult your noble friend. So, dear friend, I'm feeling that I have attained to certain level of Sakrudagami or first return and unreturn state. So, am I feeling that what I feel is correct? So, you can directly ask your noble friend. Then, noble friend definitely will correct you, because if you get such if you happen to get such kind of a feeling, that indicates that you are deviating from the thought, from the correct path. That indicates that you are deviating from the path. Because if you are moving along the path, there won't be any kind of a signals that have been that that would give from the thoughts. So don't believe in the thoughts. You don't feel like believing your thoughts, because everything will be caught to your underlying wisdom or the awareness. Your awareness will direct you throughout your journey. So when the awareness goes uh, away, the thoughts come and try to take over its control. So that is the point. You need the guidance from the uh, noble friend. So it is a very delicate kind of a journey. It is we have to be very careful. Do not hurry. Just this is a certain way of the system. So this moving along the path also happens into a certain rhythm. You can't involve in that. If you try to involve in that, so that means you are deviating from the path. So you can't do with your effort, but you have to have certain courage for that. So that's why Lord Buddha said, so I can't remember those words, but you have to have certain courage and also the curious mind to see the truth. And these things will collectively direct you towards moving towards this journey, this path. So these are the, so I'm talking about the practical aspect of seeing this Dhamma. So that is the most important part here. So I think you have to always communicate with your noble friend. There are a lot of pitfalls because we don't know where we have gone with the thoughts. We don't know where we misled by thoughts. So it is a very subtle kind of a journey, very delicate thing. Uh, you have to take some kind of a effort, but not uh, not a lot of effort. So not do if you exert lot of effort, so that will also hinder your journey. So if you don't take any effort, that will also delay your journey. So it is so. Um, what you have to do is what you have to understand is it is the system. So earlier you were doing you were going along this current, that was the anusote. Now you are moving um, backwards, or you are going the totally opposite direction. That means it is also happening according to the nature's law. That it is also the system, so you can't interfere with it. So what you have to do is just let it go, let it happen, let it happen. So don't try to come and see whether I'm in the correct path or not. So if you are in the correct path, you will feel it. So most people, uh, the most common mistake that is done by most people, that they try to from the mind they try to analyze their status. So whether I'm on the path or not, they try to think. They think. So they think with their mind. So the mind, the thoughts are not, you know already, the thoughts are not real. They they do not represent. The thoughts do not come with the real thing. So don't get deceived by your thoughts. If you feel that you are on the path, that is the correct, that is the guidance, that is the landmark. So it is self-evident for you. So if some certain doubts come, I advise you, my advice is to consult your noble friend. Try to communicate with him and try to uh, communicate your experience with him or her. The noble friend, the experiences that you gain through the journey. So if you express those, if you brief those experiences that you acquire through this journey, while you are going along this journey, so noble friend can figure out whether you are going on the correct path or you are deviating from the path. So if some deviation happens, noble friend can directly involve in and instruct you to make your own way towards the correct direction. So that is why Lord Buddha said the noble friend has the important part, has a important role here. So without the assistance of this noble friend, you can't ever achieve anything. So just keep in mind, don't believe in your thoughts. Just let your inner spiritual feeling to come up. So just let it to happen. Don't forcibly make it to arise. Just let it happen. Let it to grow. So that is the awareness. So awareness becomes prominent as you become more confident, more thorough with this under the realization of Dhamma. So anyway, I think we have come to the end of today's explanation. So I have been talking about the practical aspect of this Dhamma. So last few weeks I have talked about the theory part. So theory part is more important as well as the practical part. So but these things can go hand in hand. That means how much you become thorough with this theory part, it automatically tend to apply to your day-to-day life as well. So both can happen simultaneously. So both the things are very important. So so we can talk further as well from tomorrow as well. So I think you might get certain kind of understanding about how to practice this Dhamma. So we can explain further tomorrow as well. So until then, Theruvan Saranai to all of you. Theruvan Saranai. We'll meet tomorrow. Theruvan Saranai.